Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
They, they're attacking the stairway. An adventurer stammered in disbelief. The stairway, always thought of as the one safe zone in a dungeon. True, it was known that Pudges could move through stairways. But never before had they fought humans inside. In fact, few adventurers had ever even seen a Pudgy cross floors. Most still clung to the old belief. Once you entered the stairway, the Pudges would not follow. To think they had expected to rest, only to face the greatest battle in their worst condition. But in Solarin's eyes, the fault lay with their own underestimation. According to intelligence, the fifth floor had about 500 Pudges. It was suspected that even the diamond-ranked demon squad that vanished had fallen victim to them. So, when planning, they had rated the fifth floor's threat as beyond diamond class. Thus, they sent the Wings of Judgment's 40 warriors, reinforced by adventurers, plus Aiden and 15. This was a force stronger than most diamond rank squads. And still, they had underestimated. How many Pudges were before them now? Certainly not 500. 1,000? 2,000? Solarin couldn't count, but she knew one thing. Against numbers like these, even the stairway wouldn't hold long. Retreat? Chased on their heels like this, retreat would turn into a rout. But there was still one way. Sir 15. I know. 15 answered before she could say more. Decapitation strike, right? She nodded. Penetrating enemy lines to slay the general was reckless in the extreme, but their only chance. Otherwise, only 15 and Aiden might escape alive. How long can you hold? He asked. Solarin looked back at the weary yet steadfast church warriors. She shook her head. I don't know, but we'll buy you your chance. At her command, overlapping bastions rose again. The squad captains, golden ranked, gathered radiant spears of light in their hands. Release, for spears flew like javelins into the Pudgy ranks. For a heartbeat, silence. Then the spears linked in a chain reaction, an explosion of blinding brilliance. When it cleared, 100 Pudges lay smoking and dead, a gap torn in the tide. But the captains were clearly unable to repeat such an attack often. Meanwhile, Priest Main and Aiden layered buff after buff onto 15, vitality restoration, defense enhancement, spiritual ward, pain immunity, and more. All was ready. Without a word, 15 became a drawn blade, charging straight into the Pudgy army. To be honest, he had doubts. Why would the Pudgy king, who supposedly never revealed itself, suddenly appear now? Could it be a trap? But the aura radiating from the night Pudgy dispelled all hesitation. In any host, who but the strongest could be king? And this was the strongest Pudgy he had ever faced. Not to mention its imposing warrior's attire. Yet to reach the king, he first had to carve a path. The earlier light spear strike had cleared only a fraction. The night Pudgy, astride a fat Pudgy's cap, spread its stubby legs wide. Though eyeless, 15 could feel its gaze upon him. Now, he was the challenger. A grin spread across his face. Behind him, his comrades might all perish. Before him, an endless sea of enemies. Still, he laughed. He leapt into the horde. Stomp LV8. A skill Lin Jun once used to step on Xiaohei's face. Now, in 15's hands, it shook the earth, leaving a crater and hurling Pudges skyward. And that was only the beginning. Title: Army Breaker. Attributes rise while charging. Flowing step LV9. Wind pressure / LV8. Ranbu. Lit. Chaotic martial dance. His roar split the air. Pudges were shredded midair, bursting into fragments. Unstoppable, he became a blur, streaking toward the night Pudgy. Gales of sword chi spun around him, weaving an invisible net 10 meters wide. Any Pudgy entering that space was instantly diced to ribbons. Even mushroom cannons could not pierce the net. Such a peerless advance made even Lin Jun feel a pang of admiration. But then he realized this sword net wasn't a skill. Though 15 had shouted, Ranbu, no such skill existed on his panel. It was simply his mastery, wielding wine pressure slash so densely it became something new. That astonished Lin Jun. Never before had he seen another break free of skill constraints and forge their own ability. Just like his own voice Pujus. Truly, heroes abounded in the world. Not that he had underestimated 15 before, but witnessing such mastery, Lin Jun resolved one thing. He would never face this head-on. Instead, he paid 15 the highest respect by refusing fair combat and exploiting every weakness. Ranbu? Then drown yourself in exhaustion before you reach him. Even as 15 cut down swaths of Pujus, Lin Jun directed more toward him. From ground, sky, and tunnels below, waves of Pujus surged. Inside his sword net they died instantly. Outside they exploded. Even if only the shock waves slowed him, it was worth it. Overhead, fat Pujus dove in clouds. Fat Pujus were hurled like living bombs, forcing 15 to burn more energy cutting them down at range. From below, ambushes struck ceaselessly. He countered them all, but Lin Jun heard it. 15's breath was growing harsher, heavier. Meanwhile, the fat Pudgy beneath the night began retreating slowly. 10 elite Pujus, each with half-buried magic crystals in their caps, moved with it. The retreat wasn't fast, but it lengthened 15's charge all the same. Caught in the high of battle, he still cursed at the cowardice. Despicable. At last, he reached them. Sweat poured down his face like streams. Finally, he thought, the duel would begin. But the fat Pudgy suddenly coiled a tentacle, swallowing the knight whole into its belly. 15. In the same instant, the 10 crystal-bearing elites unleashed. Subsonic wave LV7 times 10. The combined sonic torrent struck without warning. 15's guts churned, blood spraying from his lips. Even the Pujus themselves couldn't withstand it. All 10 elites died instantly. So did the fat Pudgy. But in the very next breath, a flash of blades tore its carcass apart from within. The knight emerged, bursting forth in a storm of mycelium and stone shards. The fat Pudgy had been a Stoneheart variant, bred to resist sound attacks. Without a second's pause for its sacrifice, the knight's blade whip flashed, aiming straight at 15's chest. A crimson cloak, plus 5 agility, name unknown, too long, dragging behind like a rolled-out carpet, half of it already caked with dirt and mycelium. A silver glow pendant, plus 4 agility, name unknown, far too tight, wedged under the cap with no space to spare. Lucky that Pujus don't need to breathe, or it would have strangled the wearer outright. And finally, an heirloom dragon scale shield, as tall as the Pudgy itself. If only the body fit better, then of course there'd also be a helmet, gauntlets, rings, the full set. Lin Jun realized something. Adventurers favored skill-based gear, but for Pujus, raw stat equipment was far more practical. After all, Pujus never lacked for skills, and all that stacked agility was meant for this moment. He hadn't aimed for 15's head or heart, just to put him down, crippled and unable to rise. Pain immunity, ground shrink LV7. The blade whip plunged into the dirt with a ringing buzz, but by the time it struck, 15's form was already gone. Nothing but a phantom afterimage. A flash of sword light appeared behind the knight Pudgy. What skill was that? Lin Jun couldn't follow the trajectory at all. In that heartbeat, the knight barely managed to swing the dragon scale shield across its body. SSSHHHKKK. 3 mycelium tentacles on its left side snapped like cut cords, and a vicious scar carved deep into the shield surface. Impossible. Ancient dragon scales. And he cut through it. Lin Jun had tested that shield countless times. No blade, no bow, no ballista left, even a scratch. And now its very first battle, scarred already. If not for the shield, the knight Pudgy would have been cleaved in two. So strong. Even Lin Jun couldn't help admiring 15's terrifying strike. But 15 too was shocked. What shield is this to block me? He flipped his wrist for another cut, But the knight suddenly burst forward. With a bounding leap, cloak wrapping tightly into a spinning ball, it rolled back at full speed, escaping the next flurry of sword chi. Assault leap LV6. Rolling charge LV7. Don't run. 15 pursued, reaching for his belt to grab a healing potion. But his fingers found only wet shards. The earlier subsonic blast had shattered every glass vial. So be it. Even without healing, there was no turning back. Eyes narrowing, he pushed, flowing step, to its limit, hounding the fleeing knight relentlessly. Most Pudges couldn't keep up with either of them. Only a few Mind Pudges leapt out at Linden's command. But they barely slowed 15, much less harmed him. No need to lure him toward the main army now. The ambush strike had failed. Time for Plan B. The knight led 15 straight into the caverns, toward Yellow Book's happy hut. But Linden quickly regretted the flamboyant cloak. It snagged on a jagged stone, jerking the knight to a halt. 15's sword came slashing in. Clang! Another gouge scarred the dragon scale shield. Linden's heart bled. This was his strongest defense. Abandoning the cloak, the knight stopped rolling altogether, using bounding leaps to dart through side tunnels, vanishing into a secret passage. A trap? 15 wasn't a fool. He knew the Pudgy's cunning, but he still pressed on. So close to cutting it down, if only before it reached its destination. Ahead, a dense aura of monsters. He could feel it. He was charging into a carefully spun web. But now it was the distance. Ground shrink LV7. Wake jet LV5. Both launched their skills almost together. With his map-wide awareness, Linden reacted the instant 15 struck from behind. The knight's escape skill worked, but not perfectly. The icy edge skimmed its belly, not severing the waist as 15 intended, but slicing away its legs and part of its torso. But that was enough. Enough of the plan. The severed half arced through the air, caught seamlessly by an elite Pudgy, and dropped into a waiting tunnel. 15's follow-up cut shredded only the catcher, not the knight. And by then, 15 stood squarely in the middle of the happy hut. That feeling of chasing, so close, yet watching the prey slip away in the end. It made 15 grit his teeth till they cracked. And worse, the 3 other Pudges in the chamber wriggled mockingly before him, taunting. You little. Boom! The 8 crude stone pillars, Pudges hidden within, detonated as one. The cavern shattered like bitten candy. Rocks poured like rain, burying 15 in an instant. Only the pendant at his neck glowed faintly before vanishing under the collapse. Linden, controlling the half-bodied knight, withdrawing through the tunnels, swept the happy hut with a detection skill. One humanoid life form was still clawing madly through the rubble. Of course, he hadn't expected 15 to die here. A trap like that might finish a diamond like Xiaozhu. But someone over level 60? Not a chance. And he never meant to kill him anyway. He had been ready to sacrifice the Night Pudgy. Instead, it survived, which meant the human's eyes would stay fixed on it, not him. Another mask to hide behind. Another layer of safety. And now, as victor, before 15 could dig free, it was time to reap the spoils. At the 5th floor stairway, the last shimmering barrier broke under relentless mushroom cannon fire, fading into starlight. At the base, only a handful of wounded remained. With 15 absent and hope fading, Solar ordered a breakout, taking everyone still standing, abandoning the gravely injured. It was cruel, but there was no choice. Poo-poo, poo-poo. Tiny feet pattered into the stairway. They didn't fire cannons from range. Strangely, they closed in. One blind church warrior dropped his shield, gripping his sword with both hands, slashing by instinct. But his swing whiffed through empty air. Mycelium tentacles seized him, dragging him down into the Pudgy tide. A legless adventurer drew his dagger. He remembered all the grim rumors of those who vanished on the 5th floor. Better to die by his own hand than sink alive into the Pudgy swamp. Can't wait for 15 anymore. Everyone who can still move, with me, upward, rip open a path to the upper floor. Everyone knew the odds. Hope flickered like a candle in the wind. But when Commander Solarin rasped out that order, in a voice that brooked no refusal, it ignited the last spark of instinct within them. The will to live overcame fear. Adventurers and church warriors staggered into formation behind her, forming a shaky wedge. Em clutched her short sword, palms slick with cold sweat. The icy metal was the only anchor she had left. The breakout began. Solarin charged first, her long sword blazing with radiant light, cleaving down on the Pudgy that lashed tentacles in her way. The others followed, screaming, pouring what strength and fear remained into a single desperate push. Blades and mycelium collided in a storm of sparks and spores. At first, riding Solarin's brilliance and their shared frenzy, they actually tore a breach through the Pudgy blocking the fourth-floor stairmouth. May's heart thundered. Was that a glimpse of survival? But it was only an illusion, for beyond the breach lay more Pudges. Endless, from every direction, flooding toward them like a filthy tide. Purple poison fog seeped into the air. One by one, people collapsed, dragged away by writhing tentacles. The formation broke. Chaos spread like plague. Hold the line. Don't scatter. Solarin's shout was weak in the cacophony. She swung her sword, trying to rally them, but the collapse was inevitable. This was no longer a breakout. This was Pudge's hunting treats. Em saw the mage Eden vanish in a blur, fled with a teleport. She regretted not buying an invisibility scroll. She was only a silver-ranked adventurer. Lasting this long had been pure luck, but now it ended. A tentacle coiled around her leg. She screamed as she was yanked down. She twisted, struggling, but more tendrils wrapped her limbs like living snakes, binding her tight. Her neck stiffened. She could just turn her head. All around, a forest of Pudges closed in. So this was death? All for 30 gold coins? How standard. A textbook adventurer's ending. But just as resignation settled in, hot liquid welled uncontrollably into her eyes. Tears streamed down her dirt-streaked cheeks. Pathetic, she'd never thought she'd be the kind to cry at the end. One Pudgy loomed close, its cap swelling. Puff! A blast of sweet, acrid purple spores sprayed across her face, mouth, and nose. The world warped and spun. Fear, cold, pain, all dissolved, stripped away by strange power. And in its place, she was in the guild, handing in the commission. A heavy pouch of coins clinked in her palm. The sound was glorious. Her teammates were gathered, Horn and Old Hammer grinning with naked envy. Noah's eyes shone with admiration. Their gazes filled her with warm pride. Come on, grilled catfish belly my treat. She heard her own carefree laugh in the tavern. After the feast, she lay in her tiny rented room, sinking into a soft bed. So tired, just sleep, sleep. The Pudges stripped her gear with practiced ease. Her leather armor was junk, not even worth putting in a lottery pile. But the dagger and short bow were serviceable. And the gold, 11 coins, not bad for a young silver rank. She must have worked hard. Now, they belonged to the Pudges. The same scene played out again and again nearby, even Solarin herself. The commander of Wings of Judgment fought to the very end, weapon never lowered. Others had been knocked out by spores. She was beaten unconscious. But valor was no exception. The Pudges stripped her clean too. As a captain, she carried 2+3 stat items, and her unit's custom armor was valuable despite damage. Linden even found a silver pendant on her. At first he thought it was enchanted, but inside was just a portrait, herself and a young man. Yuan. So she was the type to keep a loved one's photo close to her heart. If it were copper, maybe he'd let it slide. But silver? Nope, loot for the mushrooms. This world didn't have cameras, but it had imaging magic. Adventure ID cards were made that way. His magic books had notes on it. It was only a tier 2 spell. He just hadn't learned it yet. Maybe he should. A group photo for Mushroom Park employees would be nice. Lin Jun's thoughts always wandered. His vast mental power let him multitask without losing Pudgy control. Mu Pudges swallowed the loot to haul it to the 6th floor vault. Others carried the captives back to the 5th floor, dumping them in the cavern clearing ringed by Pudgis. With that done, Linden turned his gaze to the battlefield where 15 had just carved his path. The ground was littered with sliced Pudgy fragments. Thanks to his sharp twin blades, the cuts were clean. With mycelium reassembly, repairs were possible. But chunks didn't crawl together on their own. Pudgis weren't ninth-floor flesh creatures. Still, thrift was virtue. Linden decided to try, salvaging some anyway. He had time to kill, after all, while that swordsman dug himself out. 15's face was like water. Each swing of his twin blades was less excavation than it was an outlet for his inner torment. He could almost see it, Solarin and the others falling one by one beneath the Pudgy tide. All his fault, because he hadn't cut down the king of the Pudgis. Not only had he failed, he himself was now trapped. If only his sword had been faster, just a little faster. Boom! His blades finally shattered through the last layer of packed earth and mycelium. Foul air mixed with faint light seeped through. Caked in dirt, 15 crawled out of the narrow breach, eyes resolute. He was ready for the blood-soaked hell's cape he imagined, his comrades' corpses strewn across the cavern, so he could take vengeance with his last breath or fall beside them. To escape alone while they died? Impossible. But the scene before him was nothing like his grim vision. He didn't even need to reach the stairway. Solarin and the rest were lying right outside the cavern. What he saw were his companions, stripped to their underclothes, sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Their chests rose and fell. They were merely unconscious. 15 longed to rush to them, but froze. Pudgis were still nearby. Dozens of them filled the clearing. Yet surrounding wasn't the right word. They were busy with something else. Pudgis stepped over the captives, hauling chunks of Pudgy corpses, piling them together. From time to time, they'd pull out a piece and try to fit it into another. Nearby, many reassembled Pudgis already stood. 15 saw at a glance. Half of them were patchwork, not originals. What was this? Did Pudgis care about complete corpses? Either way, they clearly had more interest in their own remains than in his team, or even in him. He stood there for quite some time. Not a single Pudgy moved to attack. What is this? 15 muttered hoarsely. He looked at Solarin, her brows still furrowed, even in unconsciousness. At Priest Main, smiling oddly in his dreams. At the diligent Pudgis fitting pieces together. A storm of emotion swelled in his chest. Anger? Yes, but at what exactly? Relief? Yes, his comrades lived. Frustration? Overwhelming. And a strange, suffocating absurdity at such a real yet ridiculous ending. He stood frozen like a statue. Should he charge and cut the Pudgis down? Or rush to check Solarin's wounds? Or dig another hole and bury himself again, pretend he never saw this bizarre scene? While 15 wrestled with himself, Solarin stirred, the first to wake from unconsciousness. The long line moved slowly up the stairway. Pudgis led in front. Pudgis guarded the rear. And in the middle shuffled the captives, stripped bare of gear, driven out of the dungeon. The church warriors trudged with heavy steps, faces torn between relief at surviving and deep shame at their capture. The adventurers looked far simpler. Their faces barely hid their raw relief, free lives won by luck. Only 15 looked decent. Though filthy, at least his gear remained. The Pudgis hadn't taken his weapons. Not like Solarin, commander of Wings of Judgment, now in nothing but shorts and a shirt, her scarred, muscled torso exposed. What about Lord Eden? Maine, the priest, bare-chested and even worse off, asked suddenly. Perhaps he escaped? Solarin said uncertainly. He was a diamond-rank illusionist. If anyone besides 15 could have escaped that hell, it was Eden. Of course, he might also have been killed. After all, many hadn't been spared in the battle. The question didn't linger long. On the second floor, they saw him. Eden, stripped to only shorts, crouched with other missing adventurers. Even his earrings were gone. Eden looked up, forced an awkward smile, and waved at his equally bedraggled comrades. Running alone wasn't glorious. Failing to run made it worse. Luckily, Solarin and Maine weren't petty. In that hell, One escapee was a blessing. No one blamed him. 15 only nodded slightly. Solarin instead asked, "Why are you on the second floor?" "Lack of skill, lack of skill." Eden waved, grimacing as though recalling horrors best forgotten. They understood at once. Illusion broken, ambushed mid-flight. They didn't pry further. He rubbed his bare arms, sighed, then muttered the most pressing concern. "By the way, Guildmaster Fowl promised reimbursement for expenses. Does that include our lost gear?" Among them, his loss was greatest. An entire set of costly mage equipment and jewelry gone. At least Solarin and Maine, backed by the church, would be reissued their standard gear. But Eden, if Fowl didn't cover it, he'd be ruined. "Don't worry." 15's low voice cut through, tinged with guilt. "I'll explain everything to Fowl." He felt this failure was his fault. If need be, he would pay Eden back himself. At that, Eden finally exhaled, smiling with relief. "Then I'm in your debt." He rubbed at the fungus threads still clinging beneath his illusion, and at last joined the others in small talk. News of the Pudgy subjugation squad's crushing defeat hit Windless Town like a boulder smashing into still water. 1/5 dead, the survivors stripped bare, spared only by Pudgy mercy. No surprise, the whole town exploded. Taverns, alleys, inns, all rang with furious gossip. The Adventurers Guild was once more in the storm's eye. Guildmaster Fowl took full responsibility. He raised the promised reward by 50%. For the dead, their families were given triple. 2 days later, in the Rotten Willow Tavern, Em finally lived out the very scene from her near-death hallucination. She slapped several plates of steaming catfish belly, drenched in thick honey glaze, onto the table. "Eat. My treat," she cried to Horn, Old Hammer, and Noah, trying to recapture that dream's warmth and pride. But her teammates' eyes were nothing like in her dream. Instead of envy, they brimmed with disbelief, pity, and the look one gave a fool who'd lucked into riches. What's with those looks? Just tell me, did I earn this bounty or not?" The dim room was lit by a single candle. Its wavering flame cast restless shadows that danced on the walls. Eden sat rigidly at the table, his face dark as water. His eyes locked onto the strands of mycelium spreading across his arm. Pale, thin veins embedded deep under the flesh, as though they had always belonged there. Beside him lay an empty vial, the one he had just drained of antiviral elixir, a rare potion that forced the body to expel foreign matter by overdrawing one's life force. Powerful but ruinously expensive, 50 gold coins, enough to make most adventurers balk. For Eden, it was still within reach. Yet the result struck him like a hammer blow. 10 minutes had passed since he drank it, but the threads beneath his skin remained. If anything, they writhed more vividly. Useless. Completely useless. He hurled the vial to the floor. The sharp shatter cut through the silence like glass through skin. His hands clawed at his skull, knuckles pale with strain. Why me? Why only me? Even as he asked, he knew the truth. He alone could hide the symptoms with ease. His illusions, ironically meant to save him, had only made him the perfect host. What would he become? A corpse hollowed out by fungus? A twisted mushroom? He dared not imagine. Even the thought choked his lungs with fear, like the strangling vines of dread he once felt in the Strawman abyss. And just as then, he chose the same answer. Escape. Abandon everything. The promised compensation tomorrow, the consequences afterward. Let them all go to hell. One thought remained, burning like air to a drowning man. Run. Now. At once. Run far from the Amethyst dungeon, far from the Pudges, just as he had once fled the Strawman abyss. He stuffed his pack in haste and stumbled out of the guild. The sky was buried under heavy clouds. The 3 moons showed only faint outlines, casting thin scraps of light. Shops along the street were shut tight, the town dead in silence, save for the muffled glow and laughter spilling from a tavern. A drunk lay collapsed in a corner, discarded like trash. Eden slipped into a narrow alley, exhaled, and vanished into the night. He would leave quietly, unseen. But the moment his foot touched the path to the wilderness, Agony ripped through his right leg. Ah! His invisibility shattered. Staggering, he looked down in horror. Beneath his skin, the fungus writhed like venomous serpents, swelling, bulging. His flesh stretched thin until pop! A fat, wet mushroom burst through, its cap trembling in the moonlight. Ha ha ha! The laugh was hollow, a revelation steeped in despair. He understood now. He had always been watched. Those invisible eyes, the will of the Pudgis, never left him. At any moment, it could crush him like an insect. The silence before had been nothing more than a cat toying with its prey. Watching him struggle, drink his costly potion, flee in terror, only to pin him back with ease. He stared at the road to freedom, but his legs would no longer move. He stood frozen for an eternity before turning back, hollow as an empty shell. Way past the tavern, warm light spilled through the cracks, carrying the laughter and clinking of mugs. Snatches of talk stabbed his ears like needles. Huh, the Pudgis had mercy, sent you back whole. Shame about Jurl, though, lost a leg. His payout will only buy him a quiet corner to rot in. Forget him. Drink up, tonight's on me. Words like mercy and luck only made the cold bite deeper. He walked on. The noise and firelight receded like ebbing tide. When he next looked up, he realized he had wandered outside the amethyst dungeon's gate, and there familiar figure stood. Sensing him, 15 turned, a warm smile on his face. Eden, what are you doing here instead of resting? Eden felt the man's sincerity. After the battle, 15 truly saw him as a comrade. He hadn't expected this encounter. He forced a smile. Couldn't sleep. You? Why are you here alone? I was thinking. 15's gaze turned back to the dungeon's yawning dark. His voice lowered. Why did the Pudgis let us go? In that fight, even I might not have made it out alive had they pressed on. Eden's smile twitched, but the night was deep and shadows merciful. 15 didn't see his face clearly. Who knows? They say the Pudgis always strip unruly adventurers on the 5th floor. Maybe this was the same. Or maybe they fear us and wish to show goodwill. Or maybe it only wanted me free. The thought slid silent through Eden's heart. Goodwill. 15 murmured, then shrugged with a touch of relief. Whatever it was, we survived. That's what matters. He dusted his clothes and rose. Don't stay too long, Eden. Rest up. Remember, Fowles called us tomorrow for a meeting. I know, Eden answered. Only after 15's figure vanished down the road did he collapse against a tree, sliding to the cold earth. Yes, to live, that was enough. The thought was bitter. He sat in silence until at last he lifted his gaze to the dungeon's shadowed gate, like a beast crouched in the night. This time he didn't resist. He let himself sink into the unseen network of mycelium that had been growing within him, the one he had tried so hard to suppress. He knew once he did, there would be no return. But he only wanted to live. King of the Pudgis, his will rippled through the fungal web. No more games. Tell me, what do you want from me? Silence. Then a strange, resonant voice filled his mind. Eden Clar, from this day on, you may call me Boss. Inside the Adventurers Guild council chamber, the air was heavy with tension. The core members were gathered again. The 4+1, Fowl, Sorlin, 15, Eden, and Lillian, who stood quietly behind Eden. Sorlin's fists clenched tight, her knuckles pale. She was the first to speak, voice low and heavy with guilt. It was my fault. When we suffered casualties on the 2nd floor, I should have realized the battle was spiraling out of control and ordered a retreat. My recklessness brought this defeat upon us. 15 followed, his tone carrying the weight of regret. The fault lies with me. I had the chance to kill the so-called king of the Pudgis. I failed to seize it. I let it escape. Eden's eyes flicked between them, wondering if he too should confess some mistake. But after thinking it over, aside from running faster than everyone else when the rout came, he hadn't really done anything wrong. So he stayed silent. Fowl raised a hand, halting their self-reproach. No, the root of this lies in my misjudgment. Over 2,000 Pudgis, a king with diamond-level strength, plus elaborate traps and ambushes, all far beyond what I expected. He looked around the chamber, admitting openly, I was too hasty. I based my plan on false, outdated reports. That impatience is what led to this disaster. The first blame rests on me. And after this, Eden asked cautiously, we gather intelligence anew, reorganize it, and draft a new extermination plan, Fal replied firmly. At that moment, Lillian spoke softly, her tone carrying hesitation. Couldn't we try negotiation instead? Seek peace? If they possess intelligence, perhaps they can be reached through telepathy. After all, they released us alive. Why not attempt communication? Fal turned to her, eyes filled with both sympathy and iron certainty. Unfortunately, Lillian, that is impossible. His voice was calm but unyielding, laying out his reasoning one step at a time. The Amethyst Dungeon is not some insignificant offshore isle that can simply be abandoned. It is a vital source of resources, mana crystals, herbs, monster materials. And these Pudges haven't just taken over one floor. They've consumed the entire dungeon, spreading further even now. If left unchecked, the consequences will be catastrophic, even setting aside resources. Fal's voice hardened. This dungeon sits deep within the United Kingdom's heartland. With tensions against the Hermit Empire rising by the day, war may break out at any time. If we don't eliminate the Pudges before then, there'll be a massive destabilizing factor behind our own lines. He locked eyes with Lillian, driving home his grim conclusion. Unless that Pudgy king steps out of the dungeon right now and submits entirely to human control, we must destroy it. And do you really think a monster leader who just defeated a human raid, proving both strength and intellect, would accept such humiliation? Lillian fell silent, then shook her head. Victory followed by unconditional surrender? No, it was impossible. Exactly. Absolutely impossible. Fal's words rang with finality. That is why talk of diplomacy is useless. We'll speak of negotiations only after it's been defeated. Sorlin gave a slight nod. The Pudges had spared her life, but reality was harsher. First and foremost, she was the church's blade, and duty always came before sentiment. If the Pudgy king fell to her, she might try to grant it a choice rather than kill it outright, but only then. She raised the practical issue instead. Our manpower is insufficient for another expedition. Ordinary adventurers won't come. With death and crippling injuries above a third, no bounty is high enough to lure more. And high-level fighters? Against that king and its fungal army, even their current lineup, including Lillian, was woefully inadequate. Fal nodded grimly. I know. That is why I'll delay until the expert team from headquarters arrives. In the meantime, I'll try through special channels to recruit more diamond-ranked adventurers. Perhaps, Eden spoke up carefully, weighing his words. Perhaps we should consider calling in outside reinforcements? Outside reinforcements? Fal's eyes flicked towards Sorlin. The church was already the main ally. But, Sorlin shook her head. Impossible. The church's main forces are fully tied up hunting Imperial spies. They can spare nothing. Eden continued. I don't mean the church. I mean Duke Alamar, the St. Clair family. The Amethyst Dungeon sits on their land. Yes, it is under guild jurisdiction, but if disaster breaks out, their domain will be the first to suffer. Why not ask for their aid? Fal sighed. In principle, you're right. But the Duke himself is at the border, confronting the Hermit Empire. What remains behind is surely bogged down, just like the church, in rooting out spies. Whether they can spare anyone is doubtful. Eden stepped forward, his voice carrying a faint undertone of certainty. To be frank, I have some personal acquaintance with the Duke's daughter. I can send her a letter. If it works, we gain support. If not, we lose nothing. Fal's eyes lit with sudden interest. You know the Duke's daughter? It wasn't impossible. Eden's aristocratic heirs were not baseless. Though only the scion of a fallen viscount, he was still noble-born. A diamond-ranked noble adventurer might well have met her at some social gathering. And truly, as Eden said, one letter, even if it only yielded a token force, was pure gain. If it vanished without reply, no harm done. Good. Fal decided at once. Then, Eden, I'll entrust this to you. Should it bear fruit, you'll be duly rewarded. Level up. LV 56, LV 57. 7 sins. Greed triggered. Skill plundered. Holy barrier LV 2. Skill plundered. Heavy armor mastery LV 4, LV 5. Skill plundered. Light magic LV 3, LV 4. Skill plundered. Human common tongue LV 8, LV 9. On the 6th floor of the dungeon, a certain green mushroom was reviewing its plans. If things went smoothly, perhaps expansion to the surface was within reach. For now, the main goal remained seizing the dungeon's core. But what if he failed? What if this dungeon was already beyond saving, the core irredeemable? Better to plan for defeat before victory, to prepare as many escape routes as possible. At the entrance of the Amethyst dungeon, the air always carried a damp, earthy staleness, with a faint undertone of rot that never quite went away. Vera tightened her grip on the curved blade at her hip, her sharp gaze sweeping over her two companions. Fine, the mage, was nervously adjusting the cuffs of her robe, while her twin sister Philine appeared far calmer. Vera. Fine's voice held the slightest tremor as her eyes drifted to the cavernous entrance yawning like the throat of a beast. Are we really going down now? Didn't the raid team just come back in tatters? Vera finished for her, eyes steady as ice. Yes, but precisely because of that, now is the best time to go down. She turned to Fine, explaining in a hushed tone so the nearby adventurers wouldn't overhear. I've asked around. Just yesterday, a small squad made it down to the 3rd floor and came back intact. They said the Pudges inside have already gone back to normal. The raid had failed, the Pudges still held the dungeon, but adventurers had lives to live. The bold had already begun cautiously exploring again, while the cautious continued to wait and watch. We all know the Pudges have a habit of stuffing loot into fat Pudges bellies. And when the raid survivors came out, they were stripped bare. Fine's eyes widened as realization dawned. You mean the raid team's gear could still be inside some fat Pudgy, waiting to be drawn out? Exactly. Vera snapped her fingers. If we start hauling in monster corpses now and get in early, we might just score some incredible loot before others catch on. She gave Fine a quick wink. The younger sister's tense face finally softened with a flicker of excitement. Just as the three prepared to descend, Vera's eyes caught on two unusual figures by the entrance, utterly out of place. A stocky, weather-worn man in mud-stained homespun gripped a polished but battered hayfork in white-knuckled hands, his eyes tight with unease. Beside him stood a boy of 12 or 13, clad in patched clothes, a basket half his size strapped to his back. His face brimmed with reckless curiosity, craning to peer into the dungeon's depths. The pair lingered for some time before finally stepping inside. Vera frowned and asked a tall, thin adventurer leaning against the wall, cleaning his dagger. Hey, you know what's up with those two? The man looked annoyed at first, but when he recognized Vera, his expression softened. Oh, Vera, thanks again for that potion last time. She waved it off with a smile. He continued, those two? Don't know them, but judging by their clothes, they're probably farmers from Mura village. Farmers? What are they doing in the dungeon? Philine blurted. The 1st floor was nearly harmless for adventurers. To even qualify as an adventurer required reaching at least copper rank, around LV 20. The 1st floor's LV 5 monsters posed no threat to them. But for farmers, it was different. Most adult humans could reach LV 10 naturally, but without combat skills, an unlucky encounter with 2 or 3 monsters could easily be fatal. So for farmers to enter the dungeon was bizarre. And besides, doesn't the guild stop them? Vera cast a glance at the 2 guards stationed by the gate. By rights, without adventurer status, they should have been turned away. The man spat on the ground. TCH, what? You want to deny them even a chance to live? Their village got hit by disaster. Some bastard set a fire, torched their crops to ash. With nothing left, what can they do? They've got no choice but to risk the dungeon, pick some mushrooms to sell. And those two aren't the first. Vera fell silent, nodding grimly. Lately, stories like this seem to be cropping up everywhere. Without another word, she motioned to the twins and led the way inside. The light dimmed sharply as they entered, leaving only the faint glow of luminous fungi along the walls. Though the dungeon was overrun with mushrooms, the mycelium usually stuck to corners, walls, and ceilings, leaving the adventurers' paths conspicuously clean. Unnatural, really, considering the growing rumors that the Pudges possessed higher intelligence. Vera found herself inclined to believe it. But even if true, it changed little. They'd coexisted with adventurers long before. All one had to do was follow their rules that weren't even harsh. To be safe, despite Fine's ability to conjure light, they'd rented a lamp Pudgy, like paying a protection fee. Not far inside the first floor, they spotted the farmer and his son again. The boy crouched, tugging eagerly at a clump of gray mushrooms by a corner. The man hovered over him like a hawk, firebrand in one hand, hay fork in the other, eyes darting nervously across the passages. "Wait!" Vera's sharp voice cut the silence. In a flash, she strode forward, catching the boy's wrist just as he was about to uproot the cluster. The boy recoiled, startled. What are you doing?" The man tensed instantly, hay fork raised. This gentleman, only farmers would call an adventurer gentleman. Vera didn't answer at once. She brushed aside the larger gray caps, revealing a single hidden green mushroom. Not deadly, but unless you want to fall unconscious after every meal, don't take these. The man stammered out gratitude. Vera gave a brief nod and left them behind. By the second floor, Vera noticed the lamp Pudgy hadn't scurried back to the mycelium carpet. Instead, it waddled boldly along beside them, struggling awkwardly down the stairs one stubby leg at a time, its round body wobbling dangerously. Vera half expected it to roll down like a ball. Filling rolled her eyes and finally scooped the little thing up, cradling it securely. "Come on, short legs." The Pudgy nestled docilely in her arms, its glow steady, lighting their way. When they finally dragged their monster spoils into the fifth-floor fat Pudgy cavern, Vera's brows lifted. The cavern wasn't empty. A heap of freshly drawn weapons and armor lay stacked in a corner, gleaming coldly in the lamp Pudgy's glow. Vera swept her eyes over them and immediately recognized the distinct emblems and craftsmanship of the church's armory. Their arrival, undisguised, naturally drew the attention of the party already pulling loot. One man turned, broad and rough-faced, his expression still flushed with excitement. Wariness flickered at first, then melted into a broad grin of recognition. It was Horn. "You too, huh?" The few fine-quality items truly suited for Pudges were carefully stored away by Linden in his ever-growing treasure hoard. As for the heaps upon heaps of heavy armor and long swords, useless for his purposes, all stuffed into the bellies of 5 plump, shut-in Pudges. Once one had been drawn from, he simply rotated to the next. Lately, the drop rates had been a little higher that way. Meanwhile, Night Pudgy was still in the swamp zone, Linden's old hideout, having his rear patched up. Unlike ordinary Pudges, who could be fixed up with a few fresh threads of mycelium and a twist or two, high-attribute Pudges took far more time and mana to repair. Even so, what pained Linden the most wasn't Pudgy injuries, but his dragon scale shield. 2 deep gashes marred its surface, one from that devastating sword strike with Shrink Earth, another from a robe snag that had still been parried at range. He'd thought the shield would be a reliable cornerstone for the long term. Now, he suspected just a few more blows of that caliber would render it scrap. As for the guild, according to intel from Aiden, they hadn't given up on taking him down. Hardly surprising. So, Linden waited for Pink Pudgy to come, so he could reason with her, appeal to her, and persuade her to join in staging a show for the humans. Of course, he had already considered the possibility that Pink Pudgy might betray the network. If that happened, then Aiden, who was in direct contact with her, would simply have to be abandoned. Fortunately, he'd only just recruited the man, no deep ties yet. But if it came to that, the surface expansion plan would be shelved. His strategy would shift, guerrilla warfare with humans on the upper floors, while in the deeper levels he would accelerate exploration at any cost to seize the dungeon core. And in the worst-case scenario, human encirclement plus the collapse of Amethyst Dungeon, Linden still had fallback plans. escape to the surface and burrow into some remote, uninhabited region, or transfer through a rift into another dungeon and rebuild from scratch. As long as a mushroom wanted to live, it would find a way to live. But if he really were driven from Amethyst Dungeon, then the grudge between him and the humans would be irreconcilable. After wrapping up these post-battle matters, Linden had planned to test his new skills. But since something unexpected had happened at the troglodyte training base, Norris had nearly gotten himself killed. He redirected most Pudges back through the crevasse tunnels on the 6th floor to the deeper zones as backup. While Linden was playing mind games with 15, the troglodyte training base was seeing a very different kind of primitive farce. 2 troglodytes, primitive cave-dwelling humanoids, stood several paces apart, bone spears clenched, glaring at each other. They made no sounds, yet through the mycelium web, they hurled threats directly into each other's minds. Since joining the network, they had come to rely on this efficient mind speech. It was far faster and clearer than their clumsy, stone-grinding native tongue. Just as the clash was about to explode, silver light flashed, and both bone spears snapped in half. Hey! Norris appeared between them, frowning furiously. This makes how many times now? Fighting to the death over mating rights? The 7th time, Yellow Book offered helpfully. TCH. Primitive. Ignorant. In the old days, pheromones had sorted them into strict castes, where only a few elites had mating rights. Now, with equality, they fought brutally over it instead. And when troglodytes, primitive cave-dwelling humanoids, fought, they weren't pulling punches. They aimed to kill. Norris even had to admit, maybe that old pheromone-based system hadn't been so bad. At least it kept order. He kept notes on all these issues to report to the boss once Linden finished entertaining guests. But right now, he had to beat these 2 senseless, or they'd just repair their spears and start again. Just as Norris raised his hand to thrash them, something flickered at the corner of his eye. A faint red glow, pulsing in the distant dark. Red light? Mushroom glowstones never shone red. That made it stand out all the more. Senior, what is that? Norris couldn't make it out at this distance, so he asked Yellow Book. But unusually, Yellow Book reacted even slower. What thing? A pause. Then, really is something a floating orb? Before either of them could study further, chaos erupted. Pudgy, Pudgy, Pudgy. The sound of blades rending flesh split the cavern. The 2 troglodytes, primitive, cave-dwelling humanoids, before Norris didn't even scream before their bodies were shredded, torn apart by unseen strikes. Blood sprayed but didn't fall. Instead, it splattered against some invisible shape, outlining a vague monster's silhouette. An enemy, invisible, and right on top of them. Norris stumbled back, immediately firing off sonar detection LV6. Agony surged through his skull as chaotic streams of data hammered into his brain. Only because he'd braced himself did he avoid collapsing outright. But at last he saw them. 3 invisible 6-clawed beasts, each over 3 meters tall. And that distant red glow. It was a floating eyeball. No time to think. Norris scrambled as the monsters lunged, claws gouging trenches through solid stone. Yellow Book was dumbfounded. What's happening? What are these creatures? Why no emotional fluctuations? Damn it! Norris rolled and twisted desperately, barely dodging swipes. Without sonar, he was blind. With sonar, the flood of data crippled him. His speed, his edge halved. Each pulse was like a hammer to the brain. At last his nerves gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Life and death blurred. Instinct surged faster than thought. He yanked Yellow Book into his grip like a shield and held it in front of him. You bastard, Norris, using me as cover. But the killing blow never landed. Instead, Pudgy, a sickening rip tore the air. A gush of hot, stinking monster blood sprayed over them, soaking Norris and Yellow Book. Through the haze appeared Gray, standing firm, one clawed hand gripping a severed, grotesque monster limb stripped of its invisibility. Its headless body slumped to the ground. Gray glanced Norris over. No missing pieces, then spun and hurled the massive claw like a javelin. It whistled through the air, crunching into another beast's chest and slamming it against the rock wall, where it twitched once, twice, and lay still. Almost at the same instant, blood from the first kill coalesced into a spear. It shot through the third monster's skull in a clean, precise strike. Louisa had arrived, notified in haste by Linden. "There's still the eyeball." Norris gasped out a warning. But when they looked again, the red glow was gone. Louisa shifted into bat form, darting into the tunnels. "Nothing. Ungrateful bastard. Using me as a meat shield again." Yellow Book fumed, half outraged, half bewildered why it had sensed nothing. Yet even so, it quietly snatched up the souls of the two dead troglodytes, primitive cave-dwelling humanoids, slipping them into its pages unseen. Gray crouched to gather the silver scales Norris had dropped, then padded over to him. She patted his bowed head twice with a bloodstained claw. The clumsy gesture warmed his heart, even if the force nearly cracked his skull. Meanwhile, Louisa studied a violet blood orb condensed in her hand. Could this be edible? For the rest of the time, Norris didn't dare stray from Gray or Louisa, sticking close until the Pudgy army arrived. Linden watched as the six-clawed corpse was laid on the mycelium carpet, already half dissolved. What on earth was this new enemy? Ugh! Louisa curled up in a corner, her body convulsing violently as if trying to vomit up every drop of purple blood she had just swallowed. She couldn't understand it. The blood hadn't smelled foul, but the instant it slid down her throat, it was like swallowing rotting sludge mixed with bile. The taste was pure torture. Linden watched with great interest. It was his first time witnessing a vampire actually throw up, and he studied her for a while with great amusement. Pity that aside from dry heaving sounds and twisted expressions, nothing actually came out. Now that he thought about it, did vampires even produce bile? TSK. He really wanted to find out. But not now. He was a mushroom that followed rules. He only punished his little piglet when she made mistakes, never out of sheer curiosity. On the other side, Gray was squeezing the book of yellow hide mercilessly while it begged frantically for mercy. Boss, I just licked them. They slipped in by accident, really? I won't dare again. Please forgive me this once. Please remember how I bravely shielded Norris just now. Give me another chance." Linden hadn't noticed right away, but once the two troglodyte corpses were broken down, their insides were completely empty. Aside from some mana and a scrap of skill proficiency, their souls were gone. And the only culprit could be the book. Riot. By Linden's order, a page was torn out without mercy. "Dead, dead, dead, dead. I'm so dead." The book spammed its messages desperately, but Gray still had no idea it was self-aware. To her, it was just another strange thing Boss occasionally told her to rip pages from, pages that vanished as soon as they were torn. This time the book had been utterly useless, and yet it dared to sneak a snack? Linden couldn't even tell if it had noticed the anomaly earlier and deliberately failed to warn Norris. Unlikely, but still. In contrast, Gray's performance had been flawless. She had sensed the threat and rushed over before Linden could even warn her. If not for her, Norris might already be in the middle of a very painful armory growth procedure. As a reward, one of the Pudges handed her a beautiful pair of gemstone earrings, sparkling with dazzling colors in the dim glow. If Eden had been present, he would have instantly recognized them. They had adorned his own ears just a few days ago. The timing of the monster attack had really been the worst. At the time, Linden had been fully focused on controlling the Night Pudgy for a fair duel against 15. He had no attention to spare for anything else. Afterward, all he could do was throw a quick warning signal through the fungal network to his little pig in Gray. But the problem was, Linden had never had a chance to check those monsters' panels. Now that they were corpses, there was no panel to read. He had no idea what they were. All he knew was this. They could go invisible, they acted in groups, and according to Norris, there had also been a floating, eerie eyeball watching from afar before vanishing. But was the eyeball observing them, or cooperating with them? Either way, the deep levels of the dungeon were changing too quickly. Back when Linden spent 2.5 years in the old mushroom garden, the ecology hardly shifted at all. If invisible predators like these had existed back then, his survival difficulty would have skyrocketed. The real culprit had to be the rift. But where had they come from? Linden swept his territory with multiple detection skills, but found no trace of similar monsters. So maybe this was just a small pack that had wandered in? If their nest was nearby, he'd raise it immediately, or at least post Pudgis to block the passage. But if it was far away, then he didn't have time to chase side plots. For now, he would simply tighten surveillance in the deep levels and watch for signs of recurrence. He guided his mycelium to completely devour, break down, and absorb the 3 carcasses. 7 sins, greed triggered, skill plundered, refraction invisibility LV2, resistance upgraded, cold resistance LV3, LV4, skill plundered, claw strike LV8, LV9. Claw strike was nothing special. Almost any creature with sharp claws had it, and leveling it was easy. It was just a flat boost to normal attacks, nothing exciting. Invisibility, though, that had promise. His mimicry already allowed some concealment, but only when motionless. This new one seemed to be optical stealth. Linden immediately bred a batch of Pudgis to test it. Once they activated refraction invisibility LV2, they did indeed vanish from sight. But the effect wasn't perfect. While stationary, they blended in quite well. But as soon as they moved, the air rippled unnaturally. Their outlines warped the space around them, like looking through a sheet of disturbed water. Probably just because of the low level. But if higher levels still had this flaw, then those 3-meter monsters must have looked like massive patches of twisting distortion when they moved. There was no way Norris wouldn't notice. Linden also wanted to test another human-derived ability, Holy Barrier. He produced several Pudgis with the skill, since he had seen church warriors combine theirs into stronger formations. Naturally, he wanted to copy that trick. Holy Barrier LV2. With a thought, one Pudgy responded. Golden light surged forth, condensing into a translucent shield of liquid radiance before it. Immediately Linden felt something unusual. The shield's shape could be subtly altered with willpower. He focused, and the flat wall curled inward, transforming into a solid half-dome shield. No wonder humans could stack them together. With a little teamwork, it was easy. And for Pudgis, perfect coordination was as natural as breathing. 4 of them clustered together, and in the next instant, a seamless golden sphere bloomed into existence. It glowed softly, a miniature sun in the endless dark of the deep dungeon. Naturally, it caught Gray's attention. Through the translucent barrier, the Pudgis inside looked like they were edged with divine halos, radiating holiness, and in Gray's eyes, irresistible. She reached out a claw, hesitant for once. Her experience with treasures told her the shinier the object, the more fragile it usually was. She touched it lightly, scraping just the surface. Crack! The barrier shattered instantly, dissolving into golden motes that drifted away like a popped soap bubble. Gray, QEQ. Linden, what kind of cheap bubble was that? What was with that ridiculous defense? Even if it was only LV2, with 4 stacked layers, there was no way Gray's casual scratch should have shattered it. Linden opened her panel. No sign of any god-tier shield-piercing strike, which meant his holy barrier was just a fake. Why? He mulled it over, and one word surfaced in his mind, faith. After all, with holy in the name, and only ever seen used by church warriors, that would make sense. But faith, he politely wanted nothing to do with it. Linden had zero desire to get tangled up with any god, and it wasn't like this was the only defensive skill in existence. If it didn't work, then it didn't work. Without hesitation, he tossed it straight into his trash heap of useless skills and moved on. He soothed the crestfallen Gray with a pearl, sending her back to the mushroom grove. The deep levels weren't safe for her. What if she fell into a rift one day? Then he summoned the little piglet, declaring her vacation officially over. She was to lead a detachment of 1,500 capacity Pudgis, marching out to reclaim lost ground. While Linden had pulled the Pudgis away, caves 4, 7, and 8 had all been overrun by monsters. Poor Pudgis. They'd just been living peaceful lives in their burrows, quietly harvesting mana, harming no one. And then those greedy, violent beasts had invaded them. Now that he had the time, Linden would make them pay. His order to Louisa was clear: kill every last one. Louisa thought for a moment. So basically the same as before? Yeah, same as before. Her blood reserves were running low anyway, so she agreed cheerfully enough. Not that her agreement really mattered. Next came the troglodytes. Reading over Norris's report, Linden was shocked at how many problems they had. As for how they fought over mates, he wasn't about to step in and distribute wives for them. He wasn't the god of matchmaking, but the deaths and damage from their fights were real losses to his property that he couldn't ignore, and their habit of bullying Pudgis absolutely had to be broken. So, how to fix such deeply ingrained, primitive flaws? Talk reason? Linden doubted they even understood the word. No need for complicated solutions. Primitive creatures deserved primitive answers. Those who fought, those who hurt Pudgis, those who destroyed fungal structures. He would make mushrooms grow out of them. Simple, direct, unforgettable. No need for long explanations. Once they suffered, they'd learn. Aside from those issues, their Pudgy handling training under Norris was going well. On average, one troglodyte could command 10 to 15 Pudgis. Linden grouped them in squads of 10, sending them to various caves as guards to see how they performed. This was their trial run, their probationary employment. He sincerely hoped they could prove that they had any worth at all. 3 reluctant squads were driven out of Wood Earth to settle new outposts. Linden then turned his attention back to Norris. Level, LV-29, just one step from silver rank. With all his skills, his combat power wasn't low, but in the deep levels, it still wasn't enough. He remembered the equipment reward he had promised him. Originally, he had planned to give Norris a full set of knight armor looted from a church. The stuff didn't boost stats, but the defense was solid. Even a mushroom cannon only left a shallow dent. But now? No. Think of those monsters' claws that tore through rock. Against them, that armor would only buy Norris 1 or 2 more swipes before he was shredded. Worse, the heavy armor would cripple his speed and agility, making escape impossible. He'd die faster. No, Norris needed to stay light and nimble. But lighter armor, leather gear like adventurers wore, had even less defense than his silver scales. Useless. After some thought, Linden decided it was better to just fill out Norris's skill set. Norris, how many times did you use sonic detection back then? Still busy trying to mend his relationship with the sulking yellow book, Holy Tome. Norris blinked at the sudden question, then answered, not sure, around 10 times maybe? 10 times? In under a second, Linden fired off 10 sonic detections in succession himself. He felt nothing at all. No discomfort whatsoever. So is it an intelligence attribute issue, or because of mental unification LV7? If leveling this skill let him command more Pudgis, maybe giving it to Norris would do the same? Could Norris alone control an army of 3,000 Pudgis? If that were true, Linden would immediately kidnap, no, recruit more humans. All those peasants who occasionally ventured into the dungeon would be perfect. With tens of thousands of Pudgis, even LV-70 enemies wouldn't scare him. Pleased by the vision, he added Mental Unification LV-7 to the upgrade list. Claw Strike LV-9 also went in. Norris already had LV-7, and upgrading existing skills cost far less. High efficiency. The rest? Corrosion Resistance LV-8, plus Physical Resistance LV-7, plus Magic Resistance LV-6, Oi plus Mimicry LV-6. Sighed. He'd grown a little attached to Norris. This final reinforcement cycle ended up being nothing but survival skills. Back in the beginning, he'd have wasted a slot testing Holy Barrier as research material. But now, slots were limited. The newer recruits could play guinea pig instead. Mimicry was one of Linden's favorites, mostly for laying traps. At LV-6, it no longer broke when damaged. Tests showed the disguise held until HP dropped below 50%. Very handy. When Old Deer returned, he'd give him a level up too. I'm really sorry. Next time I swear I won't throw you in front of me. I promise. Norris rubbed his claws together, begging the book for forgiveness. That's what you said last time. And what happened? You shoved helpless me into the line of fire anyway. Norris, we're done. No more stories ever again. It won't happen again. Norris pressed his hands together, swearing earnestly. But the book gave off a cold aura of pure rejection. Just then, several round pudges waddled silently closer. Thin wisps of sweet, purple-scented mist began to spread through the air. Norris twitched his nose mid-argument. His pupils shrank sharply. He snapped his head up, scanning the harmless-looking pudges around him. Be boss. His voice trembled faintly, his smile stiff. What's going on? So he realized it. Lin Jun didn't answer. The pudges suddenly dropped the act and puffed up, spraying clouds of hallucinogenic spores that engulfed Norris head-on. Caught between fleeing and obeying, Norris hesitated and blacked out completely. As for the book, it would just have to spend some time snuggled up to an exploding pudgies, but in the cavern where rotting wood met a swamp of sludge, the mire was thick and black as ink, swallowing up the faint glow of the firefly grass above. A cluster of sludge monsters wallowed in it, basking in its warmth like a comfortable bed. Compared to the other cave-dwelling creatures, beetles, swamp boas, or mist frogs, the sludge monsters had multiplied like weeds. Yet only days ago, their numbers had barely reached 20. This explosive population boom all stemmed from a feast. The dead pudges, brimming with mana, could each be broken down to fuel 3 rounds of sludge monster division. Their rapid reproduction had nothing to do with ability, only abundant resources. One sludge monster floated lazily near the swamp's surface, digesting the last third of a pudgy within its body. Suddenly, its form quivered, releasing a string of bubbles that popped softly with a bloop. Along with them surfaced a new creature, barely half its size. The newborn, still muddle-minded, seized a twig and stuffed it inside itself. The pudges had long since been devoured by its elders. It would have to settle for wood. The parent, now diminished from division, rolled along the swamp's bottom to soak up more muck, replenishing itself. But when it surfaced again, the newborn was gone. Only a twig broken into 3 pieces drifted nearby. Its simple mind had no time to piece together what had happened before a mana-cannon shot struck it dead on. Crack! Its body burst apart, but didn't die immediately. Sludge monsters had no vital core. Wounded, they simply lost HP, their remains writhing to reform. A heavy foot came crashing down. The remnants splattered apart, killing it completely. Louisa, half submerged in a mire, pushed on with a grim expression. Cave 8 hadn't been occupied for long. Aside from the sludge monsters, few other creatures were inside. But the place stank and squelched, utterly revolting. She had no choice but to wade through, ensuring no slime was left alive. Even the blood here reeked, so foul she couldn't stomach it. She'd already suffered through this once before, the first time they cleared Cave 8. To return again was pure torment. The pudges, however, adapted well. Quick on their legs, some even ran across the swamp surface. Most of the sludge monsters were newly divided, weak and untrained. In less than half a day, the cave was cleared, fit for pudges to inhabit. Since the invaders hadn't destroyed all of the mycelium, Louisa didn't have to wait for regrowth this time. She headed straight for the next target, the serpent lair they'd failed to take before. It would be grueling. She expected to spend days there. Yet as soon as she stepped inside, she noticed something wrong. The deep hiss of scales sliding, the constant shuffling that once filled the den, it was gone. The walls still teemed with serpent burrows, but no slithering life moved within them. Louisa frowned, advancing deeper with the pudges. The entire den was drenched in silence, suffocating and unnatural, as though every serpent had vanished overnight. At the very heart lay a massive pit, filled with layers upon layers of shriveled, ashen snakeskins. With her night vision, Louisa also spotted crushed serpent eggs buried beneath. Not eggs hatched by newborns, but smashed flat underfoot. On the ground lay drag marks, straight and brutal, not the winding S-trails of serpents, but as though something heavy had been scraped away. The faint scent of snake blood lingered, barely there. Only her vampire senses could detect it. Something wiped them out, Louisa muttered. Predation? But what could do this? The intruder hadn't left a single serpent corpse, only skins and fading blood scent. They'd eaten everything. Even the elder's mycelium always left some hard bones behind. Ordinary monsters never devoured so cleanly. Yet if it were slimes, they wouldn't have spared the snake skins either. Louisa couldn't match the scene to any known monster. This den had taken snakes countless years to carve out. Their long dominance proved no natural predator capable of exterminating them existed nearby, which meant it must have come from a rift. Louisa scanned the pit, then smirked. So I get to claim this place ready-made? No need to wear herself down purging snakes. That was at least good news. She sniffed and froze. A familiar scent reached her. Her finger rose. A small blood sphere gathered at the tip. Instead of weaving threads, she flicked it forward. The crimson drop struck earth, and from the ground burst a razor-thin arc of scarlet, slashing outward like lightning. Instantly, the air split with sharp cracks. Twisting light fractured. Hidden forms were revealed. Carapaced beetle corpses shimmered into sight, their purple ichor spraying as the blood blade carved a corridor of gore. Silence lasted a heartbeat. Then came the sound, skittering, countless legs flooding in from every direction. The outermost pudgy screamed as massive pincers sheared off its legs before a tide of beetles swallowed it whole. It detonated. The blast hurled insects aside, but more surged forth. Louisa transformed into a bat, bolting outward. She had a deep-set fear of fighting swarms. At the same time, her will stirred. The pudges who couldn't outrun the swarm all turned and leapt into the mass, blossoming into explosions. Boss, it's the ones you're looking for. The ones I'm looking for? Linden, in the middle of upgrading Norris's skills, shifted some focus back to the front line. Mana Sense LV7. Sonic Detection LV6. The enemy Louisa faced appeared in his perception. Race, Chiss, Pincer Beetle. Level, LV9. Racial trait, Mindless. Passive effect, Mental Control. Skills, Cold Resistance LV5, Refractive Stealth LV4, Pincer Strike LV3, Chitin Shell LV3. And beyond the swarm, Linden sensed something Louisa had missed. Race, Chiss, I bug. Level, LV31. Racial traits, Mindless, Floating. Passive effects, Mental Control, Psychic Node. Skills, Night Vision LV7, Refractive Stealth LV6, Acceleration LV6, Cold Resistance LV6. So this was the eye Norris had seen? Chiss, Mindless, Mental Control. These chitin-plated, swift-moving beetles were the same race as that eerie abyssal eye bug, and that six-clawed invisible monster before. Its purple blood meant it was a Chiss too. It was Linden's first time seeing individuals of the same race differ so drastically. As for Mindless and Mental Control, did it mean all these creatures were being controlled by some other will? Like how he commanded the Pudges. Similar, but not the same. From the description, the enemy seemed to be using a kind of psychic domination. The thought made Linden's appetite stir. But for now, the swarm needed dealing with. Every Pudgy that entered the serpent den was ambushed without exception. Back then, the serpents had held off expeditionary forces for so long because of the Warren of Holes. They had ground the Pudges down in endless meat grinder battles. Now the beetles darted through those same tunnels even more fluidly than the serpents once had. The Pudges who entered fell into bitter combat. 200 strong, they relied on mushroom cannons and suicide blasts, but the beetles were endless. The swarms surged like a tide, pincers tearing into the Pudges' soft bodies as they pressed forward heedless of casualties. For once, Linden tasted what it felt like to be on the receiving end of human wave tactics. The cavern echoed with screams, explosions, the rasping grind of carapace. Then, all was silent. The battle ended far sooner than he'd expected. The fallen Pudges were chopped into pieces and dragged off, destination unknown. But even 200 hadn't sated the swarm. A moment later, the beetles surged from the den mouth like a breached dam, flooding outward, relying on their refractive stealth, perhaps. Too bad Linden had already switched to mana sense. Every single one was laid bare before his eyes. And outside the den, stripped of terrain advantage, charging the long-ranged Pudges head-on, at his command, the Pudges unleashed a storm of fire. The charge broke like waves against a cliff. A wall of death shredded the tide in minutes, leaving only shattered shells and purple blood pooling across the ground. Their gains, none. Louisa twitched a finger, drawing the spilled blood into her grasp. Each beetle held little, but gathered together it was worth using. She wouldn't drink it. Even among monsters, this purple ichor was one of the foulest to taste. The swarm was still vast, but after watching the vanguard annihilated, the survivors instantly withdrew, retreating in perfect order back into the tunnels. Swift, disciplined, clearly under unified command. The Pudges couldn't follow into the cramped maze. The beetles feared to face the fire outside. A stalemate? As if. Who would settle for deadlock with bugs? The chitin-armored hallucinogenic Pudges stepped forward, edging to the mouth of the den, pumping sweet sickly lavender spores into every passage and crack. Linden had already checked the status windows. Aside from cold resistance, the beetles' defenses were pitiful. They couldn't possibly withstand the toxins. The advance was slow, waiting for the spores to saturate the tunnels, but the effect was instant. Deeper and deeper, the fog crept, and beetles toppled into irresistible comas. A few tried desperate charges, but collapsed after only a few paces, overwhelmed by the thickening haze. Once the right counter was found, they were helpless. Linden drove the advance forward, mercilessly crushing the unconscious creatures. Each Pudgy had limited spores, so midway he paused, waiting for reinforcements of fresh hallucinogenic Pudges before pressing on. He'd expected the purge to take a full day, but in truth, the battle was already won. Before the next wave even deployed, the swarm chose to retreat under the smothering fog. They abandoned the serpent den entirely, dispersing through the tunnels like a receding tide. And Linden watched it all. His focus was never on the common swarm. It remained locked on the eye bug. He tracked it slipping into a side passage, gliding out of his senses altogether. He marked the direction carefully in his mind. Not all fled. Some were trapped in dead ends. When the eye bug left, they flailed in confusion before the spores overtook them. On their panels, the mental control effect had vanished. So yes, the eye bug was the one pulling their strings. Soon, the Pudges had cleansed the den, which had long since been emptied of serpents. Linden planned to send tumbler Pudges to reshape the place, collapse stray burrows, widen main routes for swarm deployment, build fire platforms at key choke points, turn it into a forward fortress. Unlike other caves, this one had terrain worth exploiting. As for next steps, he gave Piglet 2 days rest. Once the mycelium spread, they'd resume the great descent. And the Chiss? That, Linden would scout personally with Pudges. There was no better candidate. Eden might have been suitable, but he wasn't free to pull out. A being capable of controlling entire swarms through psychic domination. Linden still didn't know if it was man, demon, or monster. But after 2 encounters, it was close by, and it was dangerous. The 6-clawed beast, the army of beetles. If they struck one of his caves, 10 troglodytes and 100 Pudges wouldn't hold, which meant they could cut his supply lines. And they had cunning enough to do it. Letting such a threat linger near his mycelium? Impossible. He would track it down, destroy it if he could, seal it if not. And really, wasn't this exactly how humans viewed him? Aiden, do you know the Chiss? The sudden voice in his mind made Aiden freeze. It took a full 2 seconds before his taut nerves loosened again. Chiss. Aiden forced his thoughts to stay steady, raking his memory at high speed for the unfamiliar word. At last, He slowly shook his head. Sorry, boss, I've never heard of it. Sounds like the name of something or a place. A category of monsters. Lin Jun's voice answered again, firm and concise. If it's a monster, Aiden's thoughts immediately sharpened. The guild should have some records. I can try collecting information. Lin Jun considered, then declined. Chiss, 99% chance they weren't native to Amethyst Dungeon. If Aiden suddenly went digging, it would draw suspicion. After all, the humans were sending down some so-called expert team into the deep layers soon. If they ran into the Chiss and then noticed Aiden had mysteriously asked questions about them beforehand, how would he explain? Why would he have foreknowledge of changes in the deep? It could raise problems. And as Lin Jun's most critical eye in the guild, Aiden could not afford to risk exposure over this. Besides, the Chiss weren't yet important enough. When the voice faded from his mind, silence settled. Aiden did not move immediately. He sat in the same posture, staring at the tweezers in his hand as if studying their shape. The only sound was the fireplace crackling softly and faint bustle drifting from the distant market outside. 5 whole minutes passed before his shoulders sagged the tiniest fraction, as if breaking free from a heavy trance. No matter how many times he spoke with the master of Pugis, he still could not fully adapt to that uncanny method of communication. He picked up the tweezers again. Crafted from star metal wood heart, the tool had a natural affinity for magic flow, ideal for fine magical instruments or miniature formations. But Aiden had another use. He opened his left palm. Strands of white mycelium curled across his skin. 2 filaments twisted into a hard knot. Holding his breath, he pressed the cool, smooth tip of the star metal tweezers against it and pinched. The tangled knot snapped apart. With delicate care, he swapped the cut ends, aligning them neatly side by side. Then he touched the tips together, channeling a thread of magic down the tweezers. Bathed in mana, the filaments fused seamlessly, leaving no trace of the break. The knot was gone, the surface smooth, flawless. If left alone, the mycelium fused into his flesh would sprout haphazardly, forming lumps and ridges under the skin. Normally harmless, but if someone touched him, the strange texture would give him away. His illusions could trick the eye into seeing smooth skin, but they couldn't erase the feel of it. So, like a gardener, Aiden had to prune, reconnect, and smooth every strand of fungus again and again, so that even if someone brushed against him, they would feel nothing more than normal flesh. Knock, knock. Who is it? Mr. Aiden, the materials you requested are ready. You can pick them up from the storeroom anytime. A girl's voice answered through the door, bright and young. I know. I'll be right there. As soon as he finished speaking, Aiden raised his right hand. A soft, silvery glow bloomed from his palm, like moonlight flowing. He brushed it over his left hand. The fungal threads vanished without a trace. Perfect, unblemished hands, hands that could make artists weep, were revealed once more. Aiden opened the door. A young female clerk stood outside, register in her arms. Her cheeks flushed pink. When her eyes met his, she glanced away quickly, then shyly peeked back like a timid fawn. Aiden's lips carried their usual gentle smile, but inside, he sighed. Once, he would not have minded savoring love with such a girl. Now, touching another person was no different from courting death. A life of abstinence piled stress inside him. But when he saw the stockpile of materials, true joy welled up. President Fowl might have driven him into this wretched state. But to be fair, the young lord was generous with those who worked for him, never stingy with coin. Aiden had requested supplies, ostensibly to craft tools for the next operation. And when he checked, not only had nothing been cut back, he had been given 20% more than he asked for. There really is nothing money can't do, Aiden murmured. Of course, these weren't all for guild business. Part of the haul was cover. The main portion was for anti-detection tools. He couldn't risk bumping into some mage with a scrying spell and having all his secrets laid bare. Just as he hauled the crates into his room, someone else summoned him. This time it was 15. You're saying the reply came back? Aiden asked. 15 nodded. They're waiting for you to read it. It was Anana's reply. After writing that request for aid at Lin Jun's command, no answer had come for 10 long days, leaving him anxious. Now, finally a response. He entered the meeting hall. Sorlin was absent. The letter lay on the table, addressed to him, still sealed. Aiden didn't know what kind of woman Anna was, but since the request had been sent in his and the guild's name, with Lin Jun only hinted at, he assumed her answer would be discreet. Opening it, he relaxed halfway. There was no mention of Lin Jun. The whole letter spoke only of support. But as his eyes skimmed line by line, his brow furrowed deeper until his face nearly nodded. "What does it say?" Fal asked. "They'll send help. But what? By the Duke's approval, she herself will lead the aid force, and she will travel alongside the expert team." The letter makes special note. The leader of the expert team is Lord Elvian Slain, the Sword Saint. "My master," Fal and 15 cried out at once. "Where is it?" Sorlin's voice trembled with rare urgency. She hadn't been in the meeting hall when the letter arrived, because Maine had already pulled her out of the guild. Now, the two of them were weaving through the chaotic bustle of the free market. This was the playground of adventurers and petty merchants. The air reeked of leather, herbs, cheap tobacco, and sweat, while haggling and bragging rose in a constant din. "There!" Maine pointed toward a small stall tucked against the crowd's edge. The stallholder was a weasel-faced man, flanked on either side by two grim church warriors. Sorlin's eyes swept over the messy jumble of scrap. Then her breath caught. At the edge of a heap of broken bronze lay a plain silver pendant. Her pendant, like a fallen star, lost and found again. Recently, more and more of the church warriors' stripped gear had been surfacing here. The humiliated men had no choice but to scavenge through stalls daily, buying back armor they couldn't even be sure was truly theirs. Today, while digging through a pile of junk, two such warriors had stumbled on a pendant containing a tiny photo. Recognizing it at once, they had guarded the stall like hawks and sent word to Sorlin at once. Her hands trembled as she picked up the pendant, opening it to reveal the familiar photograph. She had thought it lost forever. Yet now, how much? Sorlin pressed down her surging emotions and fixed her gaze on the stallholder. No matter that it was stolen, the pendant's ownership now rested in the vendor's filthy hands. The man's eyes gleamed. Glancing at the two stern warriors and Sorlin's obvious desperation, he grinned greedily and raised one finger. "Flat price. 10 gold coins. You greedy cur." The outrageous demand hit the church warriors like a spark to powder. One step forward, eyes blazing. "A silver pendant, and you dare ask 10 gold? You're courting trouble." The vendor quailed slightly at the man's presence, but the hunger in his eyes only grew. He snatched the pendant back, clutching it to his chest, and deliberately raised his voice, sharp enough to cut through the market's din. "TCH. Now, lords, don't say that. A deal's a deal. Value depends on the buyer. And besides," his eyes flicked to the holy sigils on the warriors' chests, his tone mocking as he shouted, "This is honest trade. No tricks, no lies. Free exchange. By the great light God, surely the Holy Church wouldn't break the market's sacred rules." His words rang out, emphasizing free trade, and church drew a crowd at once. Adventurers gathered, pointing and murmuring, "You bastard." The insult stoked the warrior's rage until veins bulged at his temples. His hand went to his sword. The vendor staggered back in fright. Just then, Sorlin's hand clamped firmly onto his arm. Her face was cold as ice, but her eyes were calm. Without sparing the vendor a glance, or acknowledging the crowd, she untied a heavy leather purse from her belt. From it, she counted out 10 gold coins. The vendor's eyes lit like a wolf's. He snatched them up with claws quick as lightning, clutching the gleaming discs in both hands. His wrinkled face blossomed into a disgusting grin, bowing low as he held the pendant out. A true lady of fortune. Here you are." Sorlin ignored him. She took the chain delicately, lifting it from his hand. The cold metal pressed in her palm, the familiar weight trembling with the echo of survival. She didn't close her fingers. Instead, she lowered her head, eyes tracing the tiny photograph, and sighed. fingertip brushing the two young, smiling faces with infinite tenderness. And at last, her lips curved into a complicated smile. What do you mean, the Sword Saint is coming to my home? Fight the Sword Saint? Are you kidding? Of course, Aiden relayed the news to Linden. And in the dungeon, one particular mushroom trembled in place. He had only wanted to lure over the pink pudges for a simple operation. How had this escalated into running alongside an expert team? But after a moment, Linden reconsidered. Sword Saint? He'd actually seen him before. That time, the man had only noticed the scout Pudgy without destroying it. What did that mean? It meant he wasn't some master of detection, not the kind who could pierce illusions at a glance and cry, "You're no human." For all Linden knew, Aiden himself might end up in charge of reconnaissance. So long as Linden's true body stayed far away, there should be no danger. Sword Saint or not, he was still a swordsman, not a mage. He wouldn't carve up all the fungal carpet like a farmer tilling a field, right? At worst, Linden would lose a few pudges. And with the whole dungeon's fungal network fully laid, cutting the carpet was only shaving the skin. The roots were untouchable. More importantly, this didn't interfere with his plans. All he needed was the pink pudgy's cooperation. The strength of the escort didn't matter. His thoughts shifted. Sword Saint, one of humanity's peak warriors. How strong was he? He'd already tested an LV-61 disciple of the Sword Saint. Very strong, yes, but not invincible. Not beyond reach. So what about the master himself? Less than 10 levels higher? Aiden could recite battle honors until dawn, slaying demon lords, triumphs beyond count. But none of that meant as much as Linden testing the steel himself. He had no illusions. If he lost, so be it. But only by crossing blades could he know where he truly stood in this world. The thought stirred something. TCH. He was actually looking forward to it. Still, the expert team wouldn't arrive for another half-month. Before that, Linden intended to clean up his own backyard. An invisible scout Pudgy clung upside down to a jagged ridge of stone. Across the cavern, something vast yawned open. The largest, most savage rift Linden had seen since the demon tide itself. It tore through the rock like a gaping maw, its edges flickering with unnatural light, exhaling waves of killing frost. All before the Pudgy lay frozen solid. Linden hesitated. Should he push the Pudgy closer through the deadly cold? Before he could decide, a massive eye creature drifted soundlessly from the depths of the rift. Its monstrous gaze fixed instantly on the hidden Pudgy above. A pale beam lanced across the cavern, striking the scout squarely. In a heartbeat, the Pudgy froze stiff, its translucent body turning gray, brittle stone. It dropped from the rock, and on impact shattered into lifeless fragments. Linden only had time to glimpse its status. Race, Chiss, Evil Eye. Level, LV-50. How had the rift already grown so large? If it widened much further, it would rival the one seen during the demon tide. The slime-sealed fissure was expanding too. What had once been fist-sized was now nearly half again as wide. Thankfully, the two-colored slime plugging it was massive enough to hold for quite some time. But Linden worried about one disaster piling onto another until the entire deep zone turned into some battle royale where no one emerged the winner. The Chiss Rift was located only 3 caverns away from the old Serpent Den, now the Pudgy Fortress. Not too close, not too far, just within a tense watch distance. After the Chiss suffered losses in the Serpent Den, their activity paths had clearly shifted, steering around the spread of fungal carpets, almost as though they feared the Pudges. Still, Linden probed the area with scout Pudges. It was easier than expected. The caverns the Chiss had cleansed were unervingly empty. Their foraging was absolute. Nothing survived, not even moss or lichen. Bare, lifeless stone was all that remained. Following this barren trail, Linden found a rift within days. The first scout Pudgy had been slain instantly, but he dispatched a second and third to circle the area. The reports were grim. The Chiss were conducting a vast, bloody hunt across the deep zone. Relentless butchers, they gathered flesh, plants, even magic crystals, carting them back to their nest. And he saw their baggage wagons, a new subspecies, Chis clodbeasts. These creatures had 8 short, thick, calloused legs supporting a massive, stable body. Most grotesque was their enormous stomach sacs, dragging the ground and swelling with a slow, gurgling rhythm. Their heads resembled giant vacuum cleaners. With a resonant whum, they devoured anything, shredded meat, cracked carapaces, even dirt and stones tainted with nutrients, sucking it all into their sacs. Once full, they lumbered back toward the rift. They were always escorted, since the clodbeasts themselves had no means of defense. Linden's expansion was a kind of cultivation, spreading life and order through each cavern. Where he conquered, fungal carpets bloomed, mushrooms sprouted, pudges darted, and stable ecosystems thrived. The Chis were the opposite, a race of locusts, stripping and defiling everything. They didn't even seem to relocate their nest, only to loot everything within reach of the rift. They avoided dangerous caverns, those with strong monsters, magma flows, or fungal carpets. Ironically, thanks to their cleansing, the pressure of wild monster incursions on Linden's frontier had dropped significantly. Had the rift been 7 or 8 caverns away, he might have ignored it. Their supply lines would have limited their reach. But 3 caverns was far too close. A raid could come at any time. Still, bottling them up would not be easy. The coal near the rift was deadly. Even his LV-5 cold resistance, gained from beetle feast evolutions, only allowed barely functioning near it. True resilience would take LV-6 or LV-7. That meant only one thing: feeding off Chis themselves to evolve further. The fungal carpet began to creep in 2 ways: above-ground spread and underground burrowing pudges seeding spores in tunnel webs. But it wasn't time for a decisive battle. He couldn't stall the expedition just for this threat. He had only about 600 pudges to work with. With limited forces, his eyes fell on the weakest link, the Chis baggage train. In a cavern strung with webs, reptilian Chis warriors hacked down anchor points, collapsing webbing and the corpses tangled within. Below, a dozen clodbeasts sucked it all up with hideous gurgles. Their web-weaving owners had been slaughtered yesterday. Overhead floated a football-sized eye beast, scanning in restless circles. Suddenly, its eyes snapped wide. A silent signal rippled through the cavern and beyond. The pudges were here. The clodbeasts froze, then began their ponderous retreat toward the rift. Their escorts rushed the other way, toward the tunnels, to seize choke points. Last time had taught them well. Pudges were lethal at range. They had to force close combat around corners and cover. Too slow. Scaled, ball-rolling pudges barreled into their ranks and exploded in flawless succession. Shrapnel scales shredded dozens of Chis like grenades, crippling them even if not killing outright. The charge faltered, the formation tightening too much. Fatal against enemies with suicide troops. Linden struck at once. Pudges rolled into firing positions. Mushroom cannons thundered. Within 3 volleys, few Chis guards still stood. The clodbeasts were barely into the tunnel, helpless, lumbering prey. The eye beast tried to flee, its body rippling into invisibility. But Linden's mana sense and sonic detection pinned it clearly. Bat pudges launched upward, trailing vapor bursts. Half spiraled out of control, but 4 reached their mark. 4 explosions tore it apart. For all its level 30+ rating, the creature had pitiful health. 2 pudges could have downed it. For left nothing but drifting fungus ash. With their guardian gone, the clodbeasts huddled together, trembling, while the pudges advanced. But then, sonic pulses revealed something massive lumbering from the Chis nest toward the cavern. Round, yet not an eye insect, its body was about the size of a hot air balloon. Linden easily guessed what it was, the evil eye he had encountered last time. He glanced at his own forces. It was called a 600 pudges army, but in truth nearly 100 of them were cattle horse pudges. After all, the goal wasn't just to kill enemies, but to transport corpses back for decomposition. Now, there were fewer than 500 pudges left. Could they defeat a LV-50 monster? Linden honestly thought they could. The eye insect had been so fragile. Since this evil eye also looked like an eyeball, It probably didn't have much HP either, right? And this time, his Pugis lineup was diverse. There were exploding rollers, flying bombers, artillery Pugis, and even a variant that spat digestive mucus. Even if the Evil Eye's ray attack could instantly wipe out a row of Pugis, there should still be enough time for the rest to deal damage. The Pugis didn't have to wait long. Though the Evil Eye floated as it moved, its speed wasn't slow at all. Soon it entered the cavern. The moment it came within mana perception range, Linden pulled up its panel. Level, LV50. Sure enough, it was the same one as last time. HP, 1480. So large, yet with so little HP. Truly a glass cannon monster. As soon as it entered the cavern, the Pugis spread out and charged. From experience, the Evil Eye's range far exceeded that of the Pugis. This time, it was their turn to launch a full assault. Leading the charge were Bat Pugis and Rolling Exploders. The Evil Eye halted at a distance. Facing the surging army, its huge pupil suddenly dilated to the extreme. Petrification Ray LV8. The nearest Bat Pugis and Rolling Exploders were struck at once. Gray-white stone blotches instantly spread across their bodies. Although the petrification wasn't as rapid as the scouting Pugis death from before, even partial stiffening during a high-speed charge was fatal. In an instant, out-of-control Pugis either crashed violently against jagged rock walls, shattering into pieces, or tore themselves apart as they tumbled and skidded. The suicide unit was annihilated in a single strike. Ironically, the artillery Pugis who hadn't closed the distance yet were completely unaffected. It seemed that such wide-range attacks weakened both the petrification's power and range. Still, Linden didn't dare let the Pugis get any closer. If the enemy had such mid-range area attacks, numbers would be meaningless. It was better to sacrifice accuracy and attempt ultra-long-range bombardment. Linden ordered the Pugis to fire from their current positions. At nearly 500 meters, even with precision buff and such a massive target, the hit rate was pitiful. Uncertain of the exact reach of the Evil Eye's wide attack, Linden could only order continuous bombardment. Any chip damage was better than none. But a few lucky shells finally crossed the distance and seemed about to strike the massive eyeball, only to be stopped at the last instant by an invisible shield of mana. They merely stirred faint ripples before vanishing. The Evil Eye was unharmed. Linden had no choice but to re-examine its skills. Skills: Petrification Ray LV8, Mana Shield LV8, Cold Resistance LV8, Mana Perception LV7. Mana Shield? The enormous, I drifted closer, now within 300 meters. More and more shells were landing true. But aside from raising fruitless ripples, none inflicted damage. Artillery Pugis were useless. Linden considered trying digestive mucus instead, but that required much closer range. At that moment, the Evil Eye released another petrification ray. Under the pallid light, Pugis turned to stone en masse. Even dozen or so insects were caught as well. Clearly, this attack couldn't distinguish between friend and foe, much like Linden's infrasound attack. Before long, the cavern was filled with hundreds of silent, stony figures. The ambush force Linden had set wasn't completely wiped out yet. 3 Bat Pugis survived. Some had hidden behind rocks, some behind other Pugis. The petrification ray clearly couldn't penetrate obstacles. As the Evil Eye stopped its attack, thinking itself victorious, 3 shadows burst out like arrows from the dark. Afterburner Jet. One lost control mid-flight and smashed into the ground, self-destructing. But 2 others pressed on. In a panic, the Evil Eye managed to glare once, petrifying one in midair, but the last Bat Pugis struck home. It tried to lash out with its drifting tendrils, but the Pugis detonated early. The mana shield rippled violently, but unlike when deflecting artillery shells, it barely held. Like a firecracker exploding right beside its eye, the blast nearly knocked the Evil Eye from the air. The glow in its pupil dimmed noticeably. Though it lost less than a sixth of its HP, the Evil Eye dared not advance further. Its huge body twisted in panic and retreated down the dark tunnel at even greater speed, vanishing beyond Lin Jun's perception. A draw then. Chi's transport team was annihilated, and Lin Jun's ambush unit was gone too. Still, much was learned. Lin Jun now understood the evil eye's attack pattern. As for its mana shield, it seemed highly effective against magic-based attacks, but noticeably weaker against physical strikes. With that knowledge, he could plan targeted strategies next time, but that wasn't the real issue. This was the first enemy capable of wiping out vast numbers of cannon fodder Pudges. Even 15 could only shred within 10 meters. This Evil Eye's area attack radius was nearly 300 meters. The result was simple. Lin Jun's Pudgy swarm tactics were invalid. After some thought, Lin Jun decided to strengthen the Pudge's basic attributes and specialize them. First, to counter the Evil Eye, he needed Pudges sturdy enough to block its gaze. He thought of fatty Pudges. Their bulk made them suitable as cover for others. But just being large and tough wasn't enough. Strength had to be raised too, or else they'd be too slow. To resist petrification, Lin Jun considered adding rock-eating or chitinous shell. The former would form a thick, rocky armor. Surely a petrification ray couldn't petrify rock armor, right? As for chitinous shell, Lin Jun wasn't sure if it could resist petrification, but the shell would be far lighter than rock, saving plenty of stats. He also equipped them with the rarely used Magic Resistance LV6. Petrification should count as a magic attack, after all. Finally, there was the human-derived skill, Heavy Armor Mastery LV5, which boosted defense and reduced the hindrance of heavy armor. Essential for any tank. On that foundation, Lin Jun planned to create variants, some with artillery, some with spore emission, and even some with self-destruction. Fifth floor, the Mushroom Forest. A towering 3-meter-tall heavy armor Pudgy appeared, clad in scales, covered again with a thick layer of rock armor, and even able to breathe poisonous mist. It carried 50 points of constitution and 30 points of strength, making its dazzling debut. Worth noting, to save on skills, the rock armor wasn't self-generated. Instead, another fatty Pudgy used rock eating to grow it, and then the armor was stripped off and transferred. Of course, this process involved peeling off a layer of mycelium from the donor fatty Pudgy, but it could regrow, so it wasn't a big problem. Among the heavy armor Pudgy's possible variants, Mushroom Artillery was the first Lin Jun eliminated. The issue was the sheer number of support skills required. The cost was too high, and the stat distribution leaned toward intelligence, which didn't fit the heavy armor Pudgy's role at all. Illusion Spores were a better match, at least not restricted by attributes. Actually, the most synergistic would have been Self-Destruct. The higher the constitution, the stronger the explosion. But these heavy armor Pudges were meant to be tanks. Behind them were all the damage dealers. If one blew itself up, wouldn't that cause massive friendly fire? As for why this heavy armor Pudgy was created on the 5th floor instead of deeper down, it was because Lin Jun needed Gray to help test its defense. This one wasn't equipped with Magic Resistance LV6, but with Physical Resistance LV7. Gray, wake up, don't sleep anymore. You. Inside a room glittering with silver scales, Gray's head poked out from a pile of glass beads. She dazedly blinked for a long time before realizing her boss was calling. She carefully tried to wriggle her body free from the pile, but even though she moved lightly, there came 2 criss-crack sounds. Holding 2 crushed beads in her claws, Gray's expression visibly sank. Lin Jun sighed helplessly. Ever since the room had been filled with collected glass beads, Gray went through this every morning. Normally, he'd let her mope until she calmed down, but today he needed the test. So, Gray, come help. Finish this, and I'll give you a ruby. At once her sadness vanished. Her golden eyes lit up brighter. A gem. She knew those were shinier and prettier than glass beads, like the pair hanging as earrings from her tail scales. Too bad gems were much harder to find. Usually only her boss had them. Though she stopped crying, she still buried the 2 broken beads in a little pit beside her mushroom hut, then hurried to the clearing as ordered. The heavy armor Pudgy, with its thick rocky plating, was twice her height. Side by side, it looked like it could kick her flying with one step. Gray, hit it! Hit! Pudgy! Gray was puzzled. Though she loved eating pudges, she never hit them. They were too fragile. A single touch could break them. Yes, hit that pudgy in front of you with all your strength, and you'll get a ruby. Still confused, but since her boss said so, she obediently raised her not-so-small claw, drawing her body taut like a bow. Linden was confident. In terms of defense, this pudgy outclassed even a knight. After all, knights didn't wrap themselves in a layer of rock armor. And this armor wasn't ordinary stone. It was grown by rock-eating LV8, incredibly dense and durable. With scales and resistance on top, it could even withstand a barrage of artillery pudges for quite some time. Even Gray's full-strength blows should take several hits. A shadow flashed. Boom! The 3-meter-tall, heavy armor pudgy, together with its indestructible rock armor, exploded completely as if packed with dynamite, without the slightest warning. Dust and smoke filled the air. Fragments of rock and pudgy rained down like hail, shattered beyond repair. Well, you didn't need to go that hard. This time it was Linden's turn to want to cry. Wait, was his strongest defense really this fragile? Were level 60s always this terrifying? Gray stood in the wreckage, claws rubbing together nervously. Can I have the gem? Yes, yes, yes. A nearby pudgy presented a sparkling ruby. Gray happily took both pudgy and gem, hugging them back to her nest. Linden noticed one of the black scales on her paw was slightly askew, with a tiny thread of blood. Checking her status, it showed she had lost a few drops of HP, though it immediately regenerated. So, was that really a full power strike, just barely enough to break through? That made him feel a bit better. At least this costly unit wasn't as weak as trash mobs. Otherwise, the mana investment would have been wasted. Meanwhile, in the deep layers, just as Linden deployed 20 heavy armor pudges, news arrived from the front. Boss, we lost. Piggy, covered in dust and dirt, staggered back to the forward base in the snake lair with barely 100 pudges left. Behind them, Cheese, fierce pursuit pressed close. But the snake lair was no longer the same. After relentless remodeling by the pudges, the once twisting narrow natural maze had been turned into a death fortress. Corridors were reinforced, filled with hidden artillery slits and lethal crossfire points. Exploding pudges were buried beneath the floors, while illusion pudges lurked in the ceilings, ready to unleash toxic fog. Reinforced by 100 defenders already stationed inside, Louisa relied on fortifications to finally halt Cheese, advance, and with reinforcements arriving, repel the attack. Boss. Louisa, now a defeated general, knelt with head bowed, obedient and quiet. Behind her stood 5 heavy armor pudges who had rushed in as emergency support. But Linden didn't blame Piggy this time. It truly hadn't been her fault. The expedition force had been fighting dungeon beasts when Cheese suddenly ambushed from a rear passage, catching them completely off guard. This time it wasn't just one unit type. It was a mixed force led by an evil eye. In addition to beetles and 6 clawed types, Linden even saw many other kinds of cheese. The evil eye's presence was a calamity for the pudges. Wave after wave of cannon fodder turned into stone. Louisa tried to assassinate it, but Cheese, fearless soldiers blocked her path with flesh and blood. Her closest attempt came when she used the terrain and, under the cover of several self-detonating pudges, carved a bloody path through, closing to within 100 meters of the evil eye. She condensed the blood of slain Cheese into a violet spear and hurled it at the evil eye. But the mana shield held for a crucial moment. That lethal strike ended up piercing only the tip of a flailing tentacle. The assassination failed. The pudgy army was decimated. Louisa barely managed to retreat with the survivors under relentless pursuit. These Cheese, after suffering a setback, rushed eagerly for revenge. What they didn't know was Linden had only planned to use 600 pudges in small-scale raids in the deep layers, keeping the main expedition undisturbed. But since Cheese, had directly attacked the expedition force, then the scale of this war would be raised to the maximum. Cheers, times 4. Horn, Old Hammer, Amy, and Noah sat around a tavern table at the break of dawn. The murky light of morning hadn't yet dispelled the shadows of last night, and already their feast of chaos began, with cups and dishes scattered in disarray. As the first party to discover the joy of the Pudgy lottery, they had lingered between the 4th and 5th floors of the dungeon for 2 whole days. Only when their packs could no longer hold even a trinket did they reluctantly return to the surface. Without question, they were the biggest winners of this craze. The next best were groups like Vera's, the second wave of adventurers who had joined in later. They had managed to grab a share, but nothing compared to this foursome. Over 200 gold coins. Split 4 ways, it was more profit than most adventurers earned risking their lives in the dungeon. And what do adventurers do with money? Other than Noah, who stashed most of her share away, the other 3 plunged headlong into revelry. At the Rotten Willow Tavern, they no longer drank swill but enjoyed the rich aroma of true mulled ale. After several rounds, with cups clinking, Old Hammer picked his teeth, then squinted and jerked his chin toward Horn. "Hey, Horn, remember, when you were drawing that time, did you pull out a silver pendant?" "Well, what pendant?" The strong ale had already slurred Horn's tongue. His eyes were hazy as he struggled through the fog of memory. "The one that Sly Bark took off your hands afterward," Old Hammer prompted, sipping again. Horn had drawn a mountain of trinkets and junk jewelry. How could he recall specifics? But the name Bark rang a bell. That was the peddler who had bought up a pile of their baubles. "Oh, right, something like that. So what about it?" Horn tilted his head drunkenly. "That pendant," Amy cut in, voice tinged with dismay, "belonged to Captain Solarine of Judgment Wing. Bark had the guts to resell it back to its original owner. They say he got 10 gold coins for it." Bark had loudly advertised at the time, attracting protective attention, but also spreading the rumor far and wide. 10 gold. Horn nearly spat his ale. Eyes bulging, he stared blankly before waving a dismissive hand. "He's bold, good for him. I wouldn't dare charge that price to the church. But here's the thing." Old Hammer set down his cup, drumming his fingers on the table, lowering his voice with a trace of mystery. "Bark hasn't been seen in days." "What do you mean?" Horn's drunken haze cleared a little. Old Hammer shrugged, eyes scanning the table. "Exactly what I said. I asked around where he usually hangs out. Everyone says he hasn't been seen lately." "You mean the church?" Amy's brows knitted, voice tinged with doubt. Noah, quiet until now, suddenly looked up, brows furrowed tight. Her tone was unusually stern as she cut in. "The church would never do such a thing." Her voice wasn't loud, but her conviction was unshakable. Even as an apprentice priestess, Noah couldn't allow anyone to slander the church. Old Hammer glanced at her blankly. "I never said it was the church. He could have left Yaffing Town on his own, out of guilt." A brief silence fell over the table, broken only by the clinking of cups and the tavern's distant murmur. Amy cleared her throat, breaking the tension, steering the talk elsewhere. "Speaking of, did you hear? There've been fewer sightings of Pudges in the dungeon lately. Feels like something's about to happen." Of course something was happening, but deep in the dungeon. In Cave 4, a not yet matured spore tree stood at the center of the mycelium carpet, sheltering 10 troglodyte guards. Now, only 8 remained. When Cheese, 6-clawed beasts crept in, even though Lin Jun spotted them immediately, 2 clueless troglodytes, caveman humanoids, were still slain in the ambush. The survivors retreated with Pudges into the spore tree, using the natural fortress to hold off the advancing beetles. But the spore tree wasn't fully grown. Its walls lacked hardness. The 6-clawed monsters clawed madly at the wooden walls, splinters flying. It was about to break through. Above, a bat streaked through the air, not toward the melee, but chasing an eye insect lurking at the edge of the passage. Sensing danger, several long-tailed cheese hurled stones at the bat. It weaved between the missiles unharmed. The eye insect tried to flee, but too late. The bat plunged, and Madare Louisa appeared, blood twining around her arm. With the force of her fall, She crushed the fragile eye insect in one strike, purple ichor splattering. The cheese assault collapsed into chaos. Reinforcements of Pudgis arrived from nearby caverns, swarming and slaughtering the disoriented enemy. Afterward, troglodytes, caveman humanoids, and Pudgis worked together, tossing corpses onto the mycelium carpet for decomposition. Linden decided to reward the most alert, quickest reacting troglodyte by strengthening it with a skill. Nothing too much, just enough to stand out among its kin. Elsewhere, a Pudgy squad ambushed a cheese supply convoy, swiftly killing 8 beasts of burden and their guards. But when they slit open the swollen bellies, instead of supplies, heavy stones rolled out. A trap. By the time they realized, it was too late. From 3 tunnels, cheese forces surged like a tide, drowning the 300-strong ambush team in moments. The 20-plus interconnected caves between Linden and cheese had become a slaughterhouse. Offense and defense switched back and forth in a grisly tug-of-war. The battlefield was scoured bare. Aside from scattered fungal strands, no other monsters remained. Now that war had escalated fully, Linden had to acknowledge cheese intelligence. Not only could they ambush, they possessed terrifying learning ability. The same trap never worked twice. In fact, they'd reused tactics against him. This most recent annihilation, luring with a decoy convoy, was a move they'd stolen directly from Linden. It had become a cycle. Cheese, learning Linden's strategies, Linden absorbing cheese skills, mainly cold resistance and optical invisibility. The eye insect scouting skills were useful too, but too rare to level much. What he really coveted were the evil eye skills. But so far, he hadn't found a chance to bring it down. Not that the heavy armor Pudgis weren't strong. They were. But Linden deliberately withheld them from this tug-of-war. They weren't exactly slow, but nowhere near quick enough to chase a floating evil eye. If cheese ever realized heavy armor Pudgis were hard to beat, their intelligence would ensure the evil eye was pulled back immediately. After that, they'd likely shift into annoying guerrilla harassment. Linden didn't have the time for that. He was waiting for one decisive battle, a trap that would ensnare the evil eye and a massive cheese force with no escape. And that decisive battle was almost ready. In Cave 8, connected to the frontline base, a colossal mushroom rose skyward, its cap nearly brushing the cavern roof. It glowed faintly with steady bioluminescence, the unquestioned core of the space. From its base, Pudgis marched out one by one, like soldiers shaped by an assembly line. Each emerged, gathered swiftly into orderly ranks, and was dispatched to other caves to clash with the cheese. The cave's defenses were airtight. Patrol Pudgis paced back and forth along every corridor, while the air was thick with bat Pudgis, wings fluttering as they scouted every corner. An eye insect with optical invisibility LV7 tried its utmost to conceal itself, but several bat Pudgis still drove it into a dead end, sensing its presence. The next moment, they swarmed it. A sharp explosion later, only a smoking lump of flesh remained. This had happened repeatedly over the past 2 days. The cheese were relentless, dispatching scouts again and again, desperate for intelligence. And today, they finally succeeded. While that explosion drew away most bat Pudgis, another eye insect slipped through a narrow gap in the defenses. It infiltrated Cave 8 undetected. And what it saw? The unprecedented gigantic mushroom, endlessly producing Pudgis. Though the infiltrator was soon hunted down, the cheese had obtained the critical information they needed. This mushroom nest was the key they had been seeking, the decisive point to turn the entire war. Under their unified will, the cheese swiftly mobilized their forces. The evil eye, a natural counter to Pudgis, was of course included. Paths to Cave 8 were limited. The neighboring snake lair had already been fortified into a fortress of death by Pudgis. The cheese had learned firsthand how hard it was to crack during the earlier chase. The adjacent Cave 7 was a bustling hub with streams of Pudgy traffic. Entering there would mean direct confrontation with Pudgy main forces. Other passages toward the cheese controlled zone were all tightly patrolled. A forced breakthrough was possible, but would expose the attack, summoning Pudgy reinforcements from surrounding caves and turning the ambush into a pitched battle. The cheese wanted none of that. Their goal was clear: concentrate their strength, strike the weak point, and crush the Pudgy production nest in a single blow. Once the Pudgis lost reinforcements, they could be slowly consumed and erased. As for an all-out war, not worth it. Not because they feared defeat, but because the cost was too great. Low-tier beetles could reproduce in days, but mid-tier breeds like insects, six claws, and beasts of burden took months to mature. That had once been their advantage. Against the Pudgis' endless mushroom spawn, it had become a disadvantage. Look at the giant mushroom, spitting out soldier after soldier without pause. Not to mention the resource losses from harvesting corpses. No, the cheese wanted the fastest end to this war of attrition, so they chose to flank. The insect's report revealed a weakness. While the Pudgis concentrated nearly all patrols on the front-facing cheese border, the rear was sparsely defended. Surely the Pudgis never expected them to circle wide and strike from behind? To cloak their true move, the cheese even sent small detachments to harass other caves, sacrificial pawns meant to confuse and distract. Meanwhile, their main force marched in secret, curving wide in an enormous arc. They even clashed twice with wild monsters blocking their way, but forced their path through. Now, after hardship, the fruit of victory was within reach. The cheese advanced to the mouth of the rear passage. Just as startled Pudgy sentries spotted them, the defenders fired desperately to block the entrance. But it was too late. The evil ice surged to the front. Its pale petrification ray instantly froze the hastily gathered Pudgis into statues. Six claws fanned out, charging into the ranks of oncoming Pudgis, preventing them from massing together. Scattered, Pudgis posed little threat. Behind them, the cheese army poured in like a flood, charging straight for the colossal mushroom. Claws, acid, fangs, layer by layer they ripped at the mushroom's base, tearing it apart. Finally, the innermost structure was exposed. A cheese lashed out eagerly, claws shredding the last fibrous barrier. Clang. Its talons snapped. Through the gap appeared 10 titanic Pudgis clad in heavy rock armor. These heavy armor Pudgis were nearly impervious. Even the fiercest six claws could barely scratch their shells. Their steps shook the ground. Smaller cheese were crushed underfoot. From cracks in their stone plating, clouds of hallucinogenic spores poured forth, flooding the battlefield's heart in a cloying violet miasma. Several six claws combined their strength, finally ripping away one heavy armor Pudgy's outer rock shell. But instead of tender mycelium, beneath gleamed another dense layer of scales, shining coldly. The evil eye swung its gaze, petrifying ray zeroing in on the breach. The effect spread, but under magic resistance LV6 and 50 points of constitution, it crawled forward agonizingly slow. By the time that Pudgy was half petrified and toppled, countless cheese had already collapsed, unable to escape the choking spore cloud. Realizing the danger, the cheese army tried to break through, not retreating, but charging further ahead. They had spent nearly all supplies circling here. The only way home was to punch straight through Cave 8 to their territory. Abandoning the heavy armor Pudgis, they were too slow anyway. The cheese surged forward, but halfway through, they found their path blocked. From nearly every passage connected to Cave 8, Pudgis appeared, and in every group, heavy armor Pudgis stood at the front like walking fortress walls. Welcome to the decisive battle, stupid bugs. How could the Chiss know how much effort Linden had spent, how many elaborate performances he had staged, just to lure them into this trap within a jar? The mycelium carpet already allowed him to sense all stealth units, yet he had to painstakingly act as though only a handful of scout pudges could detect them by luck. He had deliberately revealed the mushroom factory, yet carefully paced it, ensuring the chiss wouldn't find it too easily, lest suspicion be aroused. And then he had waited patiently for days, until the prey walked straight into the trap. Truthfully, even Linden was a little surprised the chiss had chosen a wide flanking maneuver, rather than the short, easy route he had expected. But their detour had already been spotted midway by dispersed mycelium scouts. The supposed delay in assembling his army was nothing but bait to lure them deeper. Now, it was harvest time. No fewer than 50 heavy armor pudges, drained from Linden's resources, were gathered here. Norris' modification project had even been put on hold. He now lay like frozen meat on a bed of mycelium, waiting for later processing. Facing the encirclement of pudges, the chiss naturally fought with desperation. The evil eye tried firing petrification ray, but its beams were blocked. Cave 8 was already a maze of jagged rocks and mushroom trees crafted by Linden, the terrain complex. There, heavy armor pudges became vast moving shields, weaving between cover. Each time, they escorted groups of 10 pudges forward, steadily pressing the chiss army into tighter quarters. The chiss weren't without ranged attacks, stones, poison darts, acid sprays. But against the heavy armor pudges, purpose-built for defense, these attacks were like tickling. Even scratching their rocky shells was difficult. Effective damage required melee assault. Yet, whenever Six Claws charged recklessly, crossfire from hidden pudges tore them apart with brutal efficiency. Wave after wave fell. After heavy losses, the chiss had managed to destroy only 4 heavy armor pudges, a trivial cost. As the battle closed to within 200 meters, Linden unleashed full bombardment. Using terrain and heavy armor pudges as cover, he launched a firestorm to butcher the chiss. Amidst the chaos, one heavy armor pudgy stumbled forward, pushing alone into the front line. It stopped directly beneath the evil eye, which was busy swiveling its gaze, petrifying distant pudges. The chiss ignored it. Without artillery support, its damage output was low. Then, the heavy armor pudgy exploded. With 50 constitution, its self-destruct blast dwarfed that of ordinary suicide pudges. Its massive rocky cap was blasted skyward, propelled like a cannonball. It smashed through the evil eye's mana shield and embedded itself in the enormous, fragile eyeball. The critical strike broke the evil eye's defenses, and then a dozen artillery pudgy shells rained down in unison, obliterating the giant creature in an instant. The evil eye fell. The battle collapsed. With their greatest threat gone, the pudges no longer needed to hide, unleashing their full firepower. Worse for the chiss, the evil eye wasn't just their main weapon. It was the psychic link holding their forces together. Without it, the army devolved into chaos, then into corpses littering the ground. As usual, cleanup fell to the ever-dutiful cattle horse pudges. This time, besides the mountain of chiss remains, they also had to dismantle the giant mushroom itself. The hollow decoy had consumed mana merely to sustain its form. With its purpose served, there was no need for it anymore. Not only had Linden eliminated the evil eye, he had gained a mountain of corpses. With them, cold resistance could surely be raised to LV7. Once heavy armor pudges stood at the rift, the chiss would be blocked from interfering in his expedition. At the cavern's edge, Louisa, part of the reserve force, hadn't even joined the fight. Yet as she watched the battle unfold, she swallowed hard. She was a diamond-ranked vampire, forged through countless battles. But outside the dungeon, the largest conflicts she had seen were small-scale skirmishes. Commanding 1,000 pudges against monsters had already seemed overwhelming to her. Today, she had witnessed thousands of pudges clashing with the chiss army, an evil eye among them. The scale hammered her heart with awe, and she had seen the heavy armor pudges with her own eyes, felt their overwhelming presence. She understood clearly. Her boss pudges were evolving at astonishing speed. A burning thought sprouted. Would she one day command such an army herself? Could she lead them beyond the underground, back to the surface, under the moonlight? And with one gesture, unleash a war of such scale, such bloodshed, such intoxicating madness? The idea thrilled her, but also chilled her. She feared. She feared her stagnant strength could never keep pace with the evolving Pudgis. Feared the day her boss would deem her useless, discarding her in some shadowy corner, left to be overtaken by mushrooms, rotting in silence. She was a vampire. No other race would accept her. So long had passed since her mission's failure. If she returned to the Empire, they would surely inspect her, discover her fusion with mycelium. She had nowhere else to go. If she didn't want to live in hiding, she could only follow him. At least the Pudgis didn't reject vampires. But the curse of her bloodline capped her level at 50. Unlike Norris, her boss had shown no intent to rebuild her. She understood. She wasn't one of his own Pudgis, but merely a prisoner. Louise's fingers curled tight. She had to claim some monumental achievement, and with it demand a method to grow stronger. Elsewhere, unaware of her turmoil, Linden basked in victory until he froze. His perception picked up a faintly familiar signal entering the mycelium carpet around Yaffing Town. MM. A sudden muffled gasp made the middle-aged man leading the cavalry turn back. "Inanna, what's wrong?" His voice carried both concern and confusion. "And no, it's nothing, Uncle Elvian." Inanna forced composure, though her pale fingers tightened unconsciously on the reins. Just a sudden shiver. "It's fine now." Her lips pressed thin, thighs clamping around her gentle mare, as she fought to bury the rush of warmth and trembling, like a homecoming, that surged when she brushed the fungal network. Not yet. She couldn't transform into a Pudgy here, couldn't call out to her boss through the network. Patience. Patience. At least wait until she had a room to herself. Following the signal, Linden spotted the figure riding uneasily on horseback. A certain green mushroom tilted his cap in doubt. Who was this? Uncertain. He pulled up her panel. Name, Inanna St. Clair. Level, 33. Oh, wasn't this the pink Pudgy? Wearing clothes. No, transformed into human form. No wonder he hadn't recognized her. But wait, why was she still connected to the mycelium network? That shouldn't be possible. Without fusion parasite, mycelium couldn't take root in a human body. Was it because she had once transformed into a Pudgy, but she had turned back into human form? Did traces of mycelium still remain inside her? Whatever the reason, it was a good thing. Linden had planned to use Eden as an intermediary to pass messages, later finding a way to converse through a voice Pudgy. Now, all that trouble could be skipped. Still, no need to rush. Since the pink Pudgy was here, it meant this party must be. Name, Elvian Slime. Level, 70. Skills, Extreme Sword, Chi Sense LV10, Flowing Step LV10, Moon Step LV10, Evasion LV10, Acceleration LV10. Permanent states, Bathed in Dragon Blood, all attributes plus 10%. Sword Heart, counters mental damage. Dragon Crystal Elixir, high all-around resistances. Tear the Mermaid King, Spirit plus 5, marked as enemy by sea folk. Titles, Sword Saint, sword damage plus 100%. Slayer of Demons, damage versus demons plus 10%. Dragon Slayer, immune to dragon fear. Master Teacher, increased chance to trigger student insights. So the Sword Saint was in the party. Wow. Looking closely, his panel was absurd. Rows of blinding LV10 skills, stacked permanent buffs, and brutally simple yet powerful titles like doubled sword damage. Also, Dragon Slayer, Dragon Crystal Elixir. Inanna carried such a potion as well. Consider her father was also a LV70 powerhouse. Had they slain a dragon together, stripped it down, and brewed medicine? Linden instinctively glanced at Gray, rolling happily in her glittering hoard. Maybe one of her aunts or uncles had fallen victim. But curiously, aside from that mysterious extreme sword, he didn't see other sword skills listed. He couldn't yet interpret its meaning. The party included many others, mostly mages. The highest level was a 57-year-old man named Gug, likely the expert they had mentioned. It seemed Lin Jun's best-case plan, securing the dungeon core before the expert team arrived, was now impossible. He hadn't even found the core's shadow yet. So, second best. If humans really could repair the core, that would work too. After all, their goals didn't conflict. And perhaps, through them, he could learn where exactly the core was. When the expert team arrived in Yafing Town, their lodging was naturally the Adventurers Guild. As soon as they entered, Guild Master Fowl and several core members hurried forward. His face bore the perfect balance of respect and relief. He bowed slightly. "Welcome to Yafing Town, Lord Sword Saint, Master Gug, Lady Inanna. Thank you for coming to our aid in this crisis." Inanna responded with flawless noble etiquette. But as she raised her eyes, they lingered for several seconds on a certain illusionist behind Fowl. Though it was their first meeting, she guessed this must be Eden. She could feel the mycelium network within him. So, he also transformed into a Pudgy and linked to the network. Inanna wondered. Across from her, Eden was equally startled as his gaze landed on her. The Duke's daughter, parasitized by Boss 2, even though he had suspected it, seeing it firsthand shook him to the core. And somehow, he couldn't detect a trace of illusion or disguise, not even as a master illusionist. Their eyes met. They pretended familiarity, exchanging friendly greetings. Nearby, Sword Saint Elvian merely raised his hand in casual acknowledgement. "Master," 15 hurried forward, voice filled with respect and nervousness. Elvian gave him a sidelong glance. "HM, who are you? I don't recall ever teaching a disciple weak enough to be beaten by Pudgis." 15's smile froze, his face burning with awkwardness. The elderly Gug, clad in ornate mage robes, stood expressionless, voice flat as stone. "Guild Master Fowl, there's no need for ceremony. Maintaining dungeon stability is our duty. Please provide the most detailed reports immediately." "Of course. Rooms and hot water are ready. Rest first. I'll have the reports delivered shortly," Fowl replied quickly, lowering himself humbly as he led the way. In her private room, Inanna immediately retrieved a delicate artifact, the Veil of Obscurement. She hung it on the wall, infused mana and ripples spread outward, sealing the room from all sound and presence. Only then did she relax, bathing in hot water to wash away her journey's dust. Wrapped in a towel, she stepped barefoot onto the soft bed. Without dressing, she raised her staff solemnly. "Transform." The towel and staff slipped onto the sheets with a soft plop. A flash of light, and Inanna vanished. In her place stood a plump, rosy pink Pudgy. The reason she hadn't worn clothes was simple. Her current transformation spell couldn't shift garments along with her body. That was a sixth circle mage's trick. She had only just entered the fifth. "Boss, prepare at last," Inanna called eagerly into the network. Silence. "Hello, boss, are you there?" The pink Pudgy tilted her cap in confusion. Focusing her senses, she realized she was disconnected. Why? The Veil of Obscurement. She finally realized the problem. Her artifact worked too well, blocking even the mycelium network. The small Pudgy scrambled down from bed, hopping up to try reaching the artifact with her cap. But she was too short. Even leaping until she shook pink spores loose, she couldn't touch it. She dragged a stool under the wall and barely brushed it, but the veil clung like it was fused to stone. Her soft mushroom cap couldn't pull off. The only way was to turn human again. But Inanna refused to cancel her transformation manually. She could only wait for the spell to time out. "Yuwa, I'm such an idiot." On the white bedsheets, a sad pink Pudgy flopped and twisted in despair. How could he be so cruel? Inanna's face was filled with disbelief, anger, and pity. Who knows? Lin Jun's voice carried just the right touch of helplessness and sorrow. Perhaps in their eyes, Pudgis are just monsters, creatures only fit to live hidden away in the deep layers, never to see the sun. The pink Pudgy had finally managed to contact Lin Jun, but only the next morning after her transformation wore off and she had put away the veil of obscurement. Mushroom comrades reunited, eyes brimming with tears. June first stirred her emotions, reminiscing about the carefree days in the mushroom garden. Then, offhandedly, he mentioned how he had been unable to survive in the deep layers and had been forced to move upward. Finally, he focused on the cruel persecution carried out by Guildmaster Fowl. How he had brutally dissected those kind and harmless Pudges who only provided light for adventurers. How he had ruthlessly organized raids to destroy the peaceful fifth-layer homes of Pudges who never troubled anyone. As for the one-third casualties suffered by those raids, June explained it all as Pudges acting in self-defense. The blame rested squarely on the new Guildmaster's shoulders. All he wanted was a quiet life in the dungeon. If not for the Guildmaster's oppression, humans and Pudges could have been friends. Inanna's eyes grew misty, nodding repeatedly. She deeply sympathized with the hardships her boss had suffered in her absence. "Then, what should we do now?" she asked urgently, truly wishing to help him. But she also understood her limits. As a duke's daughter, she carried prestige, but when it came to major decisions about dungeon management, her influence extended only as far as polite suggestions, far from enough to overturn the guild's policy of Pudgy extermination. June had expected this from the start. He never intended to rely on Inanna to persuade the guild. "Inanna," he shifted tone, steering to the point. "Did you bring what I asked for in my letter?" "I did. Look." Inanna eagerly rummaged through her luggage and presented a dagger, ornate and inlaid with prismatic gems. The weapon radiated a powerful magical aura. "Excellent." June's voice carried the excitement of a plan about to unfold. His idea: have Inanna reveal this dagger, claiming it could control monsters, and then, before witnesses, stage a performance where she tames a night Pudgy. Such items weren't unheard of. Many adventurers who kept monster pets relied on similar tools, though usually limited to low-level creatures. For a duke's daughter to possess one capable of handling a night Pudgy would raise no eyebrows. Whether the dagger was genuine or not didn't matter. The night Pudgy would cooperate in the performance. Once the control succeeded, one of the guild's two reasons for exterminating Pudges, monsters or uncontrollable threats, would vanish. The other reason, the fear that Pudges were tied to the dungeon core, would naturally dissolve once the experts investigated and saw the truth. And with Inanna serving as a bridge between guild and Pudges, the guild wouldn't dare recklessly order their extermination. Of course, there was still a flaw: the dagger. If it were a fake, outsiders might be fooled, but Inanna's family would surely know what artifacts their house possessed. That loophole would need a convincing backstory, perhaps with Eden's help to sell the illusion. But all of this was only temporary. June never intended to rely solely on it. His safety, in the end, depended on himself. If this plan could buy him 2 or 3 months, that would be enough, time to either seize control of the core or move operations elsewhere. By then, perhaps the Chiss could also be... His thoughts drifted. Then curiosity struck. "By the way, this jewel dagger, what does it actually do?" "Control monsters, of course." Inanna answered without hesitation. "A real artifact. Then, as expected from a duke's family." The expert team didn't linger in the guild. After a single day's rest and a brief meeting, they departed under Gug's stern urging. Alongside the team, 15 followed at the Sword Saint's side as disciple, while Eden was included as an invaluable scout. With the Sword Saint himself leading, additional muscle was unnecessary. Before departure, Guildmaster Fowl saw them off with solemn ceremony, offering words of safety and mission. But one detail unsettled him. Lady Inanna's departing gaze had held a trace of unmistakable dislike. Fowl frowned. They had only just met the day before. He racked his brain, but could not recall how he might have offended her. Strange. As for the method she suggested, with the Sword Saint present, capturing a Pudgy alive was far easier. It was worth trying, and if it failed, they could still fall back on the original plan, kill the King of Pudges. Let's hope they succeed. So dark. The first surprised exclamation upon entering the dungeon came from Sword Saint Elvian himself. He narrowed his eyes at the shadowy passage, astonishment clear. The amethyst dungeon has changed so much. His tone made it obvious he had been here before. What's that? Before 15 could even explain the first question, Elvian pointed at a rented lighting pudgy in the distance, asking again. It was clear the Sword Saint hadn't so much as glanced at the thick report Fowl had prepared. 15 sighed in resignation, forced to serve as tour guide, patiently explaining everything. Let's rent one too, Elvian suggested enthusiastically. As he spoke, a monster down the corridor silently split into two halves, its cut smooth as glass. Master, isn't that inappropriate? 15 asked hesitantly. Our mission isn't just about the core, we also need to deal with the mysterious king of Pudges. How could they bring a Pudgy along with them? That's something to think about after we find the core. Elvian waved dismissively, then kicked 15 squarely on the backside. Quit whining and get it done. Rubbing his sore rear, 15 had no choice but to drag the bisected monster corpse back and trade it for a round, glowing Pudgy. All the way down, Elvian marveled at the dungeon's changes like a curious tourist. 15, however, was more troubled. Strangely, no Pudges had tried to stop them this time. The ones they did see were busy fighting slimes, ignoring the party entirely. So different from before. Had they sensed his master's power? 15 wondered, but had no answer. Their descent continued smoothly until they reached the deep layers. The lighting Pudgy stopped following at the end of the 7th floor. And then they saw the true state of the Amethyst dungeon. By the stairs leading deeper lay the lava cavern once ruled by the flame demon. Even after its death, it had remained a blistering magma lair. But now no heat at all. The roaring lava lake was gone, vanished without a trace. At its bottom yawned a spatial rift 5 meters wide. Shock rippled through the group. For many, it was their first time witnessing such a phenomenon. Even Elvian arched his brow in surprise. And Gug, silent until now, grew grim. His face darkened like thunder. This is far worse than we expected. Weren't they saying? 15 halted, gazing around at the vast, lifeless cavern, his voice tinged with confusion. That the deep layers of the Amethyst dungeon were crawling with dangerous monsters. This was already the 3rd cavern they had passed through since entering the deep zone. All they saw were jagged gray rock walls and ground coated with rubble and dust. Not only were there no savage monsters as expected, there wasn't even moss. It used to be full of life, the Sword Saint replied, casually from ahead, without turning his head. How long ago? The Sword Saint hesitated, as if digging through a fuzzy memory. Maybe 20 years. 15 fell silent. Information that old was useless. Inanna, meanwhile, kept her gaze on the ground. She could feel something beneath the layers of rock, fungal threads. The thought of mycelium brought with it another wave of longing. She had been suppressing this feeling since they entered the dungeon. She wanted so badly to turn back into a Pudgy, to lie upon the soft fungal mats, to merge into the network where there was no fear, only peace. Before she had experienced it, she hadn't known. But once she had, the return to being cut off, isolated, was unbearable. But the thread seemed buried deep, faint to her senses. She glanced at Eden, only to see him keeping a straight face, as though he noticed nothing. On the far side of the cavern, at the site of the Chiss Rift, a battle for survival was raging. This time, the Chiss were the defenders. The cavern swarmed with Chiss of every form, pressed against jagged walls and natural cover, forming a living barricade against the Pudgy army's assault. Having fought them for weeks now, the Chiss knew exactly what these strange mushroom creatures were, and they could not, under any circumstances, allow them to seize the rift. Otherwise, even their lair would face annihilation. Fortunately, the terrain granted them a sliver of advantage. The evil eyes hovered high along the cavern ceiling, out of range of exploding heavy armor Pudges, casting down petrifying beams that denied them cover. The Chiss forces focused fire on exposed heavy units. With this tactic, They managed to hold the Pudgy offensive at the tunnel mouth, and the freezing environment hindered the Pudgis greatly. Though they had adapted with cold resistance LV7, the icy ground was treacherous. Their stubby legs slipped constantly. Firing spore cannons sent them spinning and skidding backwards. The Chiss, on the other hand, dug their sharp claws into the ice, darting and striking with ease, turning agility into a deadly edge. The battle devolved into a brutal war of attrition, an endless grind of bodies shoved into a meat grinder of a corridor. And beyond the slaughter, another contest unfolded, corpse snatching. Whether Chiss or Pudgy, the fallen were immediately dragged away by their allies. Neither side left even scraps for the enemy. Thus, though the fighting had lasted long, no heaps of bodies remained. Only scattered mycelium and violet blood smeared across the tunnel. At last, the Pudgis abruptly ceased their attack and withdrew. But it was no rout. They retreated in perfect order, and so the Chiss did not give chase. Even holding the line here demanded everything they had, yet unease gnawed at them. Early on, the Chiss had spotted Pudgis wielding magic shields. Fragile though they were, easily shattered by petrification beams, the implication chilled them. If only they could close the rift immediately, but that was beyond their control. What they didn't know, the Pudgis had retreated because others were coming. In a connected passage, an eye worm floated silently, guarded by a dozen Chiss. While the front lines distracted, this detachment watched for ambushes. The Pudgis had caught them like that before, but this time, what they saw wasn't mushrooms. It was something resembling demons. Yet before they could examine closely, the eye worm and its guards all vanished from contact in an instant. A new threat had arrived. Finally, a monster. I was starting to think they were all gone. But, why is its blood purple? What kind of weird breed is this? 15 squatted, prodding a still-warm Chiss corpse with his sword sheath. Mage Gug studied the viscous, syrup-like violet blood, lips twitching as though to speak, but he said nothing. Inanna, instead, asked a different question. It was invisible. Uncle Elvian, how did you even spot it from so far away? Her wide eyes gleamed with curiosity. It's Chi, 15 began, only to be cut off by a sharp sidekick from the sword saint that landed squarely on his backside. It's called Chi Sense, little one. Elvian withdrew his foot, grinning. You can directly feel presences around you. The stronger they are, the brighter they appear. What do you say, little Inanna? Want to learn? Inanna considered, then shook her head. No thanks. Father said most of your techniques can't be learned by others. Besides, she raised a hand. The air shimmered as moisture condensed. A sapphire blue water serpent, as thick as a man's arm, coiled into being, hissing softly as it circled her, head raised to guard. Even if she missed an enemy, her elemental spirit wouldn't. Tisich, forgot about your ridiculous pet, Elvian muttered. The group pressed on. 15, still rubbing his bruised rear and muttering complaints, suddenly stiffened. In Anna's water, serpent tensed as well. The tunnel opened into a vast cavern, and the sight before them made their hearts sink. A vast army of Chiss sprawled across the space like a field of black stone, countless eyes glaring coldly with naked hostility. Farther in, bloated carrion bugs squirmed, gorging on the last scraps of Pudgy and Chiss remains, slurping wetly. And above, a colossal evil eye floated, radiating suffocating pressure. But most terrifying of all, at the cavern's center yawned an enormous spatial rift. So is the Chiss? Gug's voice was low, grim with realization. No wonder the regions we passed were barren wastelands. Chiss? What's that? 15 demanded, eyes locked on the monstrous swarm, sword clenched. A species from the far northern wastes, Gug explained swiftly. In theory, no human should see them in a lifetime. Even I've never laid eyes on one until now. To think a rift connects us to such a place. All right, enough talk. The sword saint pinched his nose against the stench. Let's get through quickly. With a flick of his wrist, his sword slid free. Along its length shimmered a concentrated, pure glow of magic. Sensing that Inanna and Eden had finally moved far beyond the range of the Chiss Rift, Linden directed the Pudgy army to quietly circle back. This time, they marched into the cavern battlefield that had once been nearly impassable, without meeting a shred of resistance. After all, what could a pile of corpses do to stop them? The cavern was steeped in purple. By the time the Pudgis arrived, the low temperatures had already frozen the violet blood. Unlike when 15 had cut his way through the Pudgy forces, leaving heaps of shredded mushroom fragments, the Chiss here were all slain with a single blow each. Heads severed, bodies split in two. No corpse bore a second strike. Not even the evil eye was spared. That massive eyeball had been cleaved neatly in half and came crashing down from the heights, splattering foul fluids everywhere. Damn, how ridiculously strong was that sword saint? Because the Chiss had burned away the fungal mats, Linden couldn't directly see the battle. But from afar, through his link, he felt Inanna and Eden only pause briefly before passing through the cavern, which meant that even 1,000-strong Chiss host had only been able to make the sword saint pause for a moment. So what chance would Linden's Pudgy army have? Despite his deep wariness of this sword saint, Linden still sent a scout Pudgy to follow from a distance, hoping to discover the core's location. As for now, since the humans might double back along the same path, occupying the battlefield was meaningless. Linden decisively began harvesting the corpses instead. The Chiss, it seemed, had been beaten into hiding. They now huddled behind the rift and refused to emerge. Maybe they had been slaughtered down to the last. But whenever Linden sent Pudgis to probe, they were immediately killed, so the Chiss weren't completely helpless yet. Still, once the humans repaired the core, wouldn't the rifts vanish anyway? That thought left Linden with a faint sense of regret. Unlike random monsters with jumbled skills, the Chiss were consistent. The same amount of corpses might yield 10 different level, 3 skills from normal monsters, but from Chiss, he could harvest 2 solid level 5s. How could he not love them? After weeks of this push and pull, both refractive invisibility and cold resistance had climbed to LV7. On top of that, he'd gained the Evil Eye's Petrification Ray and Magic Shield. The shield was simple enough. Pudgis had already adapted it for combat. Even a second-tier barrier bought them 5 extra seconds under an Evil Eye's gaze. Level issues were expected. With practice, they'd grow stronger. But the Petrification Ray, that was awkward. Pudgis didn't have eyes. He'd run into this before. Breaking down other monsters had given him things like far sight, but when grafted onto Pudgis, nothing happened. The Petrification Ray wasn't completely useless, though. It had some effect. Their natural glow now carried a faint petrifying aura. No direction, no range, no control. Just a weak area of effect haze, like constantly venting poison. But unlike with hallucination spores, this aura affected allies. So when a petrification Pudgy activated, the first thing to turn to stone was the fungal mats and surrounding Pudgis. And at a pitiful pace, too, an hour to petrify just a layer of hyphae. Too clumsy for combat. Still, turning biomass into stone, maybe it had niche applications. Just not against enemies. Suddenly, his scout Pudgy was destroyed. Silver light flickered underfoot as Sword Saint Elvian rejoined the group after straying briefly. So that's what was trailing us, he said, casually twirling his sword. A winged Pudgy hung skewered on the tip. Another one of these little pests. 15 frowned at the limp body. Come to think of it, weren't there Pudgy corpses scattered among the Chiss back there? That means they're not just in the upper levels. They're active down here, too. Just not sure if it's the same clan as the ones above. The interruption was brief. Elvian tossed the body aside, and the group continued. But though its wound was small, that scout Pudgy never revived. 2 full days of trekking later, guided by the locator crystal, they finally drew near their true destination, the core. In the latter half of their journey, monsters swarmed thick. Cunning cave spiders, flocks of shadow bats, venomous worms slithering through cracks. It finally felt like the treacherous ecology a deep dungeon was supposed to have. They even faced a colossal earthworm, level 60+. Its vast body was like a moving fortress, armored in stone plates, gaping with jagged teeth. It was the only monster that forced Sword St. Elvian to swing a second time. At last, the party reached a platform starkly unlike the surrounding caverns. It was paved with smooth, coal-black stone, edges too clean to be natural, as if carved by a master. No monster dared approach, just as none dare near the stairways above. Here, they stood in an island of silence. At the platform's entrance sat a dust-choked machine, its metallic casing dull, faint traces of runes barely visible. A frail pulse of magic flickered within, the last breath of an ancient mana wave collector. At the far end loomed a massive black gate, seamless and imposing. On either side stood two towering statues, 10 meters tall, bizarre in design, yet radiating grim majesty. None of the humans dared draw near. Here, Gug gestured. The mages quickly unpacked heavy crates, carried with great care. Inside lay mithril glinting components, rune-etched crystal prisms, and energy conduits. Beside the old relic, they began assembling. By midday, a strange, futuristic magical device stood ready. Gug himself, assisted by the other mages, guided surging currents of magic through his bony hands into the machine. The energy output warped the very air at the platform's edges. Time passed. Gug's face, once stern and focused, twisted into disbelief. His brows furrowed deeper and deeper, complexion darkening. "What's wrong?" Elvian asked bluntly, the only one unafraid to break the silence. Gug finally lifted his head, wrinkles etched deep, Adam's apple bobbing as he rasped. "We may lose the Amethyst dungeon." "Why?" Because his voice was heavy, like a man watching disaster unfold. "This isn't just mana turbulence anymore. The core itself is slowing, like a heart about to stop beating. Try and mend it now is like forcing medicine into a corpse. No matter how we channel the flows, it's useless." He rambled through jargon that left most bewildered, but the meaning was stark. Their expertise was useless. The core could not be repaired. Elvian's grip tightened on his sword. His sharp gaze swept past the platform to the silent statues beyond. If you entered the core itself, would there be hope? Gug shook his head. It would change nothing. We know only how to maintain the outer layers. The true foundation of the core has always been beyond us. At that, even the Sword Saint was left without an answer. He looked once more at the black gate, then sighed. "Then, we can only prepare to return." Eden froze for a moment, lost in thought. Inanna covered her mouth, eyes darting rapidly, her mind clearly racing. "Boss, the dungeon's gonna collapse." The instant Inanna reconnected to the mycelial network, she blurted out the explosive news. Only, why did her emotions carry a faint, almost hidden trace of excitement? "Your boss is about to be homeless, and you're happy about it?" "Boss, if the dungeon collapses, do you want to move? There's a nice forest near my place." "First explain clearly. What do you mean the dungeon is going to collapse?" Linden pressed. It's what Scholar Gug said." Inanna scrunched up her little face, struggling to piece words together. "He said the core doesn't work anymore. Fixing the mana won't help. Something collapsed? Or locked up." She fought hard to recall Gug's arcane jargon, but the result was a jumble of broken phrases. "Stop. Enough." Linden quickly cut off the disastrous explanation. Thankfully, it wasn't only this scatterbrained girl who had gone to the core. "Eden, what's the actual situation with the dungeon core?" Linden asked privately. Boss." Eden's eyelid twitched when the voice rang in his mind. He composed himself at once, face returning to its usual stoic mask, and in the fumble network relayed Gug's analysis with calm clarity. He didn't quote word for word, but every key point came through. The core nearing shutdown, missing foundational technology, human maintenance methods utterly useless. This was the reliability of a diamond-ranked mage who had climbed up by his own merit, worlds apart from the babbling little noble girl propped up by family resources. Linden couldn't follow all the technical jargon either, but one fact was clear. Humans could not save the core. TCH. Useless humans. Sword Saint leading a grand expedition, an entire team of experts. And in the end, helpless, just planning to walk away. Lin Jun cursed, but truthfully, he was anxious too. If even the experts couldn't fix it, what could one mushroom do? If he had fingernails, he'd be chewing them by now. He fretted, and then pulled out the yellow-bound book that had spent half a month wedged under a fat otaku Pudgy's backside. Norris, you've finally come to take me back. But before it was only a relay Pudgy, croaking in Lin Jun's awful, grating voice. Boss. WH, what do you need? Just a small question, Lin Jun said tonelessly. How small? The book asked cautiously. Oh, just whether or not I'll throw you into that space rift over there. The voice was flat, as if discussing the weather. A long pause. You speak. I will answer all I know, without omission. You said before the dungeon's problem lies in the core. That's confirmed now. But the issue is, Lin Jun's tone grew impatient. Even the so-called human experts have declared the core beyond repair. If we do find it, what then? The humans tried repairing the core? The book, smothered for weeks, had no idea what had happened outside. Lin Jun tersely summarized the situation and Gug's conclusion. Worthless humans. The book's contempt was clear. A mere 300-year-old kingdom. What heritage could it possibly have? A pack of frogs in a well. Boss, you never should have expected anything from them. Its pages quivered with excitement. Take me there. I have 80% confidence I can restore the dungeon. 80%? One must leave some margin for unforeseen accidents. Yes, the book hedged. And how exactly do you intend to fix it? Lin Jun asked. The core's inner workings are damaged. We must find a faulty section, repair, or replace it. But of course, I must see it first to decide. Its tone shifted, wheedling. Boss, I have one tiny, insignificant request. Speak. If I truly succeed in restoring the dungeon, once you hold the core, might I perhaps have more freedom to feed? If you can truly fix it, I won't restrict your feeding anymore. Boss is wise. Boss eternal. One last question. Ask anything. After repair, will the rifts vanish instantly? No. Just as they expanded gradually, they will close gradually. With that, Lin Jun shoved the book back beneath the pliant Pudgy rump. This time, it didn't dare complain. If possible, Lin Jun still preferred the humans repairing the dungeon. At least they wouldn't play tricks. As for the yellow book, Holy Scripture/tome, Lin Jun had no choice but to use it now. Otherwise, the safest path would be to study the core himself. But time wasn't on his side, and entrusting the fate of the dungeon to such a shady, untrustworthy creature, Lin Jun had to prepare contingencies. Above all, his true body must not remain in Amethyst Dungeon during the repair. If things went wrong and the core unraveled in some catastrophic dungeon collapse, there would be no escape. Best case, flung to some unknown corner, forced to start over. Worst case, cast into the void, sharing the despair of vanished Pudgis. Safety. Safety above all. At present, he had two fallback shelters. One was the surface, but humans were now hypersensitive to Pudgy presence, making it dangerous. The second, the rifts. Not the cursed void or the slime world, both uninhabitable for now. But the Chiss realm? Cold, yes, but survivable. Surely his good neighbor wouldn't object to him squatting there while his home underwent renovations. Still, Lin Jun kept the surface as a secondary backup. More options meant more safety, which was why, even though the Amethyst Dungeon's imminent collapse would soon erase the human's justification to hunt him, Lin Jun still decided to stage the big scene he'd planned all along. The expert team, spirits dampened, trudged on. Suddenly, Eden halted, clutching his special crystal. My micro-illusion scouts may have sighted the king of Pudgis. His gaze swept the group, lingering on Sword Saint and 15. In the deep layers? 15 exclaimed. Unbelievable. He knew Pudgis appeared here, but one from the 5th floor this far down? I believe so. Eden wasted no words. He poured mana into the crystal, projecting the image. A cavern swathed in fungal mats and swarming with pudges. At its center sat a special pudgy, red cloak, silver pendant, great shield, perched regally atop a fat otaku pudgy's cap. 15's eyes locked on the familiar shield, especially the two deep-crossed sword gashes etched into its face. At once he confirmed, "It's him." Eden looked to the Sword Saint. "So, do we still follow the plan to subdue it? After all, with the dungeon doomed, it may not be worth the effort. Letting them perish with it would be simpler." But Elvian's eyes lit up with interest. "Oh, this is the pudgy that defeated you? Amusing indeed." He flexed his wrist, casually rolling his sword. "Since we've stumbled upon it, let's have a look." Though the dungeon was fated to collapse, Gug had said it would take about half a year. So detouring to hunt a mushroom king? No one objected. Why would it be in the deep layers? 15 still couldn't figure out. "Maybe after you injured it last time, it hid here," Eden suggested. Linden still had no intention of revealing the secret of fungal mat vision. So when the group reached the passage, they happened to encounter two pudges guarding the mouth. The setup instantly reminded the adventurers of the cheese. Sword Saint Elvian ignored the weak little pudges completely, his steps never faltering. But out of caution, 15 flicked his sword, neatly slicing them both apart. The moment they followed the Sword Saint into the cavern, they were greeted by a pudgy army already lying in ambush. The pudges had gathered in astonishing order and speed, sealing the entrance completely, pinning the adventurers in the narrow bottleneck. There were no tank-class pudges here. Other than the elite cluster around the knight, the rest were fodder. To make the king of pudges convincing, it couldn't just roll over and hand itself over. A farce like that would only make humans suspicious. On the contrary, Linden had decided to pour everything into this fight, as if determined to kill the Sword Saint himself. And if, against all odds, he did slay Elvian, that would only prove humans posed no real threat at all. Orders flew out. Rolling self-destruct pudges surged forth, while from the ceiling, bat-winged pudges swooped down in a deadly dive. But the Sword Saint didn't even move his feet. His wrist twitched, sword flashed, and before anyone could register the strike, all charging pudges froze mid-motion. The next heartbeat, their bodies split cleanly along flawless cut lines and fell in halves. Not even the self-destructs had time to ignite. This speed and scope dwarfed 15's. Sword in hand, Elvian strode forward. "Master," 15 suddenly called out. The Sword Saint cocked his head slightly. "Please leave the king of pudges to me." 15's eyes burned with fighting spirit and refusal to accept defeat. "Fine." The answer was as curt as it was absolute. The instant the word left his lips, Elvian's figure vanished. All that anyone saw was a radiant silver crescent blaze across the darkness, one dazzling arc of moonlight that carved straight through the densest heart of the pudgy ranks. And this was just as Linden's full attack command reached his army. The mushroom cannons were still charging, the spore bursters just starting to tense their caps. Too late. Except for a few scattered pudges far enough out of range to lob clumsy shots, the entire army, every shrieking, charging pudgy, was reaped down like wheat. Their bisected bodies littered the fungal mats, eerily identical to the massacre of the cheese cave earlier, only without the splashing purple blood. In a blink, only a handful of stragglers remained, plus the knight and his bodyguards. Eden, though he had seen it before, felt his heart shudder at the display. Inanna pressed her lips tight, strangely unsettled at the sudden vanishing of so many signals. And 15 sighed at the sheer gap between himself and his master, but still drew his twin blades, eyes locked on the knightly pudgy. Last time had been far too humiliating. "Remember, you need it alive," Elvian reminded, sliding his blade back into its sheath. 15 nodded hard, aura blazing, and launched forward like an arrow loosed. He was fast, but compared to Elvian's near-teleporting slaughter, it was still painfully slower. Still, it was enough to take on the knight. Linden knew this and didn't relax. At his command, 10 elite Pudges stepped up. Still trying that? You underestimate me. 15 barked. Shikuchi LV7. His body blurred, vanishing, then reappearing in front of the fat Otaku Pudgy, blades dripping. Behind him, all 10 elites crumbled into shredded chunks before they could even trigger their subsonic attack. This time, 15 had swapped all his potion bottles into tough beast-hide flasks, willing to sacrifice shelf life rather than let the mushrooms shatter them again. But when he looked up, the night Pudgy was already puffing and rolling away, leaving only the fat Otaku behind. Boom! A roaring detonation ripped out, flames and debris engulfing the cavern. The shock wave even tumbled the knight midair. 15's pennant shield saved him from injury, but he was left smoking and grimy. Again this damn trick, this cowardly king of Pudges. Snarling, he darted after it, his flowing step hot on the trail. He spotted the narrow tunnel ahead, of course. Same as last time, it was making for an escape burrow. He tore open a flask with his teeth, bitter potion burning down his throat, speed surging. The night Pudgy rolled like a red-caped ball into the tunnel, but 15 was already on its heels. Inside, he saw the cape snagged on a rock again. The Pudgy fumbled, dropping his shield up defensively in the same clumsy, panicked way as before. Even now, seeing it repeat the exact same blunder, 15's lips twitched upward. Smarter than most monsters, sure, but still just a monster. Over. Crossing his blades, he vanished. Shikuchi LV7. Clang. Sparks showered. The dragon scale shield took another deep cut. And his other sword? It bit straight into the Pudgy's backside, exactly where he'd struck it last time. It's done. Except, it wasn't the Pudgy that was finished. Because beyond the cape, beyond the shield, this tunnel didn't lead to a burrow. It ended in a jagged-edged, swirling rift to the void. What? 15's victorious grin froze solid as his foot plunged into nothingness. Damn it, Shikuchi won't work, I can't retreat. Wait, doesn't that mean? I lost again. He instinctively turned his head for one last look at that cunning opponent, only to see several fungal tendrils lashing toward him. Entangle LV6. Killing 15 outright wasn't part of the plan, and Anna was still watching. The goal was to bind him, knock him out, and throw him as a human shield against the Sword Saint. But halfway through their strike, all 6 tendrils suddenly swerved. Their new target was the phantom-like figure that had appeared at the very edge of the rift. Sword Saint Elvian. He'd been so far away just a breath ago. What was this? A once-in-a-lifetime ultimate teleport. I haven't dashed that fast in ages, almost pulled my back. Elvian's left hand raised his still-sheathed long sword, the scabbard hooking perfectly through the pendant loop on 15's neck, dangling him in midair like a paper charm doll. Then with his right hand, he flicked out a short sword, a casual sweep slicing all 6 fungal tendrils in an instant. At the same time, a shock of paralysis slammed through the night Pudgy's body, locking it stiff as stone. Status paralysis. Ignoring the mushroom knight at his feet, Elvian studied the dangling, utterly defeated 15 with amusement. My bad. I taught you how to swing a sword, but forgot to teach you how to use your head. Look at you, outsmarted by a mushroom. With a flick of his wrist, the humiliated 15 was tossed onto the paralyzed night Pudgy. Only then did Elvian turn and call out loudly, "Little Inanna, your turn." Coming. Inanna's voice was flustered. She had only seen a flash of silver, then her Sword Saint uncle vanished. Then everything was somehow over? Did the plan work? She trotted up, finding 15 sulking behind Elvian and on the ground, a huge mushroom draped in a red cape. With its legs and tendrils cut off, the knight truly did look like nothing but a big toadstool. Come on, try that dagger. See if you can bind it. Elvian jerked his chin at the mushroom, tone casual. If not, well, tonight we'll taste the king of Pudges. Inanna drew a deep breath and pulled out the gem dagger, stone heart's bind. Her gaze lingered on the night Pudgy, chest tight. Yes, this was the plan, but what if? What if the dagger really could control her leader? What if she ended up with a Lin Jun who obeyed her every command? The thought hit so hard her hands began to tremble. Elvian noticed, but misunderstood, and chuckled. What's to fear? When my song stops strike, it's a block of wood. Can't even twitch. TSK. Doesn't feel like Alamar's kid at all, shaking like that. Inanna didn't explain. She steadied herself, let mana flow into the dagger. Blue runes shimmered across its blade like living veins. Without hesitation, she slashed her palm. Blood welled up, but instead of dripping, it was hungrily sucked into the gem, its glow deepening into something sinister. Then, under everyone's eyes, she crouched and plunged the blood-fed dagger into the Night Pudgy's wound. Could a mere magic item really control him through a Pudgy body? Lin Jun scoffed and sighed. Maybe if it struck his main body, but through a minion? Impossible. Or was it? This world was absurd enough. Maybe it was possible. That was why he let Inanna proceed. Because if some random artifact could hijack him so easily, then this flaw was a sword forever hanging over his neck. With such a weakness, there would be no hiding, no rising to power. So better to test it now. And if he truly ended up a thrall? Well, better Inanna than some unknown enemy. She wasn't malicious. Maybe a quiet life under her wouldn't be so bad. So yes, he was nervous when the dagger went in. And then, a new status appeared. Fixed state, intermediate magic contract, Inanna St. Clair. Lin Jun immediately yanked open his status panel. No changes at all. So it wasn't full control. Not useless either. Just this one Night Pudgy was bound. Could he still command it? Well, Elvian crossed his arms, amused. Inanna felt the new tether linking her to the Pudgy and whispered, I think it worked. Oh, then have it move, Elvian said. Stand up. The knight twitched against its paralysis, but failed. And then Lin Jun tried a little push of his own. The Night Pudgy suddenly belched a puff of hallucinogenic spores. Wind surge. Gyuj reacted instantly, a gale dispersing the toxin. He said nothing, only cast a sharp glance at Inanna. Sorry, I'm not used to it yet, she stammered, tears in her eyes as she shouldered the blame. Her silly fantasy of controlling her leader burst with a pop. With the king of Pudgis wrapped up, Elvian had no more reason to linger. He led the team back to the surface. The main Night Pudgy couldn't walk, so Inanna hugged its round, squishy body like a bundle. And just before leaving, Inanna quietly dropped a palm-sized notebook onto the ground behind her. Intermediate magic contract. So it was true. Inanna could issue orders to the Night Pudgy, but her commands carried lower priority than Lin Jun's. This wasn't like with nodes. When a Pudgy was under a node's control, Lin Jun had to first pull it out of that node before he could command it again. Pudgis only listened to one boss at a time. But this Night Pudgy was responding to two masters simultaneously. Interesting. And if this was just an intermediate contract, didn't that imply there were advanced ones? Would an advanced contract outrank his commands? That was worth investigating. Because if one day he poured everything into forging an ultimate god of Pudgis, only for it to be immediately stolen by some random advanced contract, just the thought made his chest tighten. After the Sword Saints party departed, Lin Jun began cleaning up the battlefield, trying to patch together bisected Pudgis. But this time, only the few elites that 15 had cut down revived under mycelial regeneration. Every Pudgy slain by the Sword Saint was gone for good. What the hell? Looking through mana sense, he saw a suppressive effect lingering around their wounds, preventing regrowth. The sword's pinnacle technique? Or that long sword in Elvian's hand? Disgusting. He had thought he'd only lose a few hundred and could salvage the rest. Now it was a solid 1,000 Pudgis gone forever. A crippling loss. Thank goodness he hadn't brought out the heavy armor Pudgis. Otherwise, the disaster would have been worse. Originally, Lin Jun planned to immediately follow the route Eden had traced through the mycelial network and strike the core. But now, he'd have to replenish his forces first. As for the little notebook Inanna had accidentally dropped, Lin Jun guided a Pudgy to open it. Title scrawled by hand, Dungeon Notes. Neat, elegant handwriting, clearly Inanna's. A doodled mushroom sat beside the title. With human common language LV9, Linden could now read almost fluently. Inside, the content was chaotic. Just scraps she remembered from reading at the Relic Society, written out as they came to her mind. Disjointed, scattered like spilled puzzle pieces. But even so, valuable. For example, so-called layers were actually isolated pocket spaces, separated by vast distances, stitched together only by stairs. And the dungeons? Endless mana? It flowed in from outside the world. She'd even copied some speculation on the dungeon's creator. Only a hero, demon king, or god from that ancient era would have the power to build one. A rare chance to study the dungeon without relying on the yellow book. Humans weren't entirely useless after all. Linden settled down to pore over the notes while his pudges replenished. On the surface, news spread fast, and adventurers thronged the roadside. Some stare at the Sword Saint like starstruck fans. He was one of humanity's apex warriors. Just glimpsing him was a tale to brag about for years. Others had eyes only for Inanna, or rather, the bizarre pudgy she held in her arms. The night Pudgy's feet had begun regrowing, 6 tendrils half-regenerated, limp and curling like insect larvae. But its armor and cape made it stand out unmistakably. That's the king of Pudges? An adventurer gawked. They'd lived alongside the things for years, but aside from those on the crusade, almost none had seen a king. Why's it got a cape? And a shield? Don't tell me it uses human gear. Wait, that pendant looks familiar. As for Elvian, he didn't care about trinkets on a mushroom. Even after Gyuj appraised the battered shield as a rare dragon scale, the Sword Saint only showed mild curiosity, chatting about its origin. In the end, all spoils were left with Inanna. She had no intention of robbing the Pudgy. Honestly, she was just itching to find an excuse to return to the dungeon alone. She still hadn't had the chance to lie down on a mycelial mat. It really worked, murmured Guildmaster Fowl, astonished as he stared at the captured Knight Pudgy. He had never doubted Elvian's strength. But to actually pull the king from the depths of the dungeon? Unexpected. All thanks to Master Eden's detection spells, said Gyuj gravely. Of everyone on the expedition, the only one Gyuj respected enough to converse with as a peer was Eden. Their shared mastery of magic circles had forged a budding camaraderie. Then, can it command the other Pudges? Fowl pressed. That was the real question. Gyuj nodded. We tested it on the way. It exerts some measure of authority over them. His expression then darkened. Unfortunately, when it comes to repairing the core, we are powerless. Fowl sighed, rubbing his brow. Gyuj might only be diamond rank, but in runic theory, he rivaled elven archmages. If he declared it impossible, then the dungeon truly was doomed. And Fowl? He'd only just become branch guild master, and now in half a year the dungeon would collapse? Not his fault, sure, but his plans to make achievements here were ruined. Worse, the dungeon's fall might cause a disaster nearby. He'd have to prepare for that. So much so, he barely cared about the Pudges anymore. They die with the dungeon. Even if Inanna smuggled some to the surface, the weak ambient mana couldn't sustain large-scale reproduction. The duchy wasn't about to pour endless mana potions into mushrooms just to breed Pudges. As for the king, stripped from its swarm, it was just a slightly smarter, weaker than average diamond rank monster. Soon it would be nothing more than Inanna's quirky pet. Thus, once the dungeon's fate was sealed, Fowl's concern shifted fully to the guild's future. With no dungeon, what use was this branch? A green Pudgy gently shut the notebook and tucked it away. Perfect. I'm starting to understand everything. So he really was living inside a box. And more absurdly, this box was patched together from bits and pieces. What Linden had once detected as the so-called boundary, he thought was some sturdy arcane barrier. Only now did he realize it was the wall of a miniature pocket space. Humans had even studied camouflage techniques for these space walls. From the outside, they looked like ordinary soil, but it was just a false projection, a texture pasted over reality. Each small pocket floated outside the world. Without stairways to link them, they were completely sealed cages. Unfortunately, Inanna's notes didn't explain what exactly outside the world meant. Perhaps she hadn't found the relevant materials. One detail stood out. Unlike other layers, the sixth floor and the deep zones were originally connected in physical structure. But the gorge between them had been forcibly sealed with rules, dividing it into a separate floor. No wonder the collapse in the deep zones had first spread to the sixth floor. And if the dungeon drew its mana from outside, that did explain why mana density here was far higher than on the surface. But it only made Lin Jun even more curious about this outside. When a Pudgy fell into the void and contact was lost, did that mean it had fallen outside? Were there other worlds out there? Did his original world exist among them? He wondered if he'd ever find an answer. Not that he could return, even if he did. He was a mushroom now, one that couldn't survive without mana. On the surface, the rune experts led by Gyuj left after resting just a single night, returning to Oathsworn City. The Sword Saint did not accompany them, but also departed swiftly. As a top powerhouse, he had no fief or duties tying him down, but in these turbulent times, he couldn't truly wander carefree. He had received some urgent message and headed east. 15 left with him. Elvian said he needed to train his brain. At the Adventurers Guild, the atmosphere was subtly strained. Inanna, thank you deeply for your help. If you ever require anything, please command me. I will do all I can. Fal's tone was sincere. The dungeon's impending collapse meant the Pudgy threat was no longer relevant. But a duke's daughter had personally aided them, and that was a favor he owed. He didn't mind having more ties to the ducal house. Only, no need for thanks. I only came at Eden's request. Inanna, cradling the night Pudgy, replied formally and distantly. She clearly had no interest in further conversation. Of course, and we must thank Master Eden as well. Fal hadn't forgotten his promise. Eden received a purse of gold and rare illusion-crafting materials the moment they emerged from the dungeon. Oh, Inanna, Fal added, trying to remain cordial. The Pudgis are said to have hoarded many treasures. Now that you command their king, you might search for them. You're coveting the Pudgis treasure? Inanna's voice leapt sharply. She hugged the Pudgy in her arms tighter. Was it his imagination? Fal felt her gaze grow even colder. No, absolutely not. He stammered, flustered. I only feared you might not know of it. That's all. I have no designs on it, truly. After a long pause, Inanna nodded. Forgive me, I misunderstood. Thank you for the reminder. As she left, she stroked the Pudgy in her arms and added, From now on, his name is Night. After she departed, Eden also excused himself. Once both were gone, Fal slumped in his chair, massaging his temples. Lily-Ann, tell me, what did I do to offend this young lady? The maid's fingers pressed lightly at his temples. A noble raised in seclusion, her moods are hard to predict. Some caprice is only natural. Think of your own early blunders in guild affairs. Were they not just as laughable? Really? Fal muttered through his fingers. After a moment's rest, he straightened. Fetch Mirabelle. Guildmaster, you called? Mirabelle soon arrived. Raise all guild buy prices for materials by 10%. Immediately. All materials? She blinked, hesitant. Yes, all. His tone was firm. But sir, she protested cautiously, higher tier materials are fine, but things like slime cores, cool grass, green scorpion tails, they're low-level basics sold by bulk with thin margins. Raise the price, and there may be no profit left. Fal's gaze drifted out the window, as if seeing the doomed dungeon beyond. Raise them anyway. 1 month later, raise again. We must rouse the adventurers' fervor. The collapse will reach the upper floors within 3 months. Before then, we need as many resources as possible. Milady, should we begin our return journey? Inanna had not traveled alone. 3 gold-rank guards followed her. But with the Sword Saint leading, the road had been so smooth that they had done nothing the whole way. By plan, it was indeed time to leave. But Inanna had other ideas. Her eyes spun, then she hoisted the Pudgy high. I still need to find the Pudgy treasure. Annoying as Fal's greed had been, his words gave her the perfect excuse. The guards exchanged helpless glances. What treasures could mushrooms possibly have? The ducal treasury held wonders beyond imagining. But Steward Eric instructed, "We'll return once we find it." She cut them off firmly. "But you're not allowed to come. This mustn't be. Your safety. I have night to protect me." She patted the Pudgy in her arms, then grabbed a passing Eden before he could escape. And then Eden too. Me? His first instinct was to refuse. Enter the dungeon again? He was terrified, but when his eyes fell on the Pudgy, he hesitated. Could this be the boss's will? At last, he changed his tune. Right, yes, I'll accompany you." The guards protested a while longer, but they couldn't win against their lady's stubbornness. And truthfully, the three of them together couldn't match the Pudgy she carried. At last, Inanna gleefully led a grim-faced Eden back into the dungeon. She even splurged on 3 light Pudges, making her entourage the brightest thing underground. Following Lin Jun's directions, they reached the mushroom forest on the 5th floor. Inanna cooed at the beauty of the forest, then wandered into a mushroom hut. Moments later, Eden gaped as a pink Pudgy bounced out instead of her. The plump Pudgy tilted itself and, through the fungal network, spoke with the voice of a duke's daughter. "Don't you know polymorph magic? Want me to turn you into one too?" Eden's pupils shrank. He flatly refused the wicked offer. And no need. Neither noticed the large black mushroom peeking from behind a distant tree. Pink, a brand new variant. And it had mana, which meant it was delicious. For Gray, such temptation was irresistible. There was no reason not to take a bite. But just as she made her first move, the knight beside the pink Pudgy reacted instantly. Its tendrils lashed out like lightning, wrapping up the dazed Inanna and bolting away. From afar, the aura of dinner time radiating off that huge black mushroom made Eden's scalp prickle. His survival instinct screamed. Without a word, he quietly cast a powerful invisibility spell and shrank back into the shadows. Who knew if this was something the boss had arranged? He didn't dare act rashly. Inanna herself had no idea what was happening. Bound by night, she couldn't even resist, her commands useless. Boss, what's going on? Why is it tying me up and running? And you, why did you transform into a Pudgy? I wanted to experience the mycelium carpet firsthand." Inanna stammered, flustered and a little shy. Something was very wrong here. When Lin Jun realized she had used transformation magic, he was covered in question marks. What was she thinking? And when Gray arrived, drawn by the scent, Lin Jun nearly froze solid. This wasn't just some predator. She bore the same vengeance brand as himself. If she ate recklessly, she'd only end up hurting herself. Thankfully, Gray thought this was just her usual playtime appetizer with the Pudges. She hadn't gone all out. Still, this was far too dangerous. Lin Jun hurriedly tried to dissuade her through the fungal network, while also sending out several sweet-flavored Pudges dripping with honey. One after another, they leapt forward and dove headlong under the black mushroom's cap, right where her mouth was in this mimicry form. Faced with snacks eagerly throwing themselves at her, Gray simply couldn't refuse. 1, 2, 3. By the time she had swallowed them all, her belly was swollen round, sticky with honey from the frenzied feast. At last, the enormous black mushroom collapsed under a towering mushroom tree. Stuffed. Hiccup. By the halfway point, she had already forgotten about the pink Pudgy. Groaning, Gray dragged her heavy body back to her warm nest. Soon, contented snores echoed out. But in her dreams, that fragrant, mana-laden, tender pink Pudgy appeared again and left her drooling in her sleep. Damn it! What kind of strange kink was this pink Pudgy playing at? That was nearly a disaster. Lin Jun yanked Eden, still cloaked in invisibility, out by force, then whisked the two of them down to the 6th floor, far away from Gray. Completely unaware of how narrowly she had escaped becoming prey for a top predator, the pink Pudgy was dropped beside the vast Pudgy communal cafeteria. She let out a cheer and immediately splat herself onto the warm, moist mycelium carpet. As countless fine threads gently wrapped and connected to her body, that familiar, deeply nostalgic warmth flooded her, as if she had returned to the womb. Mana and nutrients surged into her, filling her completely. In that moment, there was no noble daughter, no Inanna. Only a Pudgy, seamlessly merging into the mycelium network, overwhelmed by a pure and unmatchable sense of bliss. Minutes later, the meal had long finished, and her reserves brimmed with mana. Yet the pink Pudgy still refused to budge, lying there in intoxicated comfort, stubby legs twitching happily. It seemed she intended to stay until her transformation spell wore off. "Do you want to try too?" The devil's whisper slipped into Eden's mind as he stared at the young lady utterly sunk into ecstasy. He shook his head firmly. Even though he had already pledged to the Pudgis, he was still human. The idea of becoming one was too terrifying. Lin Jun had only asked casually. Seeing Eden refuse, he did not press. "Eden." Lin Jun's voice shifted to praise, rich with satisfaction. "You did very well this time. From drawing Inanna here through guild channels to happening upon and securing Night at the perfect moment, Eden's execution had been flawless." Lin Jun wouldn't leave him unrewarded. A Pudgy rolled up 2 heavy crystals, each pulsing with pure, powerful mana, and placed them before Eden. "A rank magic crystals? And this size?" Eden's voice cracked. He wasn't some bumpkin. His own staff bore an A-rank crystal he had bought at high cost. But that piece was only the size of a finger, already a treasure. These 2, each was the size of a grown man's palm. Sharp-edged, flawlessly clear, liquid-like mana shimmering within. Even more shocking, both were identical in size, shape, and mana frequency. Perfect twin cores, the ultimate foundation for crafting resonant twin artifacts. Yet even making a single staff with such a crystal would be considered extravagant. Eden clutched them, torn between overwhelming joy and crippling anxiety. Finally, he snapped out of it, carefully stowing them away. Then, as if reaching a resolution, he looked up. "Boss, I want to become a Pudgy too. What nonsense are you spouting? I can't understand you." The misunderstanding ran too deep. Explaining was too troublesome. So Lin Jun simply dumped Eden onto the mycelium carpet to let him experience what mana replenishment felt like. The 2 A-rank crystals were indeed precious, but to Lin Jun, they were hardly rare. Ever since reclaiming the old mushroom garden, its mana crystal mine had been producing non-stop. The crystals there were far superior to those on the 5th floor. With Pudgy's crystal symbiosis LV7, A-rank crystals were never lacking. He even sensed that once the skill reached LV8, he'd be able to create S-rank crystals. But that skill only advanced through the slow grind of devouring vast amounts of low-grade crystals. No telling when the next level up would come. In fact, Lin Jun would have liked to reward Eden with new skills too. But the man, as an experienced diamond-rank adventurer, already had more skills than Dylan. Lin Jun couldn't afford to waste mana filling such an overloaded list. Still, judging by Eden's ecstatic reaction, blunt and simple rewards were more than enough. On the 6th floor, Lin Jun entertained his 2 guests. Meanwhile, in the deep zones, a certain silver-scaled, tailless lizard man finally stirred after being completely modified. "Boss!" Norris's voice was still groggy. "Awake? Good. Then hurry over and let's test something." Lin Jun could hardly wait to see what changes would come from imprinting mental integration LV7 onto another being. Deep zone in the old mushroom garden. The spatial rifts were still steadily spawning and spreading. Just yesterday, a sudden fissure had split open without warning, slicing a hard-working Pudgy clean in half. Its upper body, along with a B-rank mana crystal, plunged into the dead void of the rift, vanishing without a trace. This was Lin Jun's first time witnessing the birth of a rift. And truthfully, it wasn't entirely without warning. Before the tear opened, the surrounding space distorted faintly, accompanied by a violent surge of mana. To Lin Jun, who had mana perception, the signs were clear. That was valuable intelligence. At least now he knew he didn't need to fear his main body being decapitated by a sneak attack from a rift. At the center of the great spiral tree, Nearly 100 Pudges quietly encircled the newly awakened Norris. These were prepared by Linden to test Norris's upper limit in mental control. At this moment, though, most were idle. Only 36 were actively moving under Norris's command. From 20 to 36. Not nothing, but from mental integration LV7, this was disappointing. Linden himself could stretch his control capacity to 3,000. Norris, what was going on with you? Still, there were other changes. The Pudges around Norris no longer moved like a stiff, synchronized mob. Now, one was bouncing lightly in place, another circling on a set path, others following distinct commands. Norris had gained precise, individual microcontrol, and he sensed even more. "Boss," he cried, clutching a Pudgy like he had discovered a new continent. "I think I can receive their perceptions, as long as I hold them, though it's really faint." "Faint, huh? Try this one." Linden pushed a scout Pudgy into his node. The moment Norris grabbed it, a flood of alien sensations washed in. This echolocation and the flow of mana, even the faintest stirrings of air currents. New streams of sensory data surged into him. Norris thrilled at the experience. But barely a minute later, his face turned pale. He hurled the Pudgy aside, clutching his skull as it rang with pain. "No more, boss. Too much my head's gonna burst." Only 1 minute of maintaining 4 channels of perception drove him to his limit. Further testing showed that 2 simultaneous senses were sustainable without discomfort. Compared to his early days, when even echolocation alone gave him headaches, this was real progress. So, mental integration had brought plenty of change, just not the overwhelming leap Linden had hoped for. Microcontrol, share perception. Not bad, but not enough. Linden conjured a Pudgy with only one skill. Assimilation LV6. He laid it down on the mycelium carpet beside a few others. As assimilation activated, the threads of mycelium stirred like living things, wrapping around them layer by layer. Not just the core Pudgy, several nearby were dragged into the fusion as well. In moments, a giant mycelium man stood nearly 4 meters tall, its frame formed by 10 Pudges bound together. At its head was the scout Pudgy. Linden passed full control of the construct to Norris. "Norris, climb inside." "Give it a try." "Climb inside." Norris stared blankly. "How am I supposed to?" Before he finished, the scout Pudgy wriggled out of the head slot, leaving a dark opening just large enough to fit a man. Norris gingerly climbed up. His claws snagged the threads, drawing an urgent mental rebuke from Linden. "Careful. Watch those claws." Inside was cramped. Norris had to curl his limbs up tight. Beneath him, his seat was the cap of the assimilation Pudgy itself. Once he settled in, the scout Pudgy wriggled back into place, sealing the hole. Its cap locked like a helmet over Norris's head, while its plump underside pressed against his scalp. Through its senses, Norris could suddenly see the world outside. "Norris, now, make the Jida stand." "Jida? Boss, what's Jida?" "The thing you're in. Just try making it stand." Okay." Every limb of Jida contained 2 Pudges. Under Norris's control, the construct writhed grotesquely on the ground, shredding chunks of its outer layer, but could not rise. Linden simply observed in silence. Hours later, Norris finally managed to crawl on all 4s. Excited, he had it scuttle around non-stop until Linden reminded him, "Norris, evolve it to walk upright already." "Oh, right, boss." With the crawling experience as a base, the next step came faster. Jida propped itself against the spiral tree, rising shakily, then stumbled forward. 1 step, 2 steps. Pop! A sickening double crack rang out. The 2 Pudges forming its feet burst under the sudden pressure, splattering apart. Without its supports, Jida collapsed like a pile of blocks, crashing into the ground and spraying mycelium everywhere. Norris crawled out of the wreckage, covered head to toe in fungal debris. "Boss?" he asked weakly, confused and innocent. "Not bad," Linden replied evenly. "First attempt, after all. Rest and recover your mind. We'll get new materials, and try again. The collapse wasn't his fault. Those had only been plain pudges. Later, Linden swapped in elite variants, layering them with protective shells, mounting mushroom cannons and rock armor shields onto the arms. At a glance, it even looked formidable. With training, Norris grew smoother at the controls, guiding it to clumsy blocks and firing gestures. But after an entire day's testing, Linden had to admit, the Jida project was disappointing. Sure, elite pudges could combine. Sure, Norris could operate them with skill. But was its combat power actually improved? The core pudgies, Kite and Carapace, gave some cover to others, but this only saved the cost of giving each one defense skills individually. Their power, speed, and mana had not merged at all. A combined mushroom cannon had the same strength as one fired by a single pudgy. And Jida's clumsy punch had less force than just rolling one elite pudgy into a full-speed collision. The towering figure, assembled with such care, was only an empty shell. The Pudgy Gundam wasn't going to be that easy. The far north, at the end of the world. Here, the wind reigned as the sole king of this frozen wasteland. As far as the eye could see stretched in endless, suffocating pallor. White ice plains met the leaden sky at the horizon, merging into a single desolate line. This was the grave of the elements. Apart from wandering frost spirits, no life stirred here. And yet, within this deathly stillness, a tribe of demonkin endured, surviving thanks to an ancient dungeon buried beneath the ice. Now, across the icy expanse, two figures trudged forward, carrying between them the immense bulk of a snow-white worm several meters long. Both were clad in tough armor made from monster hide, their frames compact and muscular beneath. Between the seams of their armor plates flickered dim blue light, glowing and fading with each heavy breath, the sign of frost-resisting demon marks etched into their flesh, ceaselessly active. Chow, the one in back, Cheong, spoke with suppressed excitement. How long has it been since the tribe caught a thimble fat beast this big? We've struck gold. Even Show's stern face cracked into a rare smile. Judging from its size, its frost resistance must be at least level 8. Once the elders channel it into the cradle, we'll finally be able to welcome new kin. Damn it, what? Show tensed instantly, hand snapping to the bone spear strapped to his back. My horn, it poked in. Ugh, the fluids are leaking out. So sticky, disgusting. Cheong swore. Show exhaled and eased his grip. In the distance, through the blowing snow, he could already glimpse the looming silhouette of their tribe's wall of ice boulders. Bear with it. We're almost home. That fat beast's enormous. The gate guard, clambering down from his post, shoved open the heavy ice door while staring wide-eyed at the prize. Cheong, you didn't go down to the lower layer, did you? How could we? Show hefted down the carcass. We're not strong enough to cross the mid-layer. Just dumb luck, we stumbled on it in the upper layer. The guard clicked his tongue, frost crusting his eyebrows. TCH, some luck. Less talking, more helping, came Cheong's furious shout. Get over here. My horn stuck. The guard leaned to look. Cheong was struggling desperately, his horns buried deep in the worm's fatty flesh. Snickering, the guard grabbed the slippery carcass and yanked, finally freeing him. Who told you to grow horns sharper than a mountain ram's, and then go headbutt this thing? Shut it, Cheong spat, shaking sticky fluid from his arms with disgust. Others soon arrived to drag off the kill. Cheong bolted for the thawing pool to scrub himself clean. Show, brushing frost from his face, walked alone to the entrance of the cradle. The cradle was the tribe's most sacred chamber, the only structure built of black stone. Its heavy doors shut out the deathly cold. Within, the elder had laid a great array to sustain a pocket of warmth and dense mana, the womb of their people. A silent guard stood before the door. Seeing Show, he only inclined his head and stepped aside. Inside, the air was warm and dry. At the chamber's heart, a complex magic circle of strange metals and glowing minerals pulsed with soft, rhythmic blue light. At its core lay a waist-high basin, heaped with crystalline powder and fragments. Without pause, Show approached, unstrapped his chest armor, and revealed skin inscribed with intricate demon marks. In the center of his chest, a deep blue crystal the size of a pendant was embedded in flesh, pulsing faintly like a heartbeat. Every mark connected back to it. He took up a file and, with steady hand, scraped the thinnest layer of glittering dust from its surface, adding the precious motes to the basin. For demonkin were not born naturally. They had been created by the last demon king, neither holy flesh nor spirit, and had no gender. Their way of propagation was this, from the essence shed by their cores, or from shards of a fallen kin's core. They layered the fragments within a mana-rich sanctuary. There in silence, a new core would slowly condense and grow, until at last a new kin was born. "Can I come see just once?" Cheong's whining voice carried in from outside. But entry into the cradle was strictly forbidden. The guard barred him wordlessly. "Cheong, enough." Sho pushed open the heavy stone door and stepped back out, warmth trailing from his skin. "I envy you. Already allowed to make offering dust." Cheong blurted, then lowered his voice in a rush. "And I wasn't making trouble. The elder sent for you. The messenger searched the whole tribe, couldn't find you. I guess you'd be here." "The elder?" Sho's brow furrowed. "Yeah, not just you. All upper-rank warriors have been summoned to the main tent. The mood's off, no one knows why." Cheong leaned closer, whispering. Sho's expression hardened. Without another word, he strode toward the chief's tent, Cheong trotting at his heels. Catching Sho's glance, Cheong grinned slyly. "Don't worry, I know the rules. I won't go in, I'll just wait outside," plainly planning to eavesdrop. But Sho ignored him and quickened his pace. "The snake folk to the south have bent knee to the Empire. Their land's empty. We should seize it now." A harsh voice cracked through the tent, urgent and commanding. "Seize it? Down south the wind flays your bones all the same. And can their resources compare to that dungeon beside us?" rasped another, pounding the stone table. A third man surged to his feet, his shadow long in the flickering firelight. "Don't you see what's happening in Stonekeep Dungeon? Mana grows thinner by the day, monster scarcer. Up top you can hardly catch a slime, and the thing trapped in the mid-layer grows weaker. When this broken dungeon collapses and those things crawl out, we'll all be feed." "He's right," a fur-clad figure chimed in. "Southward, at least the wind doesn't flay so hard. Then pray for new kin wouldn't need such high frost resistance." From the corner, Huyen suddenly let out a sharp laugh, his eyes like knives as he swept the advocates of migration. "Say what you will, I hear the truth. You just smell the Empire's warmth. You want to wag your tails, grovel for scraps, live as dogs." "Huyen, say that again if you dare." When Sho pushed aside the heavy hide curtain, he stepped straight into this storm of shouting. The tent was small, crowded with the tribe's core. Firelight twisted over faces taut with anger. Among their tribe of only a few hundred, there were but 7 upper-rank warriors, himself included. "Sho!" The elder's voice, deep and ancient, cut through the uproar. Wrapped in worn furs, his eyes shone like embers in the dark. "They say you brought down a full-grown, fimble-fat beast. Good. The cradle shall glow again." "Elder." Sho bowed his head slightly, steady-voiced. As he scanned the tent, his gaze snagged on an empty seat, right beside Huyen. "Where's Yao?" Yao, like him, was of the younger generation, not yet a century old, a rising upper-rank warrior and pillar of their future. His absence stood out starkly. "Yeah, where is Yao?" Another voice echoed, puzzled. "He's dead," Huyen said flatly. "What?" The tent erupted in shock. "An upper-rank warrior, dead? And you didn't say it sooner?" Unmoved, Huyen continued. "That's what I came to say. His death bought us something greater." He swept his eyes around the circle, then spoke each word with weight. His partner brought back the message. "At last we found it. The place where Chiss's brain lurks, within Stonekeep Dungeon's mid-layer. The Stone Fort Dungeon, that was merely the name the tribe gave it on their own. Its true name had long been lost to history. Unlike the 6 newly created dungeons from 300 years ago, still fresh and running smoothly, the history of the Stone Fort Dungeon was hard to trace. All that was known was that it had existed for at least 1,000 years. Its structure was crude, divided only into 3 layers: upper, middle, and lower. When the tribe first settled here 300 years ago, the dungeon's difficulty still increased step by step as one descended. But this changed in the last 30 years. On one hand, the dungeon had gradually decayed with time. The ancient fortress was reaching the end of its twilight. On the other, there was the birth of the chiss. At a suffocating pace, it devoured the middle layer, severed the connection between upper and lower, and successfully turned the middle into the most dangerous floor. The invisible 6-clawed stealth monsters roamed within. Insects, which spied upon all, hung suspended from the ceiling. Not to mention that it controlled several powerful beasts. Even knowing that rich spoils awaited anyone who could carefully cross into the lower layer, most of the demonic tribes still dared only to hunt in the increasingly barren upper floor. Hun! Cheong's voice carried disbelief as he hurried behind Shou. We really have to go and slay the chiss. That was the chiss, an endless swarm of individuals, unified under one will, with both terrifying combat strength and flawless surveillance. Even if they somehow managed to locate its brain, did they truly have the strength to destroy it? As expected, Shou's voice was steady, his steps unyielding. Given the situation, if we don't eliminate the chiss, the only option left is migrating south. But the elders clearly don't want us contacting the Empire. If you ask me, Cheong muttered, if the Empire is really that great, what harm is there in making contact? After all, Lord Demon King, Before he could finish, Shou spun and clamped a hand tightly over his mouth. You want to earn lashes on the pillar of punishment? Facing Shou's severe glare, Cheong widened his eyes in panic, shaking his head violently. Then don't speak nonsense. Shou released him, his voice cold. Go back, prepare your weapon and leather armor. Don't think about anything else. Watching Cheong flee like a startled snow hare, his back full of regret, Shou actually felt little blame. In truth, for the new generation who had never basked in the Demon King's glory, how much loyalty could they truly hold for that legendary master? As for the Empire, separated by the frigid north, the hatred passed down from the elders' mouths was far too vague to them. Even Shou himself felt the same. Only, he knew that for now, it was the elders who decided everything in the tribe. And among the older generation, how many had grown weary of life here and longed for the warm lands of the central continent? Could it really be that behind the voices calling for migration south, no one was secretly thinking of contact with the Empire? Shou didn't know. He was just one more swept along by the current. 2 days later, the subjugation force was fully assembled. The apothecary, eyes bloodshot, handed out the potions he had stayed up nights brewing. This time, the tribe had wagered nearly everything. Aside from a single upper-rank warrior left behind to guard the tribe, all 5 remaining upper-rank warriors were present, along with over 30 clansmen assisting. It was no exaggeration to call a mobilization of their full strength. After all, their foe was the chiss. Even for a surprise attack, they had to throw everything into it. As the team crossed the frozen plains, a 3-meter-tall ice giant blocked their path. The warriors, well accustomed to the dungeon, weren't surprised. At the front, Hu Yin crushed it into shard with a single hammer blow. But everyone knew these cold spirits were nearly impossible to kill without special methods. By the time they passed through again, it would have reformed, forcing them to fight once more. Fortunately, the cold spirits were scattered sparsely across the frozen wastes, posing no true threat to the tribe. The entrance to the stone fort dungeon was no grand gate, but a gorge carved deep into the ice cliffs, weathered by time until it barely fit a handful of people abreast. Yet once inside, a noticeable warmth spread through them. The dungeon was self-contained, cut off from the frozen plains' deadly chill. Its internal temperature was much higher than outside. This slight warmth had once nurtured slimes, fat beasts, and other monsters, forming the fragile ecological chain that the tribe depended upon to survive. But as the dungeon decayed, sightings of such creatures grew rare, and even the temperature itself began to match the outside more and more. At the end of the first floor stood a massive ancient fortress spanning the gorge's center. That was why they had named this place the Stone Fort Dungeon. Unlike the Amethyst Dungeon, where the divisions between layers were distinct, here, the moment one stepped into the fortress, they were already in the middle layer. The fortress was just a facade. Inside, the space was far larger than it looked outside, essentially a three-dimensional labyrinth. "Do we really have to go inside?" Cheong whispered to Sho, clutching his wooden staff. It was a stupid question, given how far they had come, but Sho knew he was simply scared. "Stay close to me. I'll protect you." They didn't enter through the front gate. That would have been like delivering food to the Chiss. Huyen instead led them to a window opening outward, and they climbed through one by one. They landed in a shadowy corridor. No breeding sacs, no flesh tumors clinging to the walls. No sound in their ears either. Several scouts exchanged glances, all shaking their heads, confirming that no Chiss lurked nearby. Clearly, Huyen wasn't wandering blindly. He had indeed found a viable route. The group moved through twisting corridors, staircases, and countless branches. The silence pressed in, broken only by their own heavy breaths. After an unknown time, Huyen finally stopped at a tower isolated on the fortress's edge. At its base yawned a jagged hole, exposing a natural cavern below. Moving deeper, they crawled to the tunnel's edge, and there, at last, they saw the legendary brain, a massive, pulsating dark red mass of flesh, hanging from the rock like a heart. It was guarded by a swarm of Chiss, with eye insects patrolling above. If not for the tool given to Huyen by the Elder, they would have been discovered instantly. So, it was hidden under the stone fort all along. No wonder it went undiscovered all these years, someone snarled, clearly one who had suffered at the hands of the Chiss. Huyen turned to them. "Cover me as I charge. I can destroy it in one strike." Without command, the rest of the Chiss will be nothing but scattered sand. We can cut our way out with ease. No one objected. Even Sho gripped his weapon tighter. When they suddenly leapt into action, the Chiss were indeed caught off guard. The upper-rank warriors carved through every Chiss in their path. Behind, others gave ranged support or unleashed spells to counter the Chiss stealth. Cheong shut his eyes tight, sweat dripping down his temples, his hands radiating rings of faint blue ripples. With rare, psychic magic, he silently bolstered his allies' morale. When Huyen roared and hurled his piercing spear at the brain, every heart leapt into their throats. The spear pierced straight through the pulsating mass without resistance. The flesh convulsed, its surface losing all luster. Like a deflated sack, it withered and shriveled at once. But before cheers could escape, cold reality seized their throats. The Chiss moved as if nothing had happened. Endless swarms surged forth in order, not invisible, not rushing to attack, but emitting screeching siskeka sounds, as though mocking them. When two evil eyes, radiating overwhelming power, drifted silently into the cavern, the very air seemed to freeze. Huyen's expression shifted in an instant, from elation at striking true, to disbelief, then to searing humiliation at realizing the deception, until finally, all those turbulent emotions settled into icy, near-desperate resolve. He spoke, "Sho, take the young ones and run. The rest of you, stay with me. We'll hold off the Chiss." To stay here meant certain death, but not every demonkin could face death with resolve. While Sho still hesitated at the order to flee, another upper-rank warrior was first to turn away, suddenly breaking from the group and bolting down the tunnel they had come from. "I told you we should have migrated south. I told you. This is all your fault, Huyen. Your idea. You take responsibility for it." The desertion of one upper-rank warrior ignited the terror already pressing on everyone's hearts. Several more, panic-stricken, wailed and screamed as they shoved aside their comrades to follow after him. "Cowards!" One of the warriors who remained spat harshly. But Huyen didn't even glance at the deserters. His eyes were locked on those two massive evil eyes. The Chiss, it seemed, had finally gathered in full and were ready to hunt. Six-clawed stealth monsters melted into shadow, while the beetles swarmed the ground like a living tide. "Sho, Run! At a shout, Sho could only grit his teeth and turn. But before he could lead the few survivors more than a few steps, disaster struck. The deserters who had fled into the tunnel barely had their figures been swallowed by the darkness when sharp, short screams burst out. Then came the nauseating sounds of tearing and greedy chewing. A few six-clawed stealth monsters, their bodies drenched in blood, walked out of the tunnel. Even upper-rank warriors, once they lost their composure, were slaughtered cleanly by such ambushes. The retreat was cut off. The Chistru encirclement snapped shut, leaving them completely trapped. Kill! Hu Yen roared, charging first into the swarm. Despair ignited into madness, and the battle instantly descended into its bloodiest stage. Warriors bellowed, each slash and thrust carrying the weight of mutual destruction. Blood and flesh flew. Severed limbs mixed with the Chis-purple ichor splattered everywhere. Demonkin fell one after another. One warrior rolled across the ground, stabbing upward to kill a six-clawed that had revealed itself in the gore. Before he could even pull his spear free, three more Chis pounced, ripping him apart in an instant. Another upper-rank warrior swung his weapon in a storm of death, shredding any Chis that approached. But under the combined gaze of the two evil eyes, his joints petrified, his weapon slipped from his hands, and he was swallowed by the tide. The cavern floor quickly turned into a swamp of blood and corpses, a nauseating stench of death saturating the air. Drenched in purple blood, Sho's arms felt heavy as lead, every swing like tearing bone from his body. Behind him, Cheong held aloft a radiant sphere that dispelled invisibility, while continuously casting potential boosting spells on his comrades. The strain of overusing his magic left him reeling with dizziness, but mechanically he cast another clear mind spell on himself just to stay conscious. This was a battle with no hope, only an endless sea of insects before their eyes. And just when it seemed all would be ground to paste in this blood-soaked mill. Chis, hello, a garbled voice echoed from some unknown tunnel, layered with eerie distortion. Sho couldn't understand, assuming it a cry from some Chis. But an old warrior muttered in confusion. A human? The moment the voice sounded, something even stranger happened. The Chis army, a second ago attacking in disciplined fury, froze as if someone had pressed pause, whether slashing claws, spewing acid, or preparing invisibility. Even the two evil eyes exuding dreadful pressure, all stopped in the same instant, their movements locked. Even the irritating "Isiskeka" sound ceased abruptly. The entire cavern fell in a silence, broken only by ragged breathing and the drip-drip of blood. The sudden stillness was more terrifying than the earlier chaos. What happened? An opportunity. While some tribesmen stood stunned, Hu Yin reacted instantly. Despair in his eyes flipped into mad hope, as if he had grasped the last straw. This way, he roared, pouring every ounce of strength into his hammer. He smashed it into the thinnest section of the insect wall, tearing open a desperate gap. Sho didn't hesitate for a second. He seized the dazed Cheong and charged through the blood-soaked path Hu Yin had carved. He spared no thought for others. By now, of all the young warriors, only the two of them remained. The two evil eyes were the first to wake. Blinding rays burst from their enormous pupils. The beams seared past the fleeing group. Sho, by sheer fortune, was untouched and managed to dive into the tunnel. The rest of the Chis shook off their paralysis too. But now, they no longer fought with perfect ease. Some pursued the fleeing warriors, unwilling to let prey slip away. But the majority turned and surged in a different direction. Sho thought he heard distant rumbling. Even a fraction of the swarm was still deadly for the fewer than 10 survivors. Hu Yin and several warriors, too wounded to escape, spun back, bracing themselves in the narrow passage. Go! The crack of breaking shells, the shrieks of the Chis, the thundering of the hammer, and a distant rumble. All sounds blended into the nightmare behind them. In his last glance back, Sho saw Hu Yan's blood-soaked figure vanish beneath the swarm. The dark tunnel stretched ahead. Behind, hell's screams pursued. Sho clenched his teeth, dragging the near-unconscious Cheong forward. At last, he crawled out of the cavern, back into the stone fort. Only Cheong remained beside him. They had gathered nearly all the tribe's strength, almost 40 of their mightiest warriors. You have them all. Only he and Cheong had returned alive. Not even the shattered magic cores of their fallen clansmen could be recovered. And when Sho looked at Cheong, the pain only deepened. One of Cheong's arms and a leg were gone. Only fragments of petrified stone marking where they had been. Cheong. Then, clack, clack, clack. The crisp, hair-raising sound of chitin striking stone echoed from all around. Closer, faster, until countless figures encircled them. It's over. The thought rang clear in Sho's mind. He lifted Cheong with one arm, the other raising his broken bone spear, ready for the last stand. There was no regret. He had done all he could. From a moment, they stepped into the stone fort. Their fate had already been sealed. But the expected attack never came. Once the encirclement closed, a glowing green-eye insect floated forward. In both Sho's and Cheong's minds, a voice sounded. I love peace. Talk. Not only did the Chiss love peace, Pujus longed for peace just as passionately. Indeed, the moment they crossed the rift, the Pujus threw themselves into the great work of purification, diligently sweeping away all obstacles that threatened peace, such as the monsters endlessly respawning along the mycelium carpet's edge. One scaly, chubby shut-in Pudgy rolled clumsily into the rift and was immediately doused with acid from the Chiss. After many skirmishes, the Chiss had discovered that acid was the most effective way to deal with Pudgis. Its area of effect could kill many at once, and it was hard for them to dodge. With only 10 HP, any Pudgy splashed by acid would die instantly and was hard to resurrect. The only drawback was its short range. When it came to trading shots with the artillery Pudgis, the Chiss were pounded mercilessly. Still, as a defensive tactic for holding choke points, acid was extraordinarily effective. Yet against the shut-in Pudgy, it had no effect at all. The sizzling corrosion echoed across its scaly body, but wasn't instantly destroyed. In the next moment, a deafening explosion erupted at the rift's mouth. The blast sent countless sharp scales flying outward. In an instant, the frontline Chiss were shredded like sieves, collapsing into heaps of gore. The Chiss firepower faltered, and in that opening, more Pudgis surged in. The Chiss reacted quickly, rushing reinforcements to fill the breach, trying to push the Pudgis back. But the Pudgis had no intention of giving up ground once taken. Only with the hasty arrival of an evil eye were they able to petrify a large group of Pudgis into statues and barely push the line back. But even that nearly cost the evil eye its life. When it appeared, a heavy armor Pudgy self-destructed without hesitation. Its body blew apart like a powder keg, the massive mushroom cap on its head blasting out like a cannonball. Unfortunately, the angle was off. The cap spun away, smashing instead into the rock wall just above the evil eye with a thunderous crash. Stones rained down, and the Chiss hurried to hide their precious evil eye again, unwilling to expose it so recklessly. Without the evil eye's strategic deterrence, however, the Chiss inevitably began losing ground at the rift. When more than half of the 2,000 Pudgis in the vanguard had been consumed, and Pudgy fragments floated atop the sticky purple blood spilled by the Chiss, Linden finally sent over his trump card, the little pig. Louisa was the first across. As she stepped past the rift, she lifted her arm with elegance. A massive shield of thick purple blood rose with a crash, blocking acid sprays and spikes from all sides. Close behind her came a group of blood-sucking Pudgis, blood manipulation LV4. Since they had no outside training resources, their skill level wasn't high. But these were genuine Pudgis with vampire blood control abilities. On a battlefield drenched in blood, they were far more useful than ordinary Pudgis. The job of maintaining the blood shields quickly passed into their care. They manipulated the endless purple blood flooding the battlefield, raising wall after wall of thin but unbroken shields before the Pudgy army. While a single blood shield lacked the strength of Louise's, their sheer numbers stacked into layers. With purple blood flowing endlessly, they blocked the Chiss assaults through persistence. Freed from defense, Louisa turned to her specialty, blood threads. Countless crimson filaments, as fine as hair, writhed like living serpents. Slipping deftly through gaps in the shields, they lanced into the Chiss ranks. The threads wound, sliced, and pierced. Ordinary Chiss had no defense against such sinister, elusive attacks. Their counterstrikes were stopped cold by the blood shields of the Pudges. Meanwhile, more cannon fodder Pudges surged in like waves. The Chiss tried to rally, but the evil eye, just returning, was instantly beset by several blood threads. Explosive clots of purple blood detonated against its magic shield, rippling its defenses. Louisa was already gathering a massive blood spear in her hands. The evil eye, forced on the back foot, fled again before it could counterattack. Unable to resist further, the Chiss abandoned the field, leaving over a dozen corpses behind. The cow and horse Pudges swarmed in at once, diligently harvesting remains and sowing spores. Soon, atop the mountain of corpses, a carpet of thriving mycelium spread across the cold land. Pudges had established their first bridgehead in the far north. So cold. That was Lin Jun's first impression upon extending himself into the region. Though his true body had yet to cross, the state of the mycelium carpet alone told him how freezing it was. Even with his cold resistance LV7, the vitality of the fungal network was brutally suppressed. Most obvious was how slowly the carpet spread. Lin Jun had to order Pudges to sow spores directly ahead, accelerating the carpet's advance. Fortunately, the Chiss seemed cowed. With every inch the carpet expanded, they retreated in eerie unison. Even areas filled with giant flesh masses, likely hatcheries, were abandoned without resistance. Had they truly given up? Lin Jun didn't know the Chiss were confined to this dungeon's middle layer. Seeing how easily they yielded ground, he assumed they had vast territory to retreat into. Since the Chiss avoided direct battle, Lin Jun happily seized land unopposed. Yet aside from the bitter cold, one thing struck him deeply about this place: its barrenness. Not in life forms, this was the Chiss nest, after all, but in mana. Slightly richer than the surface, perhaps, but compared to his own dungeon, the gap was enormous. Here, the carpet absorbed pitiful amounts of mana. Per equal area, its yield was barely a fifth or less of his deep layers. It just about broke even with the carpet's upkeep, with only a sliver of surplus left. With such thin mana, the monsters born here would inevitably be few and weak. No wonder the Chiss had surged across the rift the moment it opened. By comparison, Lin Jun longed all the more to repair his dungeon core. Otherwise, would he really be forced to live in this frigid, impoverished wasteland? To go from luxury to deprivation, that was far too hard to bear. He could call over Little Black and the others. A warm, pulsing lump of flesh was stuffed into Cheong's arms as he leaned on his staff. Even through his leather armor, he felt its life throbbing. Before him stretched the corridor leading out of the fortress. Cheong, don't trust it. That thing can't be. Shou's warning cut off abruptly. A clawed, chit in his hand clamped his throat, talons sinking deep, silencing him completely. Shou's face flushed red, bloodshot eyes boring into Cheong, desperately trying to stop him with only his gaze. Cheong hesitated, torn by the sight of Shou's life held in the Chiss grasp. Promise. Take out. All live. The Chiss mental voice pressed urgently into his mind. What if you break your promise? You have no choice. Cheong glanced once more at Shou. Ignoring his furious opposition, he limped forward down the hall. He didn't trust the Chiss, not at all. Just as Shou said, it was not to be trusted. But once he crossed that threshold, he planned to spin around, wielding the strange meat bundle in his arms as a bargaining chip, to force the Chiss to release Shou. No matter what, he would save him. What was this thing? From the ruptured belly of the clumsy beast, a half-dissolved corpse and a hammerhead tumbled out. The body had been heavily corroded by digestive fluids. Lin Jun could only judge roughly from its exposed skeletal frame. Humanoid, horns on the head, and in the chest. Was that an embedded crystal? A Pudgy picked the crystal out of the remains. Unlike the clear, glassy shine of mana crystals, this one had complex, layered patterns inside. Sadly, it was already cracked, making it hard to discern its structure. This is probably a Demunkin's magic core. To them, it's crucial. To others, well, if you find a skilled enough craftsman, you might luck out and forge a magical accessory from it. Louisa, summoned over, gave her judgment after a glance. What's a demonkin? A race that engraves power directly into their flesh, Louisa explained. They hunt the strong, steal their strength, and etch it into the flesh of newborns as demon marks, thereby seizing that power. Their natural talents are also formidable. In fact, among the Empire's 12 pillars, one belongs to the demonkin. She paused, her eyes falling once more on the ravaged corpse. A faint, mocking curve tugged her lips. But, since we're encountering them in this far northern land, 9 times out of 10, they're the failures. Failures? Louisa gave a quiet snort. They had neither the absolute power to make others submit, nor the humility to bow to those stronger before them. In the end, only by the Emperor's mercy did they survive it all, exiled here to scavenge in the ice and snow. If that's not failure, what is? Oh, I did hear about some demons being driven north. So it's them. Looks like their living conditions are pretty harsh. At first, more than 10 demon races migrated north, forming dozens of tribes. But after centuries, most either vanished in the snow or gradually returned to the Empire. Those stubborn enough to cling to a heap of ice, there shouldn't be many left. Louisa nudged the remains with the toe of her boot. When I was in the Empire, I hardly ever heard news from the north. So, in other words, Lin Jun concluded, there are people with war potential, but rootless, and probably not very numerous. Humanoids? Humanoids? Louisa found his phrasing odd, but she nodded anyway. Then, with precision, she added, strictly speaking, boss, they still serve the Demon King. Didn't the Demon King die ages ago? There's no concrete proof that the Demon King has. 300 years without a trace. Lin Jun interrupted, unconcerned. If that's not dead, it's as good as dead. Masterless Demonkin, good. Very good. The Pudgis rubbed the shattered core, wiping away blood and stomach acid bit by bit, as if polishing a treasure. Meanwhile, Norris and Gray had been ushered across the rift by a cluster of Pudgis, arriving at the not yet fully cleared Mushroom Garden number 3. Gray had been on the ground barely 2 minutes before tucking her tail and trying to scurry back, only to be blocked by the Pudgis. Her cold resistance was also LV7, enough to survive here, but she still felt the chill. With no other choice, Lin Jun had a few burrower Pudgis circle around her, generating heat. Unbothered by scorched paws, she hugged one hot Pudgy to each side, finally sighing in relief. As for Norris, a 4-meter-tall, shell-armored Gita stood in Mushroom Garden number 3. Since his triple reinforcement had been triggered before they decided to camp here, Norris hadn't been fitted with cold resistance. So he simply stayed hunkered inside the Gita, refusing to come out. Though the prototype Gita had underperformed in testing, its combined combat strength was weaker than elite Pudgis fighting separately. Norris had fallen in love with piloting it. Lin Jun's assessment, good taste. Since Norris hadn't yet received his reward for training the cave dwellers, Lin Jun simply built him a completed Gita unit. In battle, it would certainly be stronger than Norris himself. And, given the Chiss territory, the new batch of Pudgis all came standard with cold resistance LV7. Sealed inside the Gita's cockpit, plus a heat ring that emitted faint warmth, Norris could move freely in this frigid land. Though the Chiss no longer engaged Lin Jun head-on, their little tricks were constant. They relied on their knowledge of the terrain to sneak behind the carpet, destroying tunnels and burrows, causing minor annoyances. But with insufficient strength, such tactics could only slightly slow the carpet spread. Their territory shrank by the second. What the Chiss didn't realize was that concentrating their harassment in one direction exposed their intentions. Lin focused more forces that way, and soon uncovered a passage leading up into the fortress above. With his Gita, Norris eagerly volunteered for the scouting mission. Gray insisted on accompanying him. Normally, Lin wouldn't trust either alone. One lacked strength, the other lacked sense, but together. After teaching Norris the scale-plucking wish technique, he sent them out. As for the yellow book, it was still sitting deep underground under the Pujus rumps, oblivious to Norris modifications. Dong dong. KRRK. KRRK. Strange sounds echoed through the fortress' deep corridors. Heavy thuds like hammer blows, mixed with harsh scraping. Xiong froze mid-step. Go! The Chiss voice stabbed into his mind again. But this time, Xiong clearly sensed its urgency, bordering on panic. What was the Chiss afraid of? Seeing him hesitate, the Chiss seemed ready to use Shou as leverage again. But from the corridor's end, the source of the noise appeared first. From the corner, a towering figure stepped out, nearly 4 meters tall. Its whole body was armored in thick shell, and atop its head, a mushroom cap, giving it a bizarre appearance. Behind it came a figure barely half its height, clad in black scales, wings folded on its back. A dragonkin. Growing up in the far north, Xiong just barely recognized the features that marked Gray's dragonkin heritage. As for the strange, shell-armored giant, and the pair of buzzing, heat-radiating odd creatures in its arms, he had never even heard of such things. Unknown though they were, there was no doubt. None of these three belonged to the Stone Fort dungeon. HSSSSS. The Chiss growled threateningly. Yet Xiong realized it wasn't the same cold, silent hunting stance as before. Threatening growls shook the corridor. Gray glanced once at the Chiss, then down at the 2 warm, cuddly Pujus in her arms. Her claws tightened. She really couldn't bear to let them go. In the end, she turned her eyes toward Norris. Norris had come for battle in the first place. Without hesitation, the 4-meter-tall Gita thundered forward, each step booming as its shoulder-mounted artillery Pujus opened fire under his control. Unfortunately, the fixed Pujus couldn't aim on their own. Everything depended on Norris adjustments, so accuracy was questionable. Even so, luck was with him. Out of 2 shots, one actually slammed straight toward Xiong. A 6-clawed Chiss darted into the air, intercepting it mid-flight. The price was steep, its spine shattered, its body crashing down in ruin. With their meat mass threatened, the Chiss had no choice but to counter. Several twisted the light around their bodies, vanishing instantly. But Norris wasn't relying on his eyes. The scout Pudgy pressed against his head relayed their positions with mana perception, showing every hidden Chiss clearly. The Gita smashed forward with its left arm, rock armor Pudgy's shield. Crunch! A Chiss sneaking along the wall was crushed flat. At the same time, the right arm's 4 whip blades lashed out, carving deep wounds into another's body. Step by step, Norris cleared the corridor. The Gita's shell took scratches here and there, but unless surrounded, 2 or 3 Chiss at a time were no threat. Best of all, Gray followed behind, clutching her heat Pujus. Any Chiss that slipped past to ambush Norris was kicked to death with a single strike. The Chiss fought back fiercely, though. Several coordinated a rake opened the Gita's right arm. When Norris swung the whips again, claws snapped forward, precisely severing the Gita's limb. Boom! The arm's Pudgy self-destructed at once, blasting the attackers away. And from the ruined socket, another artillery Pudgy emerged. Realizing the fight wasn't in their favor, the Chiss decided to snatch back the meat mass and retreat. But at that instant, Shou, still locked in the 6-clawed's grip, suddenly erupted into violence. Ignoring talons tearing deep gouges into his neck, he drove his right hand like a blade into its chest. Bone and flesh shattered. The cost, his entire right hand crushed, bones jutting out grotesquely. He wrenched his ruined arm free, blood dripping, and like a beast lunged at another Chiss closing in on Xiong. Its counterstrike came in a sweeping claw, tearing the air. Normally, Shou could have evaded, countering with his bone spear. But now, he was exhausted, broken. Without hesitation, he threw up his remaining left arm to meet the blow. Bone and flesh became his shield once more. At the same time, the jagged bone of his ruined right arm pierced straight through the Chiss skull. Cheong dropped the meat mass, catching Sho as he stumbled. His one good hand trembled, weaving faint green light in a desperate attempt to stem the bleeding. "Show your hands." In the far north, there were no advanced alchemical industries. Of course, the elders' medicines had never included the rarest of all limb growth potions. His left arm mangled beyond recognition, his right hand obliterated, only a jagged stump of bone remaining. Even if he survived, he would never wield a spear again. He would be a cripple. Sho himself only rasped, "Don't think so far ahead. We may not live long enough to worry." Thud! The battered Gita loomed over them. Norris had noticed the two weren't quite like the Chiss. Their skin patterns, the horns on their brows, the strange words spilling from their mouths. Could they be demons? A shiver ran down his spine. Flesh-eating demons. He'd already seen Louisa the vampire, always drinking blood, casting hungry eyes at him. Perfect fit for the legends. And now, two more demons? For a heartbeat, Norris considered killing them to prevent trouble. He forgot completely that he himself looked far less human now. But the thought lasted only a moment. Norris remembered the rule: always report to the boss. He was just figuring out how to haul them back to the mycelium carpet when a sickening chorus of scuttling came from the distance. Reinforcements. A swarm of six-clawed Chiss, and above them, an immense, suffocating evil eye. The corridor was broad enough for the Gita, for meters tall. But for the massive evil eye, it was still cramped, its bulk nearly filling the passage as it forced its way in. "What's this?" "An evil eye," Norris muttered. He'd only heard Lin Jun mention them before. But when the pale beams lanced out, he knew. His legs went first, the shell petrifying into stone. The stone spread surged upward like a plague, freezing the Limpujus solid. The Gita froze in place. A perfect target. Norris fired desperately, mushroom shells hammering its shield, but the evil eye's barrier absorbed everything. If it were just Norris, his only choice now would be ejecting and running. But this time, he wasn't alone. "Senior Gray, help me out. I'll give you 3 scales." At the promise of 3 scales, Gray's eyes lit with golden fire. Carefully, she set her warm Pujus down against the wall. The next moment, a black flash tore through the corridor. The evil eye tried to petrify her, but only managed to gray the very edges of her scales before she closed the gap. With a deafening boom, its barriers shattered. The disgusting or burst apart, spraying purple slime in all directions. The black slash carried on, ripping through the swarm of six-clawed, scattering limbs in a storm of gore. Minutes later, Gray, now splattered purple, hopped cheerfully up to the stiffened Gita, her tail wagging with glee. "So this is the power of a dragonkin," Sho, slumped against the wall, whispered in awe. On the ground, the discarded meat mass twitched. Tiny hidden limbs stretched out, trying to crawl away unnoticed. Sho spotted it. Smash! But before he could warn them, Gray casually stomped it flat, like squashing a cockroach. Neither she nor Norris thought it anything more than another Chiss grunt. From inside the Gita, a few groans echoed. Then, Gray gained 3 brand new shiny scales. In the fortress depths, Lin Jun stared at the 2 demonkin they brought back. He still didn't know what had happened. Hadn't this just been a scouting trip? A Pudgy poked at Sho, who had already fallen unconscious mid-journey. This one's nearly dead." Cheong's heart pounded like a war drum. He had just escaped the claws of the Chiss, only to fall instantly into the hands of unknown captors. He had thought the dragonkin was an outsider. Only now did he realize it actually lurked in the mid-layer just like the Chiss. What made his chest tighten further was that this dragonkin seemed to coexist with a whole swarm of bizarre mushroom creatures. The far northern cold should have wiped out all fungi. Cheong had never even seen Pudges before. Judging by their soft, frail appearance, he instinctively classed them as weak monsters. But if they could live in the same layer as the brutal Chiss, then clearly they were far from what they appeared. Yet none of that mattered as much as what he had just witnessed. Those mushrooms had scattered some strange substance on his show, and now those things seemed to be growing into his body. Without doubt, these fungi meant to devour them as living feed. Cheong shoved a few pudges away in panic, struggling desperately. But a cold, unyielding hand slammed him back down against the ground. He turned his head, towering figure, skin pale as paper, and blood-red fangs flashing from her lips. A vampire? Cheong's voice broke in shock. You're from the Empire? His mind reeled. Why would Imperials be in the stone fort dungeon mid-layers? Why capture them? Louisa rolled her eyes. She couldn't be bothered to explain. Lin Jun had originally wanted the Pudges to drug this magic-born with hallucinogenic spores, and then cripple him before parasitizing. But since he'd fought back early, well, this way was faster. She seized the struggling Cheong, locking his arms, then sank her fangs deep into his neck. His blood rushed out, strength draining. His struggles weakened, vision blurring. Across from him, Louisa reveled in the taste. How long? How long had it been since she'd savored such exquisite blood? This wasn't like the crude blood of cave dwellers or minotaurs. This was rich with the unique essence of a demonkin. Her crimson eyes narrowed in bliss. You don't mean to drain him dry, do you? Lin Jun's voice fell like ice water. Louisa snapped out of her daze instantly, pulling her fangs free. She wiped the corner of her mouth, straightening with a solemn look. She had restraint. On the ground, Cheong's vision dimmed completely. His last strength dragged his arm toward the unconscious show. Puff! A pudgy's short foot pressed lightly to his chest. A cascade of spores drifted down like snow, blanketing him. He thought dimly, so, I'll be eaten too just like Show? I see. No wonder you ended up here. Lin Jun gestured for the two wounded demonkin to be brought in, while ordering Norris and Gray. Run back once more. See if that meatball you stomped is still around. If it is, bring it. Something the Chiss treasured that much has to be valuable. When Xiong woke, he was stunned to find that neither he nor Shou had died. In fact, Shou had recovered from his grave injuries. Though his hands were destroyed beyond repair, his life was no longer at risk. Even his lesser wounds were sealed by that strange parasite. What consequences this healing might bring, Xiong didn't know, but Shou lived. That was something. Shou himself was far more cautious. Judging from the Chiss' strange behavior, this so-called Pudgy race was hardly harmless. He tried several times to lie in conversation, but every vague twist was caught and corrected by the other side, as if by accident. In the end, he could only give vague answers, never revealing his tribe's location. Luckily, his captors seemed uninterested in the Demonkin tribes. They pressed no further. So you two were forced by the Chiss, huh? Survival leaves no choice. The Pudgy leader bobbed about, sighing as though commiserating. We Pudges too. We're a peace-loving family. But those Chiss, always jealous, always raiding, smashing, burning. Fighting back is just self-defense, truly. Cheong's hand drifted to his neck. Two puncture marks throbbed faintly there. Lin Ju noticed. He explained readily, my little piggy got greedy, but she knew her limits. Just think of it as blood payment for saving you. Little piggy. Cheong's gaze shifted uneasily toward Louisa. She immediately turned away, feigning interest in a shadowed wall. Life-saving grace deserves some payment. We don't mind, Shou said evenly, smoothing things over. Soon after, the Pudges brought them 2 bowls of glowing soup. This is mushroom soup, of course. Aren't you hungry? After so many brushes with death, of course they were hungry. But being served glowing mushroom soup by a bunch of mushroom monsters? The strangeness of the scene was hard to stomach. Shou braced himself and drank first. Their lives were already in these creatures' hands. What choice was there? Warmth spread through his battered body. Energy filled his exhausted frame. His eyes flickered in surprise. Cheong even asked for seconds, embarrassed. Don't worry, eat all you like. Mushrooms, we've got plenty. After the meal, Shou cautiously asked about leaving. To his surprise, The Pudgis agreed at once. You're too weak to travel. Rest a day or two more first. They even advised, sounding genuinely concerned. Thank you for your kindness, but after all this, our tribe must be waiting anxiously, Sho said. True, true. Then take these. Linju nodded. A Pudgy waddled up with a bulging pouch, stuffing it into Cheong's hands. Inside, it was packed with mushrooms. Snacks for the road. On their way out, Sho glimpsed Pudgis carrying Chiss corpses. Norris passed by, empty-handed from another trip. By then, the Chiss had retrieved all remains. Escorted up to the surface by a friendly troop of Pudgis waving their mycelium tendrils, the two demonkin finally left. Sho, Cheong said softly, glancing back at the fortress shadow. Those Pudgis, they seemed almost friendly to us. Sho didn't answer at once. He exhaled heavily, the sighs steaming white in the frigid air. Let's hope so. What do you mean? He lifted the stump of his arm. Mycelium threads wound through the etched demon marks and flesh. Cheong, his gaze pierced northward into the endless snowfields. Maybe what we ought to do now is just keep walking north. Find a place with no kin and die there quietly. He paused, voice uncertain. But what we've seen, what we've learned about the Chiss, those mushrooms, this dungeon, these things must be told to the tribe. Cheong's answer was far simpler. He declared firmly, Sho, wherever you go, I'll go. Even if it's death, we'll face it together. Sho stopped. He looked at him for a long moment, then couldn't bear to drag him into death without reason. Let's meet the elders first. If nothing else, the tribe should migrate south quickly. A little late, though, perhaps. The cold wind whistled through cracks between ice blocks. An ice giant, born of cold spirits, patrolled its domain. Though a creature of pure element, it bore an almost obsessive territorial instinct. When the demonkin had set out, their ranks were strong. Huyen had casually shattered this spirit's ice body with a single hammer strike. But now, on the return, the cold spirit had already reshaped its frozen form, while the once proud warband was reduced to only two broken figures, Cheong and Sho. So they chose to take a detour. Luckily, cold spirits held no grudges. As long as one skirted their land from afar, they would not attack. And indeed, this spirit ignored the two distant survivors. Instead, its attention fixed on the sky. A barely visible scout, Pudgy flapped through the icy wind, following the demonkin from far behind. Huh? Detected? Seeing the cold spirit's gaze track toward the scout, Lin Jun urged the Pudgy higher into the air. Race, cold spirit. Level, LV39. Racial talent, body of element. Skills, ice element control, LV6. Mana sense, LV4. Mana sense. That explained how it noticed the scout Pudgy, the second cold spirit they had seen on the way. Lin Jun made a mental note. He'd definitely catch one later for a taste. He had let the two demonkin go easily for a reason, to follow them home. Though Sho had been vague about his tribe's situation, Lin Jun had already found demonkin remains in the Cheese territory, fresh enough to suggest they had recently suffered heavy losses. Now was the perfect chance to strike while they were weakened and earn their goodwill. For now, just observe. Knowing this scout would be stationed outside for long periods, Lin Jun had given it photosynthesis. But truth be told, conditions in the far north were far harsher than expected. The sunlight here was pale and weak, its mana yield from photosynthesis pitiful, barely enough to keep the Pudgy moving. That alone wouldn't have been a problem. But the cold. Even with cold resistance LV7, survival outside the dungeon was difficult. Lin Jun had to add high heat burrow LV6, so the Pudgy could occasionally warm itself. But that drained mana faster. Its reserves were steadily shrinking. At best, it could endure 3 or 4 days before needing another scout to switch shifts. Fortunately, the demonkin tribe wasn't far from the dungeon, just half a day's journey. As soon as they reached the tribe, clansfolk swarmed the two survivors. Sho, Cheong, what happened to you? Senior warrior Xing Ho rushed over, eyes locking onto their mangled arms. His tone grew heavy. The others don't tell me. All dead, Sho rasped. Only us two remain. Xingho, he noticed the bulging hunting pack slung over the warrior's back. You vanished without word. I was just preparing to search for you, Xingho explained. Relief and dread warred in Shou's chest. At least they had returned. Take us to the elder, he said. Elder, Xingho hesitated, then silently led them to the largest tent in the center. Behind them, whispers spread through the tribe, full of unease and dread. Inside, behind heavy hides, lay the elder. Once, he had been a beacon of wisdom, aged but sharp-eyed and commanding. Now he was a husk. His magic marks had dimmed to gray, his body shivering beneath thick furs. Even his once keen eyes were now clouded. Elder, Shou's voice cracked in disbelief. Shou Qiong. The elder looked at them with surprising calm. My time has come. For a demonkin, I've already lived long enough. But at a time like this, even Shou, usually composed, couldn't hide his unease. Fate chooses no moment, child. His gaze shifted to Shou's arm, where mycelium crawled along the fading magic lines. Tell me what happened. Shou recounted everything. The Qi's deadly ambush, the grotesque meat cluster, the mushroom creatures who called themselves Pujis. Xingho's face turned iron dark, his fists clenched. The elder only listened quietly, nodding wearily at times. You've suffered, he sighed weakly. Perhaps all fault lies with me. Elder, Xingho burst out. It was Hu Yan's false intelligence. How can it be your fault? No. The elder shook his head. His eyes carried deep fatigue and guilt. It was I who refused the southern migration. I who rejected the Empire's hand. I who could not let go of the memory of our demon king. If we had submitted earlier, perhaps those children would yet live. Xingho tried to argue, but the elder silenced him with a frail yet firm gesture. Take Xiong to rest. Soothe the people. I must speak to Shou alone. Yes. Xingho gave Shou a long, weighted look before leading Xiong out. As soon as the tent closed, the elder's withered hand clamped onto Shou's arm. From his clouded eyes flared a sudden, piercing sharpness. His voice dropped, each word hammered with force. Shou, this is fusion parasitism. Our whole tribe is likely already targeted by those Pujis. Fusion parasitism? Shou stared at the living threads on his arm. He had suspected. Hearing it confirmed struck him with crushing regret. Then, I shouldn't have come back. No, you were right to return. The elder's grip whitened his knuckles, his eyes blazing with certainty. Xingho is strong, but he cannot shoulder the tribe alone. The tribe needs you, parasites or not. We were lives forged by the Demon King's own hand. We are no mere mortal flesh. A strange, resolute smile lit the elder's worn face. And I can still give you one last chance. His dim magic marks flared one last time, his mana surging inward to his core. But Shou, where lies the tribe's future? After I'm gone, no need to cling to old rules. Whether you migrate south, decide for yourselves. It is I who failed everyone. Elder, Shou's heart dropped. When Xingho returned, the bed was empty. On the heavy furs lay a single magic core, its glow already fading. Shou knelt at its side, frozen like a statue. The elder entrusted the tribe to you, Xingho said, voice dry. There was no surprise, only weary acceptance. He cast one deep look at the core, then at Shou's back, before leaving with only one final line. Rise quickly. The tribe waits for you. Shou slowly reached out with his ruined arm, lifting the core. The elder had sacrificed his own life in advance to grant him one chance. One chance to rebuild his body, purge the parasite, even regain his hands. But only one. Only for him. And the tribe's future remained shrouded in uncertainty. You few, you may enter. The towering guard with 10 eyes waved his scale-covered hand and stepped aside. The moment they crossed the threshold, noise crashed over them. The broad main avenue was packed shoulder to shoulder with all kinds of strange races. The air was thick with the mingled scents of food, spices, and a peculiar magical energy. Buildings rose high on both sides, decorated with glowing magic crystals and fluttering banners. Whoa! This lineup One companion gawked. Compared to this, Deep Snowport is just a village in the sticks. Mostly because of the 200-year celebration, another said, still calm. Even the Demon King's city normally wouldn't be this crowded. Wood didn't speak, but his heart was no less shaken than his companions. The bustling splendor, the likes of which he had never seen before, made him instinctively clutch his clothes tighter. Well, let's split up for now. His companion patted his shoulder. Remember, 3 days later at dawn, we meet at the city gates. Got it. One nodded, watching them vanish into the crowd before turning down a side alley. He had come here mainly because he had heard the Demon King city contained the most complete collections of magic arrays and potion books, and he wanted to pick some that suited him. But before that, rubbed his stomach. After gnawing on hard-salted fish the whole journey, now that he was finally in the fabled capital, how could he not try the local food? Following the aroma and chatter, he chose a tavern that was nearly full and buzzing with life. Even before squeezing inside, the heated voices of discussion reached his ears. Hey, you think we'll see the Demon King at this festival? Probably. I heard at the 100-year celebration, he came in person. This is the 200th, so it should be the same. Heavens, to see His Majesty with my own eyes, this trip is worth it, no matter how far. Clearly, Will wasn't the only one who had traveled from afar. But when he finally squeezed through the doorway, the roar inside suddenly died, as if strangled. Countless eyes, curious, suspicious, and tinged with faint rejection, stabbed like needles at the blue magic markings on his exposed arms. Whispers buzzed in the corners. A demon born from the guard units? But why are his markings blue? Never seen that before. Behind the bar, a boar-headed barkeep, tusks jutting toward his own face, silently wiped the counter, unfazed by the awkward silence. Was steadied himself and approached. Boss, what do you recommend as the local specialty? The boar man paused, bushy brows arching high. You aren't a local-born demon? Just enter the city today. We're forced to smile. Oh, an outsider. The barkeep's tusks curled into a grin, coldness replaced by warmth. No wonder your markings look different. Since you're a guest from afar, you have to try our pride and joy. The red tusk boar ribs, slow grilled with secret sauce. I swear you won't taste anything like it anywhere else. He slapped his chest, spittle flying in excitement. This sudden change of attitude made was suspicious. Could it be that the reputation of the locals wasn't too good? The tavern, which had quieted when we entered, grew noisy again after overhearing his exchange with the owner. Amid the talk of the celebration, another subject emerged. Say, think the plague god will cause trouble here? What plague god? Who else? The human who's been wreaking havoc at the borders these past years. Huh, him? Not a chance. With the wolf marshal, the vampire duke, and the demon-born commander all here. And His Majesty might appear too. That coward who only sneaks around remote places wouldn't dare set foot in the Demon King city. If he does, perfect chance to finish him. The meal passed. The red tusk boar ribs weren't quite the one and only the barkeep boasted of, but they were delicious nonetheless. We figured it was thanks to the capital's wide variety of spices. Leaving the noisy tavern, we resumed his search for a bookstore. But turning into a quiet street corner, 2 city guards blocked his path. Their skin bore the same magic markings as was, but blood red. Hey, one guard crossed his arms, sneering as he sized Will up. Fresh face, huh? Which hole did you crawl out of? Deep Snowport, was said quietly, not wanting trouble. Oh, from that seaside lot? The other chuckled, suddenly grabbing his wrist. His rough fingers rubbed against the deep blue markings. Ah, this blue. Bet it's cold resistance, right? TSK. Was about to flatter him for his sharp eyes when, bang, a heavy fist slammed into his stomach without warning. Ugh, more blows rained down like a storm. Was staggered back, crashing against a wall, unable to resist. Why? He gasped, blood on his lips. Why? The guard kicked him hard in the chest, pinning him to the wall. Still dare to ask? You disgrace to Demonborn. Etching such markings just for trade, grabbing his collar. The man's eyes burned with twisted fury. Because of cowards like you, The Demonborn's name weakens year after year. I was born with them, coughed blood, a bitter smile on his face. I had no choice. He had never thought he'd be beaten for this. No choice, the guard snarled, fist raised again. Then choose a dignified death. Die and wash away your sin of staining the demon-born name. But just as the blow was about to fall, both guards froze. At the alley mouth stood a cloaked figure, face hidden behind a blank golden mask, only two deep eyes gleaming within. What are you staring at? Guard business. Move along. Creeping around in masks? Suspicious, the other barked. But when their eyes met the masked gaze, an icy dread crawled through their bones. Forget it. The first guard dropped like he'd been burned. His voice cracked as he forced calm. Festival today. You're lucky. They shot with a hateful glare. Next time won't be so easy. Then fled, almost as if chased by plague. Are you all right? A warm voice asked. A white-gloved hand reached toward Wa. Thank you. Wa took it, feeling almost no bones through the silk glove, as if holding a soft, warm cloud. Why did they trouble you? The masked voice carried concern. Wa raised his bloodied hands, crimson streaks crawling over the deep blue markings. Because my markings grant cold resistance, not combat skills. To them, it shames the Demon King's strongest creations. How narrow-minded. The masked man shook his head. Did none ever think perhaps His Majesty gave demon-born limitless possibilities so you might shine in all fields, not just on the battlefield? Wood jerked his head up, stunned. He had never heard such words. The man's tone stayed calm. Surprised? You're from Deep Snowport, yes? I've heard of it. You opened the Northern Sea route, connecting to the Taboo continent. Your port thrives because of your work. Is that not honor too? You know so much. His voice unconsciously became respectful. The man's bearing revealed high status beyond doubt. To be acknowledged by such a figure warmed his heart. But he sighed. Sadly, since 2 years ago, that route has been shrouded in mist. Likely never again open. We had no choice but to seek other paths. The mist, the masked man sighed as well, heavy with helplessness. My lord, there you are. A black-robed figure hurried over, features clearly marking him as a vampire. My lord, we've been looking everywhere. The festival is about to start. I know, I'm coming. Before leaving, the masked man turned back, solemn. Don't let their prejudice shake you. Do what you must. Hold firm. I believe, he paused, tone firm as iron. His Majesty himself must wish the same. Watching that robed back fade into the crowd, Wa couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, perhaps this man truly had once heard His Majesty's teachings firsthand? One doubt nagged him, though. That vampire wore a pure black robe. Wa vaguely recalled, in their strict hierarchy, only a duke may wear pure black. Probably just missed other colors in the cloth. The festival flood filled the square. Wa only secured a remote corner spot. In the thunderous cheers, he froze, eyes locked on the high platform. On that figure, His Majesty, the Demon King, though masked differently, the posture, the aura, it was the same man, and the vampire duke beside him was the very attendant from before, which meant was stared at his right hand, trembling. The Demon King himself had lifted him up. The words His Majesty had spoken burned within, filling him with blazing strength. Buzz. A vast magic array lit overhead, amplifying the Demon King's voice across the city. My people, his once gentle tone now thundered with might. It has been 200 years since we shattered our chains and reclaimed our freedom. I saw you claw rubble with bare talons, lifting beams with your tails. I saw you warm pups with your bodies through the winter, heal comrades with blood and magic. 200 years. You raised cities from ruin, dug moon wells from desert. Once humans lashed our backs, called us beasts. But now our magic crystal towers light the continent. Our forges smelt star iron. This is not the glory of one race. It is wolf claws, vampire spells, eagle wings, serpent wisdom. Every demon's flesh and bone forging today's prosperity. And it will not stop at 200 years. 100 more, 1,000 more, forever. Demons eternal. Demon King eternal. Demon King eternal. Were roared with the crowd, blood boiling. He believed, under such a king, eternal glory would come. The voice continued, proclaiming the empire's path. Once we defeated the humans, but mercifully only drove them south. Yet they repay kindness with malice, harassing our borders. The empire will now end this. This world has no room for such vermin. Exterminate humans. Exterminate humans, the mob thundered. But then, what's that? A voice cut through, drawing his gaze upward. A black speck tore through the clouds, racing down. Bird, someone guessed. Wing guards took flight, but the speck was too fast. In a blink, it passed over the city. Whoosh! A figure detached, plummeting like a meteor. Boom! The high platform shattered in an explosion of dust and stone. When it cleared, a human stood there. In a heartbeat, the demon-born commander flared his markings. The wolf marshal grew into a towering beast. The vampire duke lunged, fingers like blades. But before a breath passed, the commander's magic core shattered. The wolf marshal's chest burst in blood. The duke's arm flew into the air. The intruder casually flicked blood from his sword, sheathed it smoothly, and looked up at the last figure standing, the Demon King. You're the Demon King, right? First time meeting. Name's Link. I'm a hero. His broken demon tongue echoed across the city through magic amplification. As if nothing happened, he strolled to the platform edge, peering curiously at the furious demons below. Festival, huh? Sorry, didn't mean to crash it. He grinned wide, showing white teeth. I just came to do a little quest. Quest? The Demon King's voice was ice. Yeah, quest. Link nodded eagerly, fumbling through his ragged backpack. Finally, he pulled out a tattered, mouse-chewed parchment. Collection quest. One Demon King's head. Reward is, he squinted, shaking the parchment. 1 copper coin. Beneath the old fortress, a mushroom forest was slowly spreading. The cold slowed its growth so much that, even after more than a month, it was only a rough outline. Still, within this half-formed forest, 3 mushroom houses had already been accelerated with Lin Jun's magic. Compared to those in the Amethyst dungeon, these mushroom houses were shorter, thicker, and their entrances weren't left wide open. Instead, they were sealed with a flexible slit that could be pushed aside. This design kept in warmth better. Otherwise, Norris really would have no choice but to sleep inside a Pudgis all the time. Grace sleepily poked her head out from one of the mushroom houses. She woke to find the burrowing Pudgis in her arms had been attacked by an unknown culprit, dead with half its cap missing. The cold had jolted her awake. Boss. Cold. Pudgis. TCH. Don't go chewing up the heater inside the house. 2 more burrowing Pudgis emerged outside. With sleep already gone, Gray gave up on resting. She scooped up the corpse, shoved her head into Norris's mushroom house, and found no one. Looking for Norris? He went that way. A Pudgis pointed with its tendril. Before leaving, Gray remembered to call back. Shiny stuff? Move it. All right, I remember. She meant her stash of shiny treasure stored on the 5th floor needed to be brought here. Honestly, quite a hassle. There was enough of it to fill a fatty Pudgis, but those couldn't be sent climbing stairs. The trip would just end with them eaten halfway. So the Bat Pudgis would have to ferry them bit by bit through the cracks. Fortunately, pressure had been light lately, so there was spare effort to handle it. Lin Jun had been in the Stone Fortress dungeon long enough to get a clear picture. The Chiss were trapped in the middle layers. After the deep layer battles, the Sword Saints' casual slaughter, and the Pudgis' repeated raids, the Chiss were clearly exhausted. When the Pudgis first entered, the Chiss could still mount defenses and harass. It looked like it might turn into a drawn-out struggle. Yet only days later, their decline was obvious. The fleshy tumors in the middle layers had been replaced by the mycelium carpet. Their territory shrank step by step, leaving only one-eye insect. Useless if it fought, useless if it didn't. They were finished. Of course, the Chiss collapsed this fast thanks to 3 allies. Gray hated the cold and lacked drive, but she stuck with Norris, who was addicted to piloting the Jigda battle cart, actively hunting Chiss. The most tireless was Little Pig. Sleeping less, fighting more. She threw herself into battles every day, strangely energetic even though she'd never liked drinking Chiss blood. As for the demon-born tribe, Lin Jun had planned to extend the mycelium carpet toward them, win them over through soft and hard tactics. But it was too cold outside. Reaching the upper layers was the carpet's limit. Any farther, it simply couldn't spread. Unless cold resistance leveled up again, brute force was impossible. Still, if he couldn't push hard, he could try soft. Recon Pujus reported that the outside world was so barren it was generous to even call it poor. This demon-born tribe clearly survived only by clinging to dungeon resources. That gave Lin Jun plenty of leverage, and there was no rush. First, deal with the Chiss. Several worker Pujus lumbered forward, steadily laying down the mycelium carpet. Their huge caps pulsed rhythmically, releasing fine spores like drifting dust. Above, an invisible eye insect briefly scouted, then retreated quietly, without even summoning troops to harass. The Chiss seemed to have abandoned the fight for territory. On the surface, they still held half the dungeon. But every time the Pujus advanced a step, they were forced back a step. Once Lin Jun located their command tower, it would be over. Strange, though. Even if they were losing, they should have resisted harder. Knowing the Chiss intelligence, Lin Jun couldn't help but suspect a scheme. Especially after that mention of the meatball last time. Whatever it was, if the enemy wanted it, then the right move was to stop it. Lin Jun sent many Pujus to block the areas linking the fortress to the upper levels, effectively bottling the Chiss. It didn't take long to pinpoint their command center. The location was a little unusual. The fortress's underground was mostly rough, natural caverns. But here, it was clearly part of the fortress structure extending downward. Broken brick flooring, a rotting giant doorway, and scattered fragments of what had once been massive magical machinery. Inside the ruined frame, a colossal living meatball was suspended, pierced through by two thick metal pillars. Race, Chiss heart. Level, LV-63. Racial talent, Chiss breeding. Skills, mental integration LV-9, minion control LV-8, cold resistance LV-8, mental diffusion LV-7, psychic magic LV-6, physical resistance LV-5, division LV-3. Unexpectedly, it was called heart and not brain, but it was without doubt their command tower. Not to mention, many of its skills overlapped with Lin Jun's. It was the first time he'd seen an entity with no 5 base attributes listed. And what was with this shape? Like a lump of meat skewered in place. Clearly immobile. Compared to it, his mushroom body was much more convenient. Either way, now that it was found, it was doomed. Surrounding the heart were all the troops it had left. One massive eye insect and just over 700 assorted Chiss. Compared to their peak, pitifully few. Lin Jun, meanwhile, had over 1,000 combat Pujus on site, even after sending hundreds to block the exits. Plus the fake lizard men, Gray and Little Pig. The outcome was already sealed before the fight began, unless a god descended to save this meatball strung on poles. Lin Jun was about to order the attack, to send this neighbor off with dignity, when a thought suddenly rippled through the Pujus network. War, hope, peace coexist. Psychic speech? Who knew if it was born with the ability or had learned it? But judging by how broken the words were, likely the former. Lin Jun had heard from 2 Demonborn earlier that the Chiss could communicate mentally, but to actually watch a giant meatball try and talk to him, it was absurdly comical. He even wondered whether, through this mental channel, he could listen to its dying screams in real time. Attack! The command pulsed through the fungal web without delay. Pity? Sympathy? Lin Jun felt none of that toward the Chiss. Just look at what the Chiss had done in the deep layers, devouring entire caverns until not even a patch of moss remained. And in the middle layers where they currently resided, were there any other monsters left? No, not a mention. Their very first meeting had been a sneak attack on little Norris. Peaceful coexistence? Both sides knew each other too well. Pretending to be pacifist was disgusting. The only good chiss was a dead chiss. If he decomposed it, Lin Jun's control skills might even advance further. The instant the attack order went out, hundreds of artillery pudges fired, with Norris also launching 2 blasts from the Jigda. The Chiss clearly hadn't expected the pudges to fire without even replying to their plea. 30 of their kind were annihilated before they could react. The battle erupted, but it was utterly one-sided. With nothing present that could restrain Gray, the eye insect was as helpless as a lamb for slaughter. After hastily petrifying a few pudges, it was kicked down from the sky by Gray, who then stomped it to paste, all while refusing to let go of the 2 pudges she carried, fighting only with her legs. As for the rest of the Chiss minions, they were cleared away in an orderly process by the mushroom troops. Throughout this, the Chiss heart kept trying to communicate. Peace, submission, coexistence. Secrets, exchange, survival. Son, trade. At first it was intelligible. But then, son, what on earth did that mean? Regardless, Lin Jun had no intention of answering. Converse with a dying bug? Please. If it were some remarkable figure, maybe he'd indulge it. But just a smarter insect? Too dull. His cold indifference and the pudge's relentless advance seemed to push the Chiss into desperation. Through the telepathic channel came an ear-splitting, bitter death wail. Annoyed, Lin Jun severed the link. Then, one 6-clawed stealth monster suddenly went berserk, clawing wildly at the ruins near the heart. Amid flying rubble, it unearthed a blazing stone fragment, radiating terrifying heat and light. Artifact, Sunstone Fragment. A sunstone fragment. The 6-clawed creature clutched it tight, skin sizzling and smoking from the heat, then bolted down a narrow passage deeper into the fortress. Catch it. Leave that thing behind. For once, Lin Jun was genuinely alarmed. Gray looked around blankly, not understanding. Norris wanted to give chase, but the Jigda wasn't fast enough. Only one scarlet blur tore through the air. Louisa, transformed into a bat, wrapped in threads of razor-sharp blood, shot into the passage at incredible speed and vanished into the dark depths. Oh! Sensing Little Pig nearing the edge of the fungal network, Lin Jun hesitated, but ultimately didn't call her back. He had wanted to send Gray to chase instead. Her full speed would have caught the 6-clawed easily, but she was just too stupid. Little Pig wasn't slow either, but chasing this far meant going outside the mycelium carpet's coverage, which also made it the perfect chance to defect. If she wanted, she could circle around the still unclaimed sections of the dungeon and flee all the way back to the Empire. But in the end, Lin Jun didn't stop her. After all, the order had been his, and he wanted that sunstone fragment badly. One more piece meant a flood of mana, a stronger Pudgis army. So the sun, it mentioned earlier, referred to this, clearly stolen by the Chiss while ravaging the deep layers. Damn it. If he hadn't come here, he might never have been able to gather this artifact fully. Chiss, you truly deserve to die. As the last of its minions had its head blasted apart, the Pudgis closed in on the heart. This time, when the Chiss tried once more to connect mentally, Lin Jun didn't reject it. Since it had stolen his fragment, he felt a rare bit of interest in its last words. But what came was only a strange message. Your home good, my home few. Stronger Chiss not here. Next time, eat you. What nonsense. Next time? How could there possibly be a next? Race, Chiss, heart, split body. Skill, Division LV1. The heart status panel abruptly changed. Only one skill remained, Division. Everything else vanished. Bang! The Pudgis tore it apart, its remains sliding down the pillars. As the mycelium carpet spread over it, Lin Jun's magic accelerated decomposition. 7 deadly sins, greed triggered. Looted skill, Division LV1. That was it. No mental integration. No minion control. All those skills gone. What did this mean? After all this effort, after so much fighting, the final reward had slipped away? What a sick joke. Division? A split body? Then the real one must still be hiding somewhere. He would find it. at a remote side gate of the fortress, damp, dark, beyond the mycelium spread. A ragged, one-armed demon-born clutched a pulsing meatball in his only hand. Under the watch of two six-clawed monsters, he staggered out of the middle layer. He had been one of the first demon-born to flee. Attacked and nearly dead, he'd inexplicably been saved by the Chiss. We're out. His broken voice carried a thread of hope. The poison an antidote. No, antidote. Confusion flickered in his clouded eyes. Squelch. The meatball shot out a sharp, bone-like spike, piercing his brow like lightning. The demon-born stiffened, then collapsed lifeless. The meatball sprouted for slick, mucus-coated limbs, latching onto the rocks. Without pause, it scuttled away from the fortress. Midway, a massive fat worm noticed the quick-moving creature. The obese beast lunged, maw full of fangs snapping down. The meatball twisted, narrowly dodging. But enraged, the fat worm roared and launched an impossible second pounce. Crunch! The sound of snapping limbs echoed. One of the meatball's legs was caught fast in the worm's jaws. Agonizing pain flooded its body. Pain enough to roll. Pain enough to slaughter those mushrooms. Yet it dared not stop. On three remaining limbs, dripping thick purple blood, the mutilated body crawled desperately away, vanishing into the gorge beyond. Tricked! At the upper layer border, Linden found a patch of purple blood already congealed under frost. A hidden path had been exposed, winding to a side of the fortress. At the path's end lay the corpse of a demon-born, sprawled cold outside the side gate. Unfamiliar terrain had cost him. He'd only ordered the Pudgis to seal the front. Now, faint purple stains led out of the upper layer, then disappeared into the endless icy plains. But how did it get out? It needed a demon-born's help to cross the middle layers. Could it really have had another helper for the upper layer too? To test, Linden had the Pudgis capture a juvenile fat beast and drag it through. Not long after, a Pudgis stood outside the dungeon, holding the struggling larva. Dragging it back into the middle layer, the creature exploded into pulp on crossing the boundary. What a crude restriction. Compared to the Amethyst dungeon's execution by lightning, this was downright barbaric. So for now, the upper layer seal was gone. Aside from weaker mana density and temperature, it was effectively outside dungeon territory. The middle layer barrier remained, though its strength was uncertain. As for the lower layer, he hadn't even found the entrance. This ramshackle dungeon. Damn it, he let a prize slip away. The blood trail pointed south. Two hunting Pudgis, enhanced by minion control, essentially armed scouts, were dispatched. With only 3 days' worth of mana, it was a one-way trip. Honestly, Linden didn't expect much. The Chiss weren't dumb enough to flee in a straight line. In such a vast wilderness, stumbling upon them by chance was unlikely. But he couldn't let it go. What if they did succeed? On another front, trouble, Piggy was missing. A full day had passed since she'd left the fungal network. No sign of her. Defected? She must have defected. Worst case, she'd snatched the sunstone fragment and fled the dungeon. Slightly better, she ran off empty-handed, leaving the fragment behind. Traitor. And after well, thinking back, Piggy really was treated like a thankless work mule. Her rare rewards were just meals. In her place, he'd have run too. Fine then. But if he caught her again, he'd plant mushrooms on her. Looking back, it had been his own fault. A six-clawed couldn't escape the middle layers forever. He would find it eventually. He shouldn't have sent Piggy after it. But with a precious artifact fragment right in front of him, who could have stayed calm? So ridiculous, victory felt like loss. Chiss really deserved to die. Still, not everything was wasted. Level up. LV 58, LV 59. 7 deadly sins, greed triggered. Looted skill, claw attack LV 9, LV 10. Looted skill, mana perception LV 7, LV 8. Looted skill, mana shield LV 3, LV 4. Looted skill, petrification ray LV 2, LV 3. As his level rose, each step up clearly grew harder. And wasn't it just him, or did he need more experience than others? The batch of Chiss yielded average skills. Even after decomposition, cold resistance hadn't advanced a level, though it felt close. And his very first maxed-out skill turned out to be claw attack, a basic move he barely used. Linden was speechless. Testing with a Pugis showed sharper claws, yes, but nothing beyond expectations. Maybe combined with steel bones, he could mass-produce serviceable blades? But at best, the length was only fit for daggers. And with no steady supply for steel bones, only at LV4, wasn't practical. Still, compared to such lackluster basics, he was far more interested in Division LV1. After all, it was the very trick that let the chiss escape right under his nose. He tried installing onto a Pugis. Unexpectedly, the skill vanished from his own panel. Unprecedented. Could it be retrieved? Or had he wasted it? Race, Mushroom, Pugis. Skills, Mana Storage LV7, Division LV1. Watching this Pugis, Linden hesitated, then commanded it to activate the skill. A huge chunk of mana drained, more than making a new Pugis outright. Race, Mushroom, Pugis Split Body. Skills, Division LV1. A strange phenomenon. The original Pugis lost Division, but the new one gained it. Trying again, the two instantly swapped status panels, just like the Chiss Heart's escape. But a second swap wasn't possible. So a one-use life-saving skill, consumed on activation, and he just burned it on a Pugis. Linden wanted to swear. He remembered. The Chiss Heart's version was Division LV3. But all he'd looted was LV1. Did it drop a level each time it was used? After much thought, Linden decided to try reclaiming it. Back in the old days, he'd experimented with greed, devouring his own Pugis skills for experience. Naturally, it never worked. But this skill felt different, and he had no better options. So he let the mycelium wrap the Pugis clone. It melted into the carpet. He checked his panel, scrolling down. Skill, Division LV1. It returned. Relief washed through him. If it had been wasted, he might have cried on the spot. This time, he tried it himself. He'd expected splitting his true body to be difficult, costly. But in an instant, with barely any mana drained, another identical green mushroom sprouted beside him. The mana cost was less than making a Pugis. What did that mean? That his body was worth less than a Pugis? Race, Mushroom, Fungal Lord Split Body. Skills, Division LV1. So far, this clone felt much like a unit from Minion Control. He tested further. Transfer, Decompose, Split again. Was this the bug? Supposed to be a one-time life-saving revival coin, but now he could recycle it endlessly? If reclaiming worked, then as long as he wasn't instantly killed or denied even the chance to split, wasn't he nearly invincible? In short, I'm unbeatable. This suddenly becoming invincible like this. He wasn't mentally prepared at all. But damn, it felt good. Of course, invincible was a bit of an exaggeration. More accurately, the fatal weakness he'd always had was finally patched. If he had to put it into words, it was like his iron body technique had finally reached the retracting the vulnerable bits stage. Looking at it that way, the cheese escape wasn't unacceptable. After all, this skill was absurdly strong. Too bad the heart had still held Division LV3. If only he'd captured that version. So was it originally Division LV10 and degraded down? How did it even obtain it? A racial talent gained at evolution? Linden couldn't be sure. But it was the first time he'd encountered a skill that downgraded with use, and his thoughts wandered. He set aside the skill harvest for now and refocused on the aftermath in the middle layers. Piggy had run off. His own fault. Too soft, too trusting. Never again. Fine, let her go. But the Sunstone fragment might still be here, and he had to search with everything he had. With the Cheese Heart's disgraceful escape, taking over their territory was laughably easy. The few cheese encountered had regressed to the level of ordinary monsters, or worse. They just stand there stupidly, gawking after being struck, not even trying to dodge. Pathetic. Within 3 days, Linden controlled most of the middle layer. The time sink was laying down mycelium carpet, but no sign of the fragment. Though the search continued, he was already bracing for the worst. On the fourth day, no fragment turned up, but he did find an entrance to a lower layer. Whether it was the only passage, he didn't know. But on the stone bricks nearby, he found smears of purple blood. Could it have been the sixth clawed with the fragment? With a shred of hope, Linden sent the Pudgis deeper. The tunnel was damp. He expected water ahead, and he was right, though not how he imagined. The passage ended in a cliff. Across from it roared a massive waterfall. But the waterfall flowed upward. Water thundered skyward, defying gravity, vanishing into the endless dark above. Upside down, a Pudgis unfurled its wings to test it. The moment it left the cliff edge, its body shifted, appearing instead on a sheer wall nearby, standing firm on a narrow path embedded in the rock. Both sides dropped away into abyss. Yet the Pudgis didn't fall. It stood as if gravity pulled sideways. Linden recalled the pink Pudgis notebook on dungeon lore. Dungeons were likely structured around warped space. So this wasn't an inversion, but a patchwork of disjointed spatial blocks. Seriously? This was far too advanced compared to the upper and middle layers. Buzz. A tremor came, not physical, but spatial. Ripples spread. Suddenly, the slanted rock beside the waterfall, embedded with stair-like structures, separated from its surroundings. It drifted silently backward and vanished. In its place, a new clump of earth materialized, slotting in seamlessly. Looking around, many such clumps were floating in the area. Damn it! Was this lower layer collapsing? Like the amethyst dungeon's breakdown, but in a different form? At least it hadn't spread to the middle layer yet. That structure was still stable, apart from the amethyst's rift. Well, Pudgis feared no sacrifice. And such a spectacle. Better explore it now than regret later. Linden pushed the Pudgis onward, leaping across fragments of space. After crossing 10 zones, nothing appeared except a few stubborn plants and some terrified insects fleeing for their lives. No wonder. Walking here meant risking sudden collapse in a void. Survival was absurd. Boss! A voice rang in the fungal network. Familiar, filled with excitement and fear. Piggy. He followed the sense, a clump of earth. No, space was fractured. Switching everything off but light perception, he swept and spotted her below. On a lower platform, Piggy stood, gazing up at the Pudgis. Her crimson eyes shimmered. With tears, Linden looked closely. She was in miserable shape, dirty, ragged, a beggar's shadow. Dust-covered, clothes in tatters, lips stained with purple blood. One hand clutched half a bug leg, the other clenched, glowing between her fingers. Wait, Piggy, in your hand, could it be? Yes, boss. She perked up, cradling her palm open like a precious offering. Artifact, sunstone fragment. It was. The fragment smoked faintly in her hand. Checking her panel, Linden saw debuffs, sunlight weakness, and malnutrition. She hadn't defected. She'd completed the mission and gotten trapped here. Piggy, I knew I could trust you. You're the most reliable of all. Linden's voice was full of emotion. Stay there. I'll come get you. The Pudgis leapt toward her platform. Whoosh! The moment it left its zone, darkness swallowed everything. Weightlessness engulfed it. Connections severed. Damn it, I knew it. He had to save her. The sunstone fragment. And Piggy. In the fortress middle layer, every Pudgis halted, whether laying carpet, digging, or patrolling. Over 1,000 mushrooms turned as one, surging toward the lower layer entrance. What's going on? Norris was baffled by the sudden mass mobilization. Enemy attack. Gray wedged herself in a doorway, clutching 2 struggling burrower Pudgis, growling low. Hold on, Piggy. Pudgis Rescue Corps is on the way. To rescue someone lost in a shattered space, at any time, that was nearly impossible. Forcing a rescue usually meant brutal sacrifice and an unknown ending. Before committing, one had a way. Was the person waiting for rescue really worth such a cost? For Linden, the answer was obvious. Worth it. After all, the Pudgis feared nothing less than sacrifice. One Pudgy dashed across what looked like a wall, slammed into a floating clump of earth, and in the next instant, it appeared on an inverted stone floor far away. It kept running, leaping across 3 disjointed fragments in succession. But stepping into the fourth, it plummeted into nothingness and the connection was severed. Another Pudgy ignored the ground entirely, charging straight into the center. After several blinks, it smashed into a rock and died. The scouting Pudges fell one after another, but still they poured into the broken lower layer without pause. The tunnel connecting middle and lower layers was packed with a line of mushrooms. "Boss, what's going on?" Outside the tunnel, Norris sat cramped inside the bulky Gita, too large to enter, so he could only ask, "Don't bother me. Go play with Gray. We're rescuing your sister pig here, and you can't help." "Oh." After brushing him off, Linden refocused entirely on directing Pudges to their deaths. Through this near brute force method of exploration, almost every corner of the fractured lower layer echoed with Pudgy footsteps. Little Pig stood dumbly on her platform. Above, left, right, Pudges flickered in and out all around her. She had chased the cheese here, killed it, and then found herself trapped deeper instead of escaping. After witnessing a block collapse with her own eyes, she dared not move again. At first, she tried tossing stones, hoping to hear an echo. If she did, the area beyond was intact. But sound didn't always carry, and far-off blocks remained silent. Eventually, with every path tested, she was stuck in a dead end. Her choice: wait for rescue, or gamble everything for a sliver of life. She chose to endure. Only when all else failed would she stake her life. Time here was a dull knife, cutting at her will and body. To last longer, she even forced herself to swallow nauseating purple blood. The half-insect leg in her hand was her final ration. When it was gone, she'd risk everything. But no matter what, she never let go of the burning stone in her palm. It wasn't just a stone, it was her proof of loyalty, the token tying her to the boss's cause. Her only rope upward when she had nothing left. No one knew the Pudge's strength, no potential better than her. Boss had the makings of a true overlord. She didn't want to fade into obscurity. She craved strength. She craved power. If not, she never would have accepted that suicidal quest to find the holy book. She'd once missed her chance. But now, the second chance burned painfully in her hand. Even if it seared her palm to ash, she would never let go. And at last, luck favored her. Pop! A Pudgy dropped from above, landing solidly on her platform. Instantly, every Pudgy in the lower layer halted exploration and retraced its steps. They all converged, following the exact path of that lucky one after another, forming a bridge of mushrooms. Soon, a Pudgy road stretched straight to Little Pig. Still not safe enough, 10 more surged forward, wrapping around her body until she was bundled tight. Any danger would have to kill them first, buying her time. With no block collapsing at the worst moment, 15 minutes later, Little Pig was finally back in safety. "Little Pig, well done. Go get some proper rest." One Pudgy, perched on another's cap, patted her shoulder. At the same time, delicate tendrils carefully coiled around the sunstone fragment in her hand. "Boss, do you have any blood?" she asked weakly. "Of course." Fresh beast blood wasn't lacking. They could fetch it from Amethyst Dungeon. But given a merit she'd just earned, her treatment should be raised. The Demonkin corpses? Already decomposed. Should he go tap some troglodytes? That'd take half a day. He should have kept a stock of blood packs. Linden's gaze swept across Mushroom Garden number 3. He skipped past Gray, who was gnawing on a burrower in her sleep, and finally landed on Norris in the Gita. "Norris," Linden said warmly, "you've been stuck in that Gita all the time. Not much mobility, huh? Go to the mushroom house and get ready. While we've got downtime, I'll reinforce your cold resistance and upgrade your Gita too." "Upgrade Gita." Norris' eyes lit up. "Yep, it's too clunky. I'm planning to add a jump skill to the legs for more mobility. True, it is kind of heavy. Boss, you really get it. Thanks. Don't mention it. Oh, and I'll need a little of your blood. That okay?" Linden added casually. "My blood?" Norris blinked, puzzled. Relax. Lin Jun reassured instantly, cheerful and convincing. Just like last time, eyes shut, blink, it's done. Won't even hurt. Well, all right then. Norris scratched his head. For a sleeker, stronger mech, such a small request was nothing. Norris got his upgraded Jita. Little Pig had her feast. Lin Jun claimed the fragment. Everyone lived happily ever after, except for a certain black dragonkin, woken cold again. Stone Fortress Dungeon. The castle area was almost completely blanketed by mycelium carpet now, and the upper layer had also been half covered. As for the lower layer, though it had the richest mana, its days were clearly numbered. Lin Jun only set up observation points there to study the dungeon's collapse. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the middle layer, Burrower Pudgis had dug out a secret chamber. It could only be accessed through the fungal web tunnels. Unless someone could dig through 50 meters of solid rock, no outsider could ever find it. The chamber was lined with mycelium carpet, but unlike the usual, this one was pale green. At the center, a slender metal rod was planted. The treasure Lin Jun had scavenged from behind the gate ruins. Made of some unknown material, it had withstood countless years with barely any damage beyond dust, and, most importantly, it was heat-resistant. Knight number 2 carefully placed down the sunstone, damaged, on the rod. Another Pudgy produced the sunstone fragment. After aligning the angle just right, click. The jagged edges locked seamlessly, and in an instant, the two fused back together. Sunstone damaged. The name didn't change, but the light and heat it emitted surged violently, like a miniature sun blazing in the chamber. The Pudges scuttled back. Even with level 8 high-temperature resistance, standing too close still scorched them. Thankfully, the metal rod held firm, supporting the sunstone without faltering. The pale green carpet, bathed in radiance, greedily absorbed the sunlight and pumped torrents of mana into the network. Just that single fragment had more than doubled output. This one chamber now produced as much mana as half the entire Amethyst Dungeon's carpet harvest. If this was only half a sunstone, how much could a complete one generate? And really, Lin Jun was just using it as a core for photosynthesis, an improvised hack of his own. Surely the sunstone had true functions of its own. If only he had some artifact manual. He also recalled how the fragment had weakened and harmed Little Pig. Could it be that a complete sunstone was once the heart of some weapon, made to counter vampires? If so, awkward. He had no intention of provoking the Empire. Along with the sunstone, one clone mushroom had been brought here too, tucked under Knight Pudgy's cap as insurance. His true body stayed put on Amethyst's 6th floor for safety. The greatest credit this time, of course, went to Little Pig. Lin Jun had considered raising blood packs for her, but she clearly had her own ideas. Boss, I want to grow stronger. Kneeling, crimson eyes burning with desire. Her declaration surprised Lin Jun. Not a bad idea. Actually, she already had many skills, but now with mana production skyrocketing, sparing some for her wasn't an issue. After discussing, they settled on 2 new skills, Mana Storage LV7 and Petrifying Ray LV3. She already had Mana Storage at LV4, but her reserves were pitiful. She had once lost to Pudgis simply from running out of mana. As for Petrification, it was low level, but a deadly surprise skill. Even turning a foe's joint to stone mid-battle could be devastating. Lin Jun also promised to help raise its level further. With Pudge's training, reaching LV5 or LV6 was no problem. He had even thought of giving her photosynthesis, but decided to experiment on other vampires first. Too valuable to waste a skill slot. Little Pig entered the mushroom house for her upgrade. Meanwhile, Norris, freshly boosted with cold resistance, rushed out and leapt into his beloved Gita. The Gita fired Assault Leap LV6, vaulting 2 meters into the air, but crashed on landing, sprawling awkwardly. Fortunately, Chitinous Shell LV9 withstood it, only a few scratches. Not working? Lin Jun asked. No, boss. It's my fault. Norris panicked. Too powerful. Just need practice. It's amazing. All right, but be careful. Don't hurt yourself. You're a core member of the Mushroom Garden now, Jun said gravely. B. Boss. Norris froze. His nose stung, eyes watered. Core member. In his heart, he'd always thought himself expendable. But to Boss, he mattered. The warmth of being valued overwhelmed him, and he choked, I'll be careful. Elsewhere, by Gray's mushroom house, a plump, Zen Pudgy was helping her move. Half of her body was buried in its soft belly as she hauled out shiny objects and carried them home with joy. It moved treasures with great care. If a single bead fell, it would stop, gently pick it up, double-check nothing was missing, then continue. The hoard was 30% Nora scales, 70% cheap glass beads, plus a few real gems Lin Jun had tossed in. Now, with all core members and valuables transferred to the safer Stone Fortress dungeon, all that remained was to reach the core of the deep layer. Only a matter of days. Everything was going smoothly, except one thing. The cheese escaped. 200 Pudges had scoured the snowy plains, but found no trace. After days of futile search, their mana ran out and the connection was lost. Expected, but disappointing. In the ruins behind the gate, Lin Jun had unearthed fragments of information about the cheese, classic wall painting lore. Clearly, it hadn't just appeared here by accident. Only two incomplete murals could be pieced together. First, a towering fortress, walls thick as mountains, besieged by an endless swarm of insects. Many were species Lin Jun recognized. Inside, tiny defenders fought desperately, some bearing non-human traits. Second, over a dozen giant wooden ships at sea, swarmed by sea beasts. Countless creatures, crashing waves, ships tipping toward destruction. Did this mean the cheese commanded underwater legions too? Perhaps, but it had escaped. No use dwelling further. Amid the icy wasteland, a hunter Pudgy lay still, its body buried beneath thick snow. The extreme cold had frozen even the tough mycelium within, and fine ice crystals covered its cap. A heavy, fur-lined boot came down mercilessly, crushing the snow to expose the stiffened corpse beneath. The owner bent low, breath misting white in the wind. He wore a dark coat emblazoned with the Empire's reversed wing twinback crest. From beneath his hat brim, his eyes studied the strange body. How odd, he muttered, his voice muffled in the blizzard. Never seen this kind of monster before. Who cares what the hell it is? His companion snapped, bundled in equally heavy garb, irritation clear in his tone. This damn place is freezing me to death. Why not just move on? Didn't they issue you a temperature control pendant? The first man replied coolly, faint contempt in his voice. You think it runs itself without draining mana? The other grumbled louder. Keeping a steady output all the time. Don't you get exhausted? It's just a frozen monster corpse. Not worth wasting time over. The observer clearly despised his weakness, but he had no reason to linger. He pressed harder with his boot. Crack. The Pudgy's body shattered into fragments. The two continued forward, their destination, the Demonkin tribe. An envoy from the Empire? Shou, assisted by tribesmen in tallying their meager supplies, frowned at Xingho's report. The Empire sending people to contact them? In all his life, he'd never seen such a thing. It was far from normal. But he still had to meet them, especially since he truly intended to lead a migration south. Dealing with the Empire was inevitable. He signaled Xingho to bring the envoys into the main tent. Tisich, even inside the tents, it's freezing. One of them complained immediately upon entering. The pale skin exposed from his collar made his vampire identity obvious. But Shou's gaze fixed instead on the other man. A strange familiarity stirred in his blood. That man made no attempt to hide it. Rolling up his sleeve, he revealed the magical markings on his arm. Demonkin. Shou's pupils contracted. But unlike the tribe's deep blue patterns, this man's were a blazing red. Like molten lava, the lines seemed to flow with heat itself. In the name of the Red Moon and Imperial Law, the vampire lifted his chin arrogantly, voice dripping with authority. I am Hal Henderson, Viscount of the Hidden Empire, servant of His Majesty Mortis Draken, the Emperor, protector of demonkind, master of the continent. At his command, I serve as northern envoy. This is Gray. We come bearing his majesty's grace. Where is your chieftain? His eyes drifted over Shou's empty sleeve before settling on Xingho, baffled as to why they were brought before a cripple. Shou, current chieftain. Shou's voice was calm and steady. The single-syllable name made Gray pause for a heartbeat. You? Viscount Howe's disbelief was written across his face as he scanned Shou again. From what I know, this tribe was led by an elder demonkin. And where are the other diamond rank fighters? Shou didn't answer that. His gaze remained steady. I am a chieftain now. Envoys, please state your purpose. Howe retreated 2 steps to stand beside Gray, muttering sharply. Gray, this doesn't match the Serpent People's reports at all. Just 2 diamond ranks? One's even crippled. Looks worthless. Though his voice wasn't loud, he hadn't bothered to keep it private. You! Xingho's eyes blazed, fists tightening. But the vampire ignored him utterly. If you don't mind, I'll handle this, Gray said. Howe shrugged, indifferent. The intelligence was wrong. This tribe had no value in his eyes. Gray looked directly at Shou and spoke. Chieftain Shou, the Empire has prepared fertile land for your people. A place warm and rich, far from the cold and dangers of the north. The Empire is willing to open its gates and take you in as protected subjects. Howe added with biting disdain, brushing imaginary dust from his sleeve. Viscount Henderson reminds you, this grace was based on the Serpent's report of multiple diamond rank fighters. He glanced around the tense emptiness, his meaning plain. Gray nodded slightly. The Empire sees your current state, yet His Majesty's mercy remains unchanged. Even if the land is less than promised, it will still be far better than this barren tundra. And the price? Shou asked bluntly. Gray met his eyes, his words like iron. 2 conditions. First, all your warriors must immediately join the Empire's war, fighting under command until victory. Second, your cradle must be surrendered. The Empire's demonkin require only 1 cradle. Please leave. Shou's reply was sharp as steel. He didn't even bother asking what war. The moment he heard the second condition, refusal was inevitable. Howe snorted derisively through his nose. Ingrate. Gray's eyes lingered on Shou for a moment, unreadable. As they left the tent, Gray paused at the flap. Without looking back, his deep voice carried clearly inside. Chieftain Shou, the Empire's gates remain open for 3 months. If you change your mind, send word. Our kind will be one again. The 2 strode away into the rising storm. The meeting ended in failure. As their silhouettes vanished, Xingho turned to Shou. Why refuse so firmly? Even with harsh terms, perhaps negotiation was possible. No matter their opening words, what they truly seek isn't us. It's the cradle, the demon core. Xingho nodded grimly. The cradle was their foundation. Without it, the tribe would cease to exist. But Shou's thoughts ran further. With such a power imbalance, if the Empire coveted their core, what would stop them from sending his warriors to die, then seizing it? It was his worst suspicion, but if it came true, entering the Empire would be easy, escaping it impossible. Then what of our southern migration? Xingho asked, uncertainty in his voice. Shou sighed heavily. He was asking himself the same. If the Empire had remained indifferent as before, all he'd need to worry about was settling among other tribes. But now, with the Empire suddenly interested in them, migrating south might be dangerous. What had changed? Why had they begun to care? Sadly, the tribe's isolation left Shou blind to answers. Speaking of which, Shou forced aside his tangled thoughts, changing the subject. Where's Qiong? Haven't seen him all day. Qiong panted lightly, crouching down to adjust the crude wooden peg serving as his left leg. After losing his limb, the tribe had fashioned him a makeshift prosthetic. It barely supported walking, but comfort was out of the question. Over time it tilted awkwardly, forcing him to stop often and readjust. Living as a cripple was truly inconvenient. Simply making it to the entrance of the dungeon's upper levels left him breathless. This time, he had come looking for the Pudges. It was a reckless gamble. Not only was the terrifying Kith still rumored to lurk within the dungeon, but Shou had warned that these Pudges themselves might not be friendly. Yet the tribe's food supplies were dwindling. Whether they migrated south or stayed, they would have to venture here eventually. Better for him, a cripple of little worth, to test the waters, rather than risk the healthy warriors. Sho would never have allowed it. So Cheong slipped out alone. But deep inside, he couldn't shake a strange intuition. Perhaps the Pudges weren't as fearsome as Sho believed. The air grew warmer as he stepped into the upper levels. But only a few steps in, his peg leg slid. He lost balance, his lone hand catching the ground just in time to prevent a nasty fall. When he lifted it, sticky strands clung to his palm. Mycelium, brushing away snow, he saw the ground was covered in a mat of fungus. Just days ago, it hadn't been like this. Balancing carefully, he continued. The slick surface was treacherous for a one-legged man. Soon, he stumbled upon a bizarre sight. A group of Pudges stood in the distance. One especially plump Pudgy was pulling mushrooms from its belly, scattering them across the ground. From hiding, fat grubs wriggled out, greedily devouring the fungi. While they fed, other Pudges crept in, suddenly ensnaring the fattest grub with tough mycelial tendrils. In moments, it was bound tight like a writhing dumpling, dragged into the shadows by several Pudges. The Pudges, they've reached the upper level. Are they breeding these things? Do they eat meat? His stomach growled nervously. Hopefully only grub meat. When he turned, he froze. Two Pudges stood before him, seemingly out of nowhere. His instincts screamed caution. But when his eyes met their round, almost dopey forms, an overwhelming sense of warmth and familiarity washed over him, smothering fear. Yo Cheong, a familiar voice spoke directly in his mind. Come to see me? The two Pudges flanked him, gently steadying his wobbly body with soft tendrils, half supporting him as they guided him toward the fortress. As they neared the middle levels, he hesitated. But what if we run into Kith? Kith? Don't worry. Kith moved out. Move out. Cheong was stunned. Yeah, no idea why. Just up and left. Some neighbors are so cold. Lived beside each other so long, and not even a new address. How are we supposed to visit and catch up? You won't treat me like that, will you, Cheong? Oh, of course not. He forced a weak smile. He wasn't a fool. Kith hadn't moved. It had been destroyed. In mere days. The Pudges were even more terrifying than Sho had warned. But thankfully, they were kind to him. Inside the fortress, there was indeed no trace of Kith. Instead, fungus carpeted everything, with busy Pudges scurrying about. They led Cheong to a budding mushroom grove, then ladled him a bowl of steaming mushroom soup from a tumbler Pudgy's body. It wasn't tasty, but it brimmed with mana, a treasure in his eyes. He savored every drop. Oddly, his appetite seemed greater lately. Or rather, his hunger for mana had grown. Why, he didn't know. From a nearby mushroom house, a gray figure poked its head out gray. Its eyes met Cheong's for 2 seconds before it withdrew. Cheong was amazed. Dragons, vampires, all coexisting with Pudges? But where had they all come from? After finishing his soup, the Pudges seemed eager to let him try sleeping in a mushroom house. But Cheong, awkward and hesitant, finally voiced his request. You need mushrooms? Enough to feed 300 demonkin. Cheong rubbed his lone hand nervously, unable to meet their eyes. Why, yes. We used to scrape by hunting in the upper levels, but the monsters, they're fewer now. And with the Pudges here, with us here, the Pudgy's cap tilted in a very human-like gesture of reluctance. I'd love to treat you, or even host Sho. That's nothing. But feeding 300? Even for us, that's no small demand. Its tendrils spread helplessly. You saw yourself. I've got a whole brood of hungry Pudges to feed too. Cheong's shame pressed him down, his face buried in furs. He knew how outrageous his request was. They had saved him, and now he begged more of them. But his tribe had no choice. He could only stand there, clenching his teeth. However, the Pudgy's tone shifted slyly. Cheong's head snapped up, a spark of hope lighting his dim eyes. Giving that much away would break even me. The Pudgy's tendrils tapped like an abacus. But if you work for it, trade your labor for the mushrooms, then it's no problem at all. And me? Work? Of course. And so began an experience like a dream. For the first time, Cheong stepped through a warped rift, glowing violet. For the first time, he entered a place so warm it nearly made him sweat, a world apart from the icy north. There, in a cavern of glowing grass and mushrooms, the Pudgis entrusted him with over 20 little ones to command. The sensation of leading Pudgis was surreal. He clumsily, yet earnestly joined them in harvesting firefly grass. He fought alongside them, driving off waves of grotesque monsters that strayed into the cave. 2 days later, he had earned what the Pudgis called 26 contribution points. With them, he redeemed an immense pile of mushrooms, far beyond what one man could carry. For their first partnership, Linden even arranged free delivery. A chubby Pudgy swallowed the mushrooms whole to carry them, while a tumbler Pudgy came along to provide heat. When Cheong finally returned after 3 days missing, hobbling on his peg leg, flanked by the massive Pudgy hauling food, he walked straight into Sho, who had been about to leave camp to search for him personally. Staring at the scene, Sho's voice was thick with disbelief. "Cheong, what exactly have you been doing these past 3 days?" Before the stunned eyes of the demonkin, the chubby Pudgy leisurely pulled handful after handful of mushrooms from its belly, piling them into a small mountain. Once the delivery was complete, the two Pudgis didn't linger for even a breath before turning and heading back toward the dungeon. "Cheong," Sho's voice carried heavy confusion, tinged with a subtle edge of caution. You brought these back from the dungeon?" "Sho." Cheong drew in a deep breath, avoiding the burning stares of the surrounding tribesmen. "Let's talk inside." Sho nodded, ordering the others to gather the mushrooms while he walked with Cheong into the camp. Not far away, an invisible scout Pudgy dangled upside down, watching the tribe's every move. After some time observing, Linden had already gauged the tribe's strength. 1.5 diamond rank fighters, about a dozen golds, a handful more silvers. Fewer than 300 in total. No threat to him at all. But they seemed to be planning a migration, exposing the rift and the opposite amethyst dungeon to the demonkin. Linden had thought carefully about this. The rift wasn't truly a secret. Humans had seen it too, yet had shown no interest in exploring. As for the demonkin, only those carrying his parasitic mycelium would be allowed passage, and Linden would make every effort to avoid letting humans stumble into it. The biggest uncertainty was this tribe's connection to the Empire. By all logic, there should be none. If they had strong ties, they wouldn't be living in this frozen wasteland. Yet just days ago, Linden had seen 2 Imperial demons visiting, which made things less clear. He had hoped Cheong would sleep in a mushroom house, so he could pry all the answers from him. But Cheong hadn't laid down, and Linden wasn't about to force it. The worst-case scenario? The tribe figured out what lay on the other side, passed the news to the Empire, and the Empire sent troops to strike at the humans' rear lines. Not an army. Such numbers would freeze to death in this weather. But a raiding force, swift and lethal. And if it came to that, Linden himself would almost certainly fall into the Empire's sights. But he would not give them the chance. From the moment Cheong returned, any demonkin heading south would be intercepted and killed. Without his mycelium carpet, he couldn't send armies. But with minion control, directing a few elite squads to ambush travelers was easy enough. Worst case, he'd just send Gray. As for the tribe migrating as a whole, they claimed to lack food. Even with the generous mushrooms he'd provided, Sho and Cheong alone could never earn enough to feed their entire people. If they wanted more, some of them would have to volunteer for parasitic bonding, gaining the right to work. Once parasitized, they'd be half as already. And when the question of migration arose again, would they really be in any condition to leave the mycelium's reach? Besides, his grub breeding was already underway. Feeding and raising them, it wouldn't be long before cold resistance reached level 8. Once Linden could spread his mycelium carpet here, this demonkin tribe would be firmly in his grasp. To sweeten the deal, he'd even added high-value rewards to the exchange list. Like limb regeneration, Linden couldn't do it himself, but limb regrowth potions could be purchased from humans to send aid in running errands. The price was steep, of course. Contribution points required were many. But that was the plan. Ideally, assimilate the entire tribe peacefully, have them all happily working under him. And if not, well, a kind-hearted Pudgy would rather not picture that outcome. The contribution point system itself was something Lin Jun had carefully devised. As his organization grew, he couldn't keep operating haphazardly. If people were to willingly follow, they needed both tangible benefits and necessary rules. Rewards couldn't be arbitrary, or resentment would fester. With more numbers, a fair and transparent system was indispensable. Crude though it was now, details could be refined later. When time allowed, he'd call a meeting of his core members to polish it together. As for the Demonkin, he would let things brew for now. His focus returned to the Amethyst dungeon. The advanced squad, pushing toward the core, was finally nearing its destination. A force of 500 Pudges, and little resistance met along the way. True threats had been cut down by the Sword Saint. Lin Jun had even seen the corpse of a massive worm, split into 3 segments, larger than the one he'd slain before. Unfortunately, by the time the mycelium carpet reached it, scavengers had already picked it clean. In fact, the corpse's decay had nourished the area, attracting more monsters than usual and slowing the team. Now at last, they stood before the core. A vast platform, unnatural, paved with smooth, cold black stone. Upon it, a dust-shrouded, ancient machine, and at its end, a black door, flanked by 2 towering statues over 10 meters high. No monsters dared approach this place. The lead Pudgy advanced, soon halted by an invisible wall. Native monsters, entry denied. Ah, that familiar, discriminatory message. It had been a while. Hero, restriction lifted. Good thing it wasn't aimed at me. The Pudges swaggered onto the platform, the mycelium carpet creeping up after them. Lin Jun studied the broken machine, but it was far too complex for him. The core must lie beyond that door. The yellow book had claimed that once he entered, the problems would be clear. But could he really trust it? Better to check for himself first. A Pudgy approached the door. As it crossed the midpoint, the statue's hollow sockets flared with violet light. With thunderous grinding, they rose, casting suffocating shadows with their colossal frames. Well, exactly as expected. In front of such a vital core gate, what else could these statues be but guardians? Still, maybe they'd show deference to the hero title. The thought hadn't even finished when one statue's arm, deceptively slow but terrifyingly fast, swung down. The massive stone club in its hand howled through the air, smashing precisely into the Pudgy's path. The Pudgy exploded into a cloud of shredded mycelium. Then, flames erupted from the statue's mouth, incinerating spores and remains alike before it slowly returned to stillness. So much for that. The hero status wasn't going to help here either. Lin Jun eyed a squad of 500 Pudges. Would that even be enough? No need to rush the assault yet. These 2 statues didn't even have panels. Most likely some sort of trap mechanism. Would they be stiff and predictable? Earlier, the Pudgy had only been attacked once it crossed the midpoint. But what about attacks from outside that line? With a thought, Lin Jun sent a disposable Pudgy to the edge of the platform, hugging the dividing line. An artillery Pudgy charged up, aimed, and boom, unlucky shot. The spore shell flew just past the statue and slammed into the shut gate behind it, leaving not even a scratch. Still, the statue activated. It stepped forward, stone club sweeping with a heavy whistle, smashing the sacrificial Pudgy to pulp. Lin Jun had the Pudges retreat back outside the platform, but distance made accuracy plummet. Another spore shell clipped the statue's shoulder, knocking off a small chip of stone. Yet again the statue awoke. This time, both statues surged forward. After stomping one more Pudgy flat, they didn't stop. They turned their massive eyes upon the whole swarm. The real battle erupted, sudden and brutal. The Pudges were still clustered together when a colossal shadow of stone descended like a mountain. In an instant, whole ranks were obliterated, shredded to spores and smears before they could even counterattack. Lin Jun frantically ordered them to scatter and retaliate, but the outcome was plain as day. Artillery shots only chipped stone flakes. Each sweep of those clubs was a farmer's scythe in a wheat field, clearing vast swaths at once. The two statues slaughtered the Pudgy main force almost effortlessly. Only chasing down the stragglers took them longer. When no intact Pudgy remained, the statues lumbered back to their places, violet eyes dimming once more to still stone. Total annihilation. Irrevocable, whether crushed flat underfoot or pulverized into fragments too small to reassemble. Not even mycelium reconstitution could save them. But Linden still had the mycelium carpet. If it could spread across the line, the instant it crept over, the statue's eyes blazed violet again. Flames swept the entire platform clean. TCH. He'd guessed brute forcing a bug exploit wouldn't work, but hadn't expected the statues to be this smart. Only the third probe, and they'd already identified every Pudgy as hostile, and even detected the carpet itself, purging it precisely. Looked like only a direct fight would do. But the artillery Pudges barely scratched them. How many lives would it take to break these colossi? For now, best to summon the rest of the army. One by one, Pudges leapt through the rift back into the amethyst dungeon. 200 stayed behind to maintain the fortress. The rest all marched toward the core. Linden even brought Gray along. She was happy enough to leave the frozen north for warmth. Norris and Piggy, however, remained behind. Norris was simply too weak for this battle. Even piloting Jigda, he wouldn't survive more than a swing or two. Piggy's task was different, acting as a northern commando, watching for Demonkin migrating south. The statue's strength was overwhelming. Even armored Pudges couldn't endure a direct blow. Their speed was frightening for their size, though against Gray's nimbleness, they were still clumsy giants. Linden had no interest in wasting Pudges on grinding attrition. That would take forever. Better to bring Gray into the fray. And if things turned bad, well, Gray could always run. Nearly a day later, over 2,000 Pudges reached the core. Heavy armored Pudges, elite Pudges, already. Gray, who had slept comfortably the whole way inside a chubby Pudgy's belly, finally crawled out, blinking groggily. The Pudges pointed and gestured until she understood the statues were the enemy. No rash charge. That was the advantage of trigger-type guardians. You could take your time preparing. The Pudges spread out. Burrowers busied themselves setting traps. Some even carried to the ceiling by bat Pudges to work above. Half a day of setup later, Linden was finally satisfied. At his command, every artillery Pudgy fired at once. 1,000 magic blasts roared, drowning the statues in fire and smoke. Stone chips flew, dust billowed sky high. When the statues strode out of the haze, their bodies were cratered with pits. One club even blasted short, a lucky bonus. But once they moved, accuracy plummeted again. Stray shots struck allies. At the front line, 30 armored Pudges braced themselves, not to tank blows, to explode. The lead statue swung its club like a golf stroke, swatting 4 armored Pudges away in one sweep. Then it stomped, crushing another into mush. But its second step plunged into a waiting pit trap, locking its foot. The armored Pudges swarmed the trapped leg and detonated. The explosion shook the dungeon, mushroom caps flying like shrapnel. One even arced high through the air and crushed a distant artillery unit. But the sacrifice paid off. When the smoke cleared, the statue's foot was shattered, the other cracked with fractures. Its movement crippled. Still, its upper body raged, club lashing out at anything that drew near. But Linden didn't need melee or even artillery anymore. High above, burrowers had carved free a massive boulder from the ceiling. A crude trap, but devastating. The only problem was timing its fall. That's why pinning the statue in place was critical. At last, the boulder broke free, along with a dozen burrowers that lost their hold and plummeted with it. The statue noticed, swung its club. But the colossal rock crashed down like a mountain, shockwave hurling Pudges aside, fragments killing dozens more. Still, it worked. The statue lay buried, silent. One down. One to go. Gray. Although there was no panel to check, Lin Jun could tell the statues were stronger than the 1,000-pivot mayfly he'd fought before. Just the fact that one had tanked over 20 armored Pudgis exploding at its feet and only lost a single leg. That level of defense left the mayfly in the dust. Its only real advantage was flight. With both statues attacking together, the difficulty had been far more than doubled. By the time Lin Jun managed to trap and crush one, the other had already charged into the Pudgy ranks, slaughtering with abandon. Even though Lin Jun had ordered them to spread out, the casualties were horrific. Add in flying stone fragments and the occasional friendly fire, and their numbers had already been cut to less than half. But at least one statue was down. That meant it was time to unleash Gray. She had been watching the whole time, barely restraining herself. At Lin Jun's call, her wings snapped wide, and she shot forward like a black bolt. The statue sensed danger, sweeping its stone club with a hurricane's roar. Meyer, a spell-casting Pudgy, shook its staff, turning the ground beneath the statue's foot into sucking mud. Not that Lin Jun thought Gray would be hit so easily, but support was always necessary. The statue's step faltered. The club swung through empty air, just missing Gray's charge. Normally dopey, Gray's instincts in battle were razor-sharp. The near miss didn't slow her. She accelerated instead, claws slashing for the statue's arm. And here came a problem. She tried to tear the arm clean off, but the stone's hardness was beyond expectation. Her claws gouged deep but failed to sever. Momentum carried her headlong into the statue's shoulder. Boom! The double impact of claws and skull finally snapped the arm, sending it tumbling down. But Gray herself was slammed into the ground like a cannonball, half her body buried. Her head really was absurdly hard. Even after smashing into stone, her health bar only dipped slightly. Nearby Pudgis scrambled over, mycelium tendrils hauling her free. One already had a healing potion ready, uncorking it and pouring it straight down her throat. Healing potions here weren't instant miracles. They worked over time, a slow regeneration buff. While Gray reeled, the one-armed statue tried to press the attack. Meyer's spells bogged its steps. Bat Pudgis and rolling Pudgis suicidally flung themselves forward to stall it. Suddenly, the statue hurled its remaining club like a javelin. Not at Gray, at the chanting mage Pudgy in the back who kept dropping mud under its feet. Clearly, it had been driven mad by that harassment. But it didn't understand. Mage Pudgis were just mass-produced tools. Another immediately stepped up, staff waving, Meyer spreading again. And by then, Gray was back on her feet. She wasn't about to let it reclaim its weapon. Her dark, draconic body darted and weaved around its clumsy swipes, circling it in the air. Each rake of her claws left another gouge across its stony hide. Already slow, now missing an arm, the statue couldn't defend itself. Gashes piled up across its flank, stone chips flying, cracks spreading. Crunch! The statue split at the waist. Its upper half still writhed, until Gray tore off its last arm. Only then did it fall still, violet light glowing faintly from its hollow eyes. The head. That was the core. Even Gray knew it. Bright and shining, maybe treasure inside. Eagerly, she leaned down to pry it open. But before she could strike, a violet crystal spear shot clean through the statue's head and through Gray's belly. Her scream ripped the cavern. The ambush had come too suddenly. Even Lin Jun hadn't had time to react. On pure instinct, Gray ripped the spear out and lashed her thick tail with all her strength. The statue's skull shattered. From within leapt a humanoid puppet, its entire body, aside from its joints of some unknown metal, formed from S-rank magic crystal. A second phase. Lin Jun's heart sank. The crystal warrior twirled its spear, violet light flashing. Slice! Gray's massive tail went flying. Grah! She spasmed, agony forcing a reflexive roar. Acid breath LV3. Black, tar-thick acid gushed from her jaws, flooding the battlefield. Even the Pudgis nearby were caught and dissolved. Gray retreat. At Lin Jun's urgent command, she burst free of the choking mist, fleeing desperately. Thankfully, despite losing her tail, she still had over half her health left. But within the acid fog, magical light flared. 6 magic missiles tore through, chasing after her. At the last instant, Pudges flung themselves into their path. Boom, 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 boom. Just simple magic missiles. Yet each exploded with the force of a suicide Pudgy. One by one, her defenders were obliterated. Even as another mage, Pudgy raised its staff to mire the foe, the massive fallen boulder suddenly split apart. A second crystal warrior stepped free. It vaulted like a cat, appearing behind the caster in an instant. Slash! The magic staff, and the Pudgy holding it, fell in two. At least Gray had escaped the core, bounding away, spraying blood from her severed tail with every leap. At the black gate of the platform, the 2 violet crystal warriors now stood silently. They were smaller than the statues had been. But after that catastrophic defeat, Linju knew all too well how terrifying they were. Gray couldn't handle even one of them. A few sneaky Pudges crept close again. The trigger mechanism seemed unchanged. But Lin Jun wasn't about to test a second round. They darted forward, snatched up Gray's severed tail, and bolted, all the way back to Mushroom Guard number 3. Gray, traumatized, had fled much farther, hiding in what she thought was a safe distance. Woo woo woo. When the Pudges brought her tail to her, she hugged it and wept. Black though it was still her precious tail. Only after Lin Jun patiently explained did she let them press it back against her wound. The cut had already begun to scab. The mycelium would handle the adhesion. When it looked like it was reattaching, she finally stopped sobbing and, under soothing hallucinogenic spores, drifted into sleep. Norris, watching, shivered in fear. He could not imagine what kind of monster could cripple the dragon he'd thought invincible. Louisa crouched silently at a bloodstain, dipping her finger in it. Sigh. Lin Jun had underestimated the dungeon. He'd even tested ahead of time. Who could have guessed a gate guardian would have a second phase? Who designed this dungeon? Some damned old troll. Now came the real problem. If they couldn't win, what then? As Lin Jun racked his brain, a long-forgotten notebook, one that had been serving as a pudgy but cushion, was finally pulled back out into the light. Where's Norris? And what is this, Jida? What do you mean Norris and Jida are living happily in their new home? So I shouldn't worry. The yellow book had just been released from confinement, only to hear the devastating news. It was already outdated. With Jida, Norris can run wide-area reconnaissance on his own. He really doesn't need you anymore, the voice Pudgy said coldly. But I can still give Norris advice. That kid is such an idiot. You mean the advice where you told him not to report you when you were sneaking souls? I can still tell stories, the yellow book argued desperately. That only made things worse. Lin Jun couldn't hold back a snort of disdain. Forget whether stories are useful or not. Just look at the ones you tell. I read a few. What the hell was that garbage? A fallen noble trying to restore his family's honor, only to be murdered in the wilderness by 2 adventurers after his heirloom ring. A princess of a ruined kingdom who endured humiliation to get revenge, only to end up giving her enemy 8 children. Seriously? What kind of miserable crap are you feeding people? Those were all real events. The book's pages trembled harder. Enough. Quit whining about your trash stories. The voice Pudgy cut in impatiently. Start figuring out how to deal with that core. The core. At that word, the yellow book instantly forgot all about Norris. Boss, you found the core already. Wonderful. This dungeon is practically ours now. Wonderful, my ass. We can't even get past the door. The Pudges carried the yellow book to the edge of the core chamber and pointed at the 2 crystalline puppets. Were puppets, and made entirely of S-rank crystals. No wonder you can't get through. Even during the Oath War, these things were nightmare-class weapons. Oath War, 300 years ago, the founding war of the human kingdom. That's why their capital is called Oath City. Lin Jun wasn't interested in ancient history. I asked about those puppets. The masterpieces of puppet masters. Combat constructs powered by high-grade crystals. Normally they'd use just a few choice pieces, never full S-rank from head to toe. But after intercontinental trade collapsed, crystal supply and quality dropped. With raw materials gone, the profession basically died out. Maybe only dwarves and some long-lived races still know it. I don't need a history lecture. I asked how we deal with those two gatekeepers. We can't. What? Boss, what you're looking at are peak-level war puppets. Full-body S-rank crystal. That kind of wasteful luxury? Never before, never again. You mean we just sit here and watch, waiting for the dungeon to collapse on its own? Lin Jun's voice turned dangerous. Well, of course not. The Yellow Book backpedaled fast. They're just automated puppets. Why fight them head-on? Don't tell me your idea is to wait until their energy runs out. Why not? Because their energy comes directly from the dungeon's supply. It'll never run out. Lin Jun snapped. Thanks to mana perception, he could clearly see the dungeon's magic constantly surging into both puppets. In a place like the Amethyst Dungeon, worrying about energy shortage was a joke. Boss, you don't understand. War puppets don't actually have intelligence. No intelligence? Bullshit. He just fought them. Sneak attacks, targeting casters, situational judgment. They weren't brainless at all. They were too damn smart. That's because their intelligence is being computed by the dungeon core, the Yellow Book blurted. And isn't the dungeon's problem right now that its brain is failing? Its processing capacity is running out. If we keep pushing them, we'll drain what little computing power it has left. Wait, Lin Jun interrupted sharply. If I force it to waste the last scraps of processing, won't that make the dungeon collapse faster? That's true. But even if you do nothing, in 2 or 3 months these puppets will break down anyway. And between their shutdown and the dungeon's collapse, there will be a window of time for us to act. The advantage of forcing them is that you'll know the very moment they stop working. Lin Jun considered it. It actually made sense. And the Yellow Book had just let slip another secret. Core processing power. So that's how the dungeon sustains itself. Just like a computer running out of CPU. How can the processing be restored? Lin Jun pressed. Normally the core maintains itself. If its capacity is dropping, something inside must be damaged. If we're lucky, we can fix it with some adjustments. If not, what if not? Then, boss, if some parts are truly destroyed, there's no way to repair them. We can't exactly order spare components for a dungeon core. What about stealing parts from humans or demons? Lin Jun refused to give up. If that were possible, humans would have been raiding the core already. Fine. After a moment's silence, Lin Jun added, Yellow Book. This time, as long as you do your best, I'll stop restricting you. I'll treat you as a true member of the Mushroom Garden. But you'd better not disappoint me. Boss, I'll do everything I can. For the Mushroom Garden. And for myself. The Pudges nodded their caps and carried the book deeper into safety. I'll start draining their processing power. You'll need to stay nearby. It'll be rough, but once the dungeon is repaired, I'll let you roam free. Understand. They stowed the Yellow Book 3 chambers away from the core. Then Lin Jun began following its advice, sending wave after wave of Pudges to trigger the war puppets and die. He never mentioned Mushroom Garden number 3. That was his backup, in case the dungeon collapsed entirely. And if that happened, the Yellow Book was either useless or scheming. In either case, it didn't need to know. Of course, if the book really did help him stabilize the dungeon and seize control of the core, Lin Jun would keep his word. He'd grant it true freedom. 7 sins, greed triggered. Looted skill, cold resistance LV7, LV8. Looted skill, bite LV3, LV4. On the mycelium carpet, the flesh worm's body had been completely decomposed, leaving only its thick hide and its ring of blunt teeth. The hide was useful, tough, and durable, often used by fiends to make clothing against the cold. Lin Jun didn't need it immediately, but he dried it and stored it in the material vault for later use. As for the teeth, they were too ordinary. Even polished to a shine, they would never catch Gray's eye. In the end, he simply tossed them into a corrosive slime Pudgy's belly to be digested as waste. Even though his resistances were already sufficient, Lin Jun didn't stop cultivating flesh worms. Resistances were passive traits you could never have too many. Besides, in the barren far north, apart from raising these thick-skinned worms, there really weren't many other productive options. On another front, now that his resistance had reached the standard, Linden immediately dispatched a squad of burrowing Pudges to tunnel toward the fiend tribe. But digging in the far north was far more difficult than expected. The heat radiated by the burrowing Pudges melted the ice crystals in the soil, leaving the tunnels wet and muddy, while draining enormous amounts of energy. Their digging speed was much slower than in the Amethyst dungeon. Worse, the deeper layers weren't just permafrost. Huge slabs of solid ice often blocked the way. When that happened, the Pudges could only detour. After all, no matter how amazing the mycelium was, it couldn't grow directly on pure ice. By estimation, fully connecting the fiend tribe and the surrounding areas into a fungal network would take at least half a month. Fortunately, the tribe didn't send people south. Instead, they were the first to initiate contact. Pudges, I'm back again. From a distance, Cheong waved his intact arm toward the Pudges feeding fleshworms. This time, he brought two others with him. Sho, still with crippled arms, and a new fiend named Zay. Regardless of whether they migrated south, food from the dungeon was essential for survival. Out of caution, Sho decided to see with his own eyes what kind of work Cheong had been talking about. A bat Pudgy swooped down from a cliff and landed precisely on Sho's head. His eye twitched slightly, but he said nothing. Cheong, Sho, welcome back. And this is? Linden's voice echoed in their minds through the fungal network. This is Zay. He came with us to work. Cheong shouted loudly, still talking as if to empty air. What? Zay froze when named, hearing nothing, looking around in confusion. Cheong blinked, puzzled. Did the Pudges get shy and refuse to speak with strangers? He thought they were just using telepathy. Sho, however, lowered his head thoughtfully, glancing at the mycelium still twined around his arm. As before, Linden led them into the mushroom grove. By now, it had begun to take shape. Glowing blue mushroom trees grew tall, releasing luminous spores that drifted like fine snow, creating the forest's otherworldly atmosphere. Zay's eyes darted everywhere, marveling at the busy Pudges, the spreading mycelium carpet, and the radiant mushrooms of all shapes and sizes. Then they stumbled upon the sight of Jida sparring with the vampire. Sho and Zay instinctively tensed, ready to fight. Zay even reached for his bone blade. Relax. It's just training. Linden intervened quickly. In truth, Norris had paid in blood to ask Louisa to spar with him, but there was no need to explain that. When 3 bowls of glowing mushroom soup were placed before them, Linden got to the point. Cheong, Sho, you're always welcome to work here. But as for Zay, is there a problem? Sho asked. Yes. My communication with you relies on the symbiotic mycelium inside you. Zay, it doesn't have it. I can't even talk to him. Of course, Linden had a language Pudgy available, but he wasn't about to reveal that. So you're saying, to work here, he has to merge with the fungus first? Exactly. Consciousness link is the foundation of Pudgy operations. But let me be clear, once symbiosis begins, it can't easily be undone, and you'll need regular magic replenishment. When I met Cheong, he couldn't even communicate, and you, Sho, were on the verge of death. I had no choice. Please understand. No problem. Being alive is already a blessing. Why would we blame you? Cheong waved hurriedly. Sho remained cautious. He had brought Zay here precisely to investigate the truth behind this symbiosis. For the tribe, they were all expendable, and Zay understood this before coming. But Linden wasn't hiding much. He even admitted that separation would be difficult afterward. There seemed no malice or hidden trap. In truth, Sho wanted to trust the one who saved his life, but as chief, he couldn't afford to be careless. When Zay nodded his agreement, Linden summoned Louisa. Cheong guessed what was coming, while Sho frowned. You mean, first embrace? Of course not. Just making some room inside his body for the mycelium. Linden improvised. After all, telling them half-dead is best for parasitism would sound far too sinister. Louisa, delighted with the task, gave the resigned Zay a passionate embrace. Afterward, she gallantly carried the drained Zay into a mushroom hut to rest. By the next day, a weakened but alive Zay emerged, now officially a half-mushroom man. Guided by the Pudges, the trio crossed the fissure. This time, Linden didn't send them to collect glowgrass. Instead, he placed them in a cave defended by troglodytes to fight monsters together. The trogs were far from friendly, cold and hostile toward the newcomers. Their glares made Xiong uneasy. Compared to digging grass with Pudges, this felt oppressive, but Shou observed more deeply. These low-intelligence creatures, also fused with mycelium, didn't live badly. They had plenty of food, and when fighting, they fought alongside Pudges, not as disposable cannon fodder. That touch of hostility from their co-workers only made the scene feel more real and more reassuring. In just 2 days, the three earned piles of mushrooms, so many it took 2 fatty Pudges to haul them away. This time, Linden symbolically charged them 2 contribution points for transport, advising, "Next time, bring your own cart. Save your points for something else." Watching the 3 leave, Linden knew the Fiend tribe was as good as secured. During their parting, through the fungal link, he could sense Shou's wariness had relaxed considerably. Sure enough, only 2 days later, Mushroom Garden number 3 welcomed even more Fiend arrivals. Louisa, seeing the endless stream of clients, was caught in rare sweet troubles. Gray, however, grew strangely wary. At her insistence, Linden had to move her mushroom hut and her shiny treasures to a secluded corner where no one passed before she felt safe again. In the far north, Linden steadily assimilated the Fiend village. While in the core chamber, he never stopped harassing the war puppets. At fixed intervals, Pudges dashed across the platform line, only to be slaughtered instantly. The puppets would return to their posts, only for another sacrifice to rush in. And with time, the dungeon's collapse grew more and more obvious, a change that soon spread to the unsuspecting adventurers. Outside the entrance of the Amethyst dungeon. "Move along. You can't set up tents here." The guard barked gruffly, jabbing impatiently with the butt of his spear at a few ragged, gaunt commoners. One of them hunched his back, his voice trembling with pleading, "Sir, please, we only have these mushrooms to survive on. No one's stopping you from picking mushrooms." The guard frowned, his spear shaft pointing toward the distance. "The town has already set up a designated zone. Build your huts or pitch your tents there if you like. Why crowd the dungeon entrance? This is where adventurers come and go. But if we live far away, we won't be able to compete for mushrooms outside the dungeon," another timid voice murmured. "And inside, there are monsters. Everyone else manages just fine. Why should you be an exception? If you don't leave, I'll tear your tents down myself." The guard flipped his spear, its cold metal tip flashing before their eyes, finally frightening them into hurriedly gathering their belongings and slinking away. From afar, Vera and her companions glanced at the brief conflict. Their brows furrowed slightly, but they said nothing and instead turned their focus to the dungeon gates. The news of demon spies sabotaging farmland had long since spread. With the autumn harvest ending in disaster, that silent war had temporarily concluded. The demons, at the cost of countless infiltrators, had left nearly half the kingdom's food supplies ruined. Against that backdrop, the free mushrooms flourishing outside the Amethyst dungeon were like a ray of hope in the dark, and word of them spread swiftly among the starving masses. At first, just a handful loitered near the dungeon entrance. Within a month, it had grown into waves of refugees arriving daily. The guards weren't wrong, nor were they cruel. Both they and the guild permitted the poor to gather mushrooms. But letting them all clog the dungeon entrance was impossible. Even with the resettlement area marked on the town's edge, the sudden influx of people had already turned managing the small town into a nightmare. Still, such matters were for officials and nobles to worry about, not adventurers. Just as Vera's team prepared to enter, heavy footsteps and clinking armor approached. They stepped aside instinctively, only to come face to face with a battered party emerging from the dungeon. Old Bear. Vera called out first. Vera? Feeling? And Fane. The burly man with a massive tower shield stopped, his grime-covered face lighting up in surprise. What luck, running into you again. Fresh from a dungeon battle, Old Bear's leather armor was smeared with dried blood, dust, and strange slime. His heavy boots were matted with dungeon fungi, and the air around him reeked of sweat and subterranean stench. Yet his eyes gleamed bright, and an irrepressible grin tugged at his lips, clear signs of a successful haul. Noticing Vera's group kitted out again, he frowned slightly in concern. Hold on, didn't you three come out just 2 days ago? Barely enough time to rest, and you're already diving back in? Can your bodies handle it? Old Bear, you really lucked out. Just this morning, the guild hall raised material buyback prices by another 10%. Feeling blurted, both envious and bitter. We were unlucky. We sold all our goods yesterday. A single day too soon. What? That much? Old Bear froze, then burst into booming laughter, slapping Vera's shoulder hard. Huh, don't worry about it. Next time you haul a big load, drinks are on me. The two groups parted ways, but Old Bear suddenly turned back, his smile fading. Vera, watch yourselves. I don't know if it's just the sheer number of parties going down lately, but monsters have been far more violent than usual. Be careful. Thanks for the warning. We'll stay sharp. Leaving Old Bear's cheerful squad behind, Vera's team pressed into the dungeon, heading straight for the familiar Pudgy rental point. But when they arrived, the sight stopped them cold. On the bare mycelium carpet sat a lone fatty Pudgy collecting fees. Every single lighting Pudgy was gone. All rented out. Feeling muttered. Vera frowned, sighing softly. Seems so. Ever since the Pudgy king was taken away by that duke's daughter, the remaining Pudges have been less active, and their numbers dwindled. Now, with so many adventurers flooding the dungeon, there just aren't enough light Pudges to go around. With no other choice, Fane raised her staff, summoning an orange orb of light at its tip. Their destination remained the 6th floor. Yet along the way, despite Old Bear's warning, they encountered little danger. Why? Because the dungeon was bustling with adventurers. So many parties swept through that the first few floors were stripped bare. Hardly a stray monster remained. On the 6th floor, however, they finally understood what Old Bear meant by monsters gone berserk. The usual tree spirits and Pudges were nowhere to be found. Instead, frenzied stonehide boars charged recklessly, and flower sprites and demon vines attacked them even when already entangled with other prey. Fortunately, Vera's group was prepared. No one was hurt, and they even harvested good materials thanks to the monster's recklessness. But on the way to the stairs descending to the 7th floor, they stumbled upon another party in dire straits. 2 adventurers were dragging a pale, sweating comrade whose left arm had been bitten clean off. A young cleric pressed desperately on the stump, chanting prayers, white light flooding the wound. Vera's eyes hardened as she strode forward. Need help? We've got tourniquets and emergency potions. The leading swordsman eyed them warily before recognizing Vera. His tense brow loosened. Thanks. We've got a healer and enough potions, barely. He gestured toward another teammate, forcing a vial between the injured man's lips. What happened? Feeling asked, eyes on the gruesome wound. The swordsman grimaced, both fearful and regretful. 7th floor. The water level dropped suddenly, so low we couldn't bait the aquatic monsters anymore. This fool here, he indicated the maimed man, thought it was an opportunity. Dove in, holding his breath. He inhaled sharply, recalling the terror. Barely beneath the surface, a massive shadow shot up, like lightning, bit his arm clean off. If our mage hadn't blasted it off course through the water, he'd have been swallowed whole. As it is, living through that was divine grace. Water level dropped. Vera frowned deeply, sifting through her knowledge for a reason. The silence broke when the quiet mage of the wounded team suddenly raised his head, eyes locked on an empty patch of floor. His face was filled with puzzlement. What is this? Everyone turned, but saw nothing. Vera started forward, but Fane gripped her arm tightly. Her fingers were ice cold, her strength startling. She too stared at that spot, her brows drawn tight with confusion and unease. She sensed something, though she couldn't explain what. The mage stepped closer, raising a hand glowing faintly with detection magic, tracing lines in the air. His expression grew tense, then feverishly intrigued. Strange, so strange. No artifact here, and yet the mana. How could it be so violently distorted? Rip! A sound like space itself being torn apart screeched through the chamber. A jagged, writhing rift, its edges unstable, split the air. The mage's face still bore confusion and awe. He had no time to even feel fear. Before their horrified eyes, his body was sliced clean in two by the rift. His upper half, frozen in shock, slid to the ground. His lower half stood for a heartbeat before collapsing, severed again by the shrinking, snapping fissure. Time itself seemed to halt. For 2 dreadful seconds, every mind went blank. Then a woman's shriek tore through the silence. Ah! Not good. Chairman Fowl. Something terrible has happened. Mirabelle practically slammed the door of the chairman's office open. The door banged against the wall, shaking the documents on the desk. Fowl, who had been writing quickly at his desk, frowned and looked up at her, displeased. Mirabelle, even if the sky is falling, you need to stay calm. Panicking like this, how can you make things clear? Chairman. Mirabelle's chest rose and fell violently, her face deathly pale. The dungeon has started collapsing. The spatial rifts, they've already spread down to the 4th and 5th floors. What? Fowl shot to his feet. His chair scraped back with a harsh screech. He pressed both hands on the desk. Leaning forward, his eyes filled with disbelief. It's only been a little over a month. Impossible. It's the truth. Mirabelle trembled all over. We just got reports from adventurers who escaped. They were attacked by monsters from other dungeons. I even went to the basement myself to check the mana fluctuation recorder. The situation is worse than they said. Fowl's heart sank sharply. I need to see for myself. The two of them almost ran down the stairs into the Adventurers Guild basement monitoring room. There, Fowl finally saw the recorded mana charts. On the chart, glaring energy spikes jutted up like the fangs of a raging beast, one after another, endless, with only the briefest lulls like short breaths between them. It was as if a great archmage were standing beside the instrument, casting terrifying spells day and night without pause. The abnormal mana fluctuations clearly signaled that the dungeon had already entered a dangerous phase. Damn that Gyuj. What kind of bullshit formation, master? For once, the usually composed Fowl lost control and cursed. He bragged so loudly, saying it would take at least 3 months before collapse began. Not even half that has passed. He snapped toward Mirabelle, speaking so quickly the words fired like beans from a drum. If even 3 months can't be trusted, then that so-called 6-month deadline is pure nonsense. The worst case, it could completely collapse in just a few days. Mirabelle, execute the highest emergency plan immediately. First, seal the dungeon entrance. Post the highest danger notices. Forcibly evacuate every adventurer. No one is allowed in. Second, organize the evacuation of all town residents. The collapse radius is unknown. Everyone must withdraw at least 10 miles. Prioritize sending them to nearby cities for shelter and notify the local lord at once. What about the refugees? Asked Lillian, the maid who had been silently shadowing Fowl. Right, the refugees. Fowl felt his temples throb violently. That was the real problem. These refugees were hard enough to manage already, and now they were tied here by the mushroom rations. If he tried to force them to leave, they would surely resist. In theory, his duty was only to advise and organize. Those who didn't obey, their lives and deaths were their own responsibility. The blame wouldn't fall on him as the branch chairman. But after only a short pause, Fowl gave a firm order. Mirabelle, send people to the surrounding cities. No matter the price, buy up as much food as possible. Then tell the refugees, If they follow the evacuation convoy, there'll be hot porridge waiting. Chairman Fowl. Mirabelle looked troubled. There's famine everywhere now. Even red millet has gone up more than fivefold. There's so many refugees. And the guilds store materials. Because of the last 2 high-price purchases, most haven't even been sold yet. TCH. Fowl irritably grabbed a fistful of his own hair, then turned to his maid. Lillian, give Mirabelle my savings. Lillian's clear eyes locked on him. Young master, are you sure? That's all of your fortune. Fowl didn't answer her. His sharp gaze pinned Mirabelle. Mirabelle, listen well. Use this money to buy as much grain as possible. This is a matter of life and death. You're a smart woman. Do it well, and I'll guarantee your future in the guild. But if you dare skim even a single coin, I wouldn't. I absolutely wouldn't, Chairman. Mirabelle waved her hands frantically, terrified. Go! Fowl barked. Mirabelle spun and ran. Once she was gone, Lillian spoke softly. That means no more red pork from Fishing Sales Port ever again. Doesn't matter. Fowl snapped. What the hell is going on? The swordsman captain's face was twisted with fury and grief, nearly grotesque. A comrade's sudden death left him desperate for a target of rage. Monster Tide? The guild never issued a Monster Tide warning. Don't think about it. Just get out of the dungeon first. Even as the words fell, a bowstring hummed. An arrow whistled through the air and drove straight into the eye socket of a stone hide boar charging from the side shadows. The beast shrieked and bolted away. Confronted with such unknown danger, none of them dared linger. Vera's trio and the swordsman's remaining 4 formed a temporary defensive formation and withdrew upward. They jogged to the 5th floor, where the tension in their hearts eased slightly. This level was fully controlled by the Pudges, relatively safer. But that fragile relief lasted less than 10 breaths. From the shadows, a tall, thin figure rushed at them with a rustling sha-sha. It was a strawman crudely bound from withered grass and unknown vines, over 2 meters tall. Its arms were sharp bundles of dried grass, its face drawn with crude features in black mud, and in its hollow eyes flickered an ominous glow. Its movements were stiff yet unnaturally fast, lunging straight for the warrior carrying the injured man. Enemy attack. Why is this thing on the 5th floor? The swordsman captain roared, eyes bloodshot, swinging his greatsword with a howl of wind at the strawman's waist. At the same time, Vera's curved blade slashed a gleaming arc at the monster's arm. Both strikes hit at once. Withered grass burst apart as the strawman's broken form writhed briefly on the ground before collapsing completely. But this was not victory. It was only the beginning. Right side. Fine shrieked in warning. In the faint glow of the mushrooms overhead, more straw figures appeared in the distance. Shadows upon shadows. Not just 1, 20 or more. They advanced with stiff, halting steps, the rustle of grass grinding together, swelling into a chorus that filled the air. Worse still, among them was one smaller, stronger figure, moving far quicker than the rest. Fine. Speed us up, Vera urged as they ran. Hold formation. Retreat to the 4th floor, the swordsman captain bellowed, trying to keep them steady. But before they'd gone far, another group of strawmen blocked their path. With no escape, 2 fireballs were hurled and battle erupted. It didn't take long before their formation was completely broken. In the chaos, Vera could only shield Philine and Fine, fighting as they fell back until they were driven into a cavern. Vera recognized this place, the cave where Pudges once hosted a lottery. But now, the fat Pudges was long gone. Only scattered fragments and mats of mycelium remained. The 3 tried to use the cave mouth as a choke point against the strawmen, but the overwhelming numbers forced them back step by step. That feeling again. Fine suddenly cried. What? Vera started to ask. A savage strawman's claws ripped through the air, striking at them. Exhausted, Vera barely managed to block, the impact throwing him off balance and crashing him to the ground. Vera, Fine shouted, her staff flashing as a translucent shield formed before him. But the expected blow never landed. Right in front of Vera, space suddenly twisted and tore open. That familiar, severing spatial rift appeared once more without warning. SHHHK. This time, it was the strawman who was caught. Poof! Before their stunned eyes, around, chubby Pudgis leapt lightly from the rift, landing firmly in the cave surrounded by strawmen. Inside the cave, the Pudgis that had leapt out landed atop the broken body of strawman, striking a domineering pose as it swept its gaze around. Then, in the very next instant, it was clawed to death by another strawman. Its remains happened to fall right on the edge of the spatial rift and were sliced neatly into two pieces by the invisible spatial force. But that was only the beginning. A second later, several blasts from artillery Pudgis streaked out of the rift with a shrill whistling. The strawmen near the rift were instantly blown apart, scattering into showers of grass fragments. Right after, new Pudgis leapt out of the rift without pause, landing and charging straight toward the nearest strawman without hesitation. Dense artillery Pudgy fire rained wildly in the narrow cave, the shockwaves rattling the stone walls, sending rocks tumbling down. Vera's trio pressed themselves against the cold wall, squeezed into a corner. Fine strained to maintain a thin shield, barely holding the chaotic energies at bay. There were nearly 30 strawmen besieging them. Now, they were being gang-rushed by Pudgis. One after another, Pudgis poured from the rift. In a blink, there were already over 100. The small cave was crammed full of round, white bodies, so crowded that some Pudgis were shoved against Fine's trembling shield. The strawmen were soon buried under the Pudgy tide, vanishing from sight. After the enemies were crushed, the Pudgis all surged out of the cave together. Vera, what do we do now? Fine's voice trembled. The strain of continuous casting and the suffocating chill seeping from beyond the rift left her exhausted and shaking. The Pudgis aren't attacking us. Let's move while we can. In truth, it wasn't so much that the Pudgis spare them, but rather that the mushroom creatures completely ignored the humans, focusing all their fury on the monsters. Philly nodded hard, a spark of hope in her eyes. If only the Pudgis could wipe out everything out there too. But when the three carefully stepped out of the cave, the sight before them made their breath catch in their throats. The entire fifth floor had turned upside down. Everywhere they looked was a battlefield. Pudgis and strawmen fought savagely, the boom-boom of artillery Pudgis firing echoing without pause, punctuated by the thunder of Pudgy suicides detonating. And it wasn't only strawmen. They saw many monsters that clearly did not belong to the Amethyst dungeon. One Pudgy wielded sharp, bladed tendrils, locked in close combat with a strawman. Not far away, a gigantic chitinous worm slammed onto the scene, ignoring Vera's group completely as it barreled into the melee, crushing Pudgis and strawmen alike under its bulk. Then it retracted its head and hunkered down, its massive jaws working as it chewed the prey it had just captured. Strawman attacks and Pudgy blasts glanced off its armored hide without effect. The three also spotted a slime-covered crawler hissing at them, spitting out corrosive venom, only to be interrupted as encroaching strawmen forced it to turn and grapple with new foes. The chaos wasn't confined to the ground. In the glowing light of the mushrooms above, swarms of bat Pudgis clashed midair with giant moths, bodies tumbling down or exploding into shreds. The fifth floor had become a frenzied arena of monsters. Amid the chaos, a swift black shadow burst from the smoke, hurtling straight at them. Philly, fresh from pinning a poisonous lizard with an arrow, didn't even think. She turned, drew, and fired instinctively. The arrow whistled past, missing. Vera lunged forward, shielding the two girls behind her. At that very moment, a pleasant voice spoke in halting human tongue. "Wait, I'm not a monster. Human friends, can you tell me, where am I?" As the smoke cleared, the figure was revealed. A flawless face marked with green patterns. Long, elegant pointed ears. Eyes deep and bright, like emeralds glittering with starlight. An elf. Teach this is Philly repeated blankly, missing the question entirely. The dungeon. Fine quickly supplied, her voice clear and urgent. The Amethyst dungeon. Fifth floor. I see. A flash of realization lit the elf's gaze. So, it is the human-controlled dungeon. This isn't the time to talk, move. Vera warned, curved blade at the ready as she eyed the ongoing chaos. I cannot return that way. Let me go with you. The elf crossed her hands swiftly in front of her chest, forming a strange seal. Emerald light bloomed between her palms. Two straw men lunging toward them were suddenly snared by thick vines bursting from the ground, their grass-stuffed bodies bound tight and immobilized. A druid. Vera glanced once, then nodded. Go! Using the battle's chaos for cover, they made it to the stairway. But as they stepped onto the cold stone steps, a familiar figure came into view. The swordsman captain. His teammates were nowhere to be seen. He lay unconscious, gravely wounded, a dark pool of blood spreading beneath his waist where a gaping wound still leaked. His face was ashen, deathly pale. Around him lay several strawman corpses. The safe zone was clearly failing. Vera immediately reached for her healing potion, but the elf stopped her. Puzzled, Vera watched as the elf crouched beside him, extending slender fingers over the wound. A soft, verdant glow spilled from her fingertips, sealing the bleeding. The swordsman stirred, his brow twitching. His eyelids cracked open with effort. Cough, cough. He tried to push himself up, but pain ripped through his abdomen, cold sweat soaking his forehead. Don't move. Vera knelt quickly, steadying his shoulder. How do you feel? They're all gone. All of them, trapped inside. His coughing worsened, blood flecking his lips. His eyes, dull with despair, fixed on the stairwell's darkness. I won't make it out either. Don't waste magic on me. Stop talking nonsense. Vera snapped, yanking a deep purple vial from her pouch. Without hesitation, she poured it down his throat. Ugh! He gagged as the scorching liquid seared down his throat like molten rock. An explosive surge of violent energy erupted within him, coursing through his body. Veins bulged, his pallor flushed crimson, his pupils contracted sharply. What is this? Blood boil elixir, Varys said grimly. It'll force your body up for now. Afterward, the backlash will be brutal, but it's better than dying here. Haha, cough? Huh. The swordsman wheezed a laugh between coughs, staring at her. Good old Vera. Did you know? Everyone says during drinks, you'll get yourself killed one day, meddling in everyone's business. But with strength flooding back, he staggered up with Vera's help. Vera, if I make out alive this time, this life, it's yours. I owe you. Then make sure you live, or else I'll be cheated. Vera grinned. Filling and fine, long used to Vera's ways, weren't surprised. But the elf's gaze lingered on Vera's back, eyes shifting thoughtfully. With a heavily injured man in tow, their pace slowed. Fortunately, the upper levels were calmer than the fifth floor's madness. A few scattered monster attacks were swiftly handled, thanks to the druid's powerful nature magic. When at last they emerged into daylight, the guards' shocked cries greeted them. Gods! At a time like this, someone actually made it out alive? One guard snapped back to his senses, shouting hoarsely, Quick! A stretcher! We got a critical case here, move! But when the survivors reached the town, what awaited them was the sight of mass evacuation. Linden was completely speechless. He had only accelerated the collapse because he feared the ever-multiplying rifts would disrupt his mushroom garden. Better short pain than long pain. But who could have imagined that this short pain would hurt this much? Not only had the Strawman Abyss torn open into the fifth floor, but another rift, now connected to a primeval forest, spewing forth a menagerie of monsters. In the chaos, nearly all of the already few Pudges on the fifth floor were wiped out. Linden had planned to just ignore it. But then, of all things, a new rift opened connecting directly to the stone fortress. At that point, ignoring it was no longer an option. What if these intruding monsters weren't satisfied with wrecking the fifth floor and decided to march into his fortress as well? The beast-type monsters might shy from the cold, but the strawmen certainly wouldn't care. The enemies weren't particularly powerful, mostly around levels 20 to 40, but this was only the fifth floor. Other levels were just as chaotic, though not as much of a free-for-all as the fifth. On the sixth floor, the Treant commanded its Pudgis to defend the mountain caverns and the Trent's secret grove. On the seventh floor, the water level kept falling. Clearly a massive hole had opened somewhere below. The fisherman's fate was unknown. As for floors 1 through 4, Linden didn't worry too much. The underground mycelium carpet still provided a foundation, preventing complete loss of control. As for the scattered humans trapped in between, Linden paid them no attention at all. Right now, he was simultaneously fighting in the fifth floor's battle royale, harassing the war puppets at the core, and coordinating the demonkin laborers inside the fortress. Given the rising danger inside the Amethyst dungeon, Linden had reassigned the demonkin to simpler jobs, feeding fat grubs or hunting ice spirits. Unfortunately, as the demonkin had warned, those ice spirits condensed into humanoid forms but shattered into useless ice shards when destroyed. Pure elemental beings couldn't be captured. After a while, they would simply reform from drifting ice dust. A pity about the skills they carried. Days passed quietly. The humans outside eventually realized the dungeon's state had changed and chose to evacuate. Now the town was nearly deserted. On the core platform, a Pudgy stepped over the smoldering corpse of a fallen predecessor and crossed the line again. The two war puppets activated as always. Violet shadows flashed like lightning. One puppet instantly appeared behind the fleeing Pudgy, its crystal spear wreathed in flame, skewering the mushroom and burning it to ash. But this time, the puppet's steps grew slower and heavier as it returned, until it froze mid-stride, body slackening like a marionette with its strings cut. It was done. A Pudgy cautiously tested the line again. On the platform, both puppets stood motionless. Truly done. Linden couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The dungeon was in chaos, monsters overrunning every floor. The fifth floor was a blood-soaked battlefield. The worst part was that most of these resources couldn't be reclaimed. His mycelium carpet was shredded everywhere, and the giant moths were even tearing at the fungal mats on the ceiling. Hundreds of Pudges could barely hold a quarter of the fifth floor. The sixth floor was in a similar state. The seventh was worse. A massive rift had drained 9/10 of the water, leaving the deep-water monsters half dead on the exposed floor. Strangely, the fishmen were nowhere in sight, perhaps all hiding inside the temple ruins. The deeper levels were no better. Without the pre-dug fungal tunnels, his mycelium network would have been severed long ago. At this rate, Linden really thought the dungeon might not survive. But now, just as the Yellow Book, Yellow Tome, had promised, the war puppets had ceased operation before the dungeon's total collapse. A flood of Pudges surged onto the platform, heading straight for the two fallen gods of slaughter. Their task, carry them away. Whether or not Linden could control them in battle, each one was packed with S-grade magic crystals. Even if the Amethyst dungeon couldn't be repaired, hauling them back to the stone fortress was a kind of consolation prize. The Pudges reached the great black door behind. Surprisingly, no new obstacles appeared. The door was only abnormally heavy, with no magical fluctuations at all. Had it never been protected in the first place? Or, like the puppets, had it completely shut down? Several armored Pudges braced against the door. With a grinding groan, the massive portal was forced open, inch by inch. Beyond it, Linden finally saw what he had long dreamed of. The dungeon's core. But what was this? It wasn't the radiant energy sphere he had imagined. Instead, it was a massive, intricate machine, cold, precise, and humming with mysterious rhythm. It filled the entire core chamber. More a mechanism than a core, constructed of metal and crystal, silently operating. Huge, gleaming supports formed its base and framework. Countless pipes of various sizes branched like roots and veins, boring into the floor, walls, and ceiling, weaving together in a complex network. Inside the pipes surged a strange power, not mana, but some other energy, flowing and converging like the very nerves of the dungeon. At the center hovered a diamond-shaped crystal steel, as tall as a man. Its body was transparent, but within swirled not purity, but a miniature galaxy, countless motes of light darting, colliding, and reshaping endlessly. How did Lin Jun feel, looking at it? Like a child who had just learned to read, suddenly stumbling into the most advanced high-tech laboratory. Forget controlling it. He was terrified the Pudgis might accidentally kick a power line and make the entire dungeon collapse on the spot. Behind this main control chamber, there was even a small door. The Pudgis tried pushing it open, but failed. After some study, Lin Jun had to accept the truth. The dungeon's core was beyond his ability to repair. Only the yellow book, yellow tome, could do it. In a nearby cavern, a Pudgy took the yellow book, yellow tome, out of its body. The moment it emerged, the book sensed the surroundings. So this is the dungeon now. Boss, did you really manage to bring down the war puppets? Yes, which means it's time for you to work, said the speech-capable Pudgy, voice carrying a subtle temptation. Sacred Codex, listen carefully. If you repair the dungeon, I won't limit your feeding anymore. I'll even send Pudgis out to hunt souls just for you, as much as you want. Truly, boss, you are the most merciful, the most generous being in the world. Rest assured, I will restore it faster and more perfectly than ever before. But Lin Jun wasn't finished. However, this dungeon is too important. For me, for all of us. I must be absolutely certain. I need to be cautious. What do you mean? The yellow book, yellow tome. S voice quavered with unease. It means, the speech Pudgy whispered coldly. Before the repairs begin, I may need to clear out all the souls stored within your pages. At that moment, another fat Pudgy waddled up beside the book. Its belly bulged, then split open. Gray's head squeezed out, golden eyes spinning wildly before locking onto the yellow book, yellow tome. Boss, isn't this unnecessary? The book pleaded, realizing what was about to happen. Be at ease, Sacred Codex. The Pudgy's rasping voice carried an eerie gentleness. Every bit you lose today, I promise I will repay tenfold, 100-fold in the future. This is just a small pain, the pain before true freedom. No, don't, eh? Inside the cavern, the forcibly released souls gave out shrill wails, like invisible smoke drifting away into the cold air, vanishing without a trace. At this moment, the yellow tome's heavy covers sagged weakly like withered petals. Its spine was empty, holding only a single, lonely page, left solely for communication. Whoa, boss, you must remember your promise. The words scrawled on the page looked frail and pitiful. Relax, said the speech-capable Pudgy soothingly. I keep my word. After sending the helper Gray back to the fortress with a fat Pudgy, Lin Jun carried the yellow tome to the core chamber. Truthfully, Lin Jun disliked this sort of thing, beating an employee before letting it work. But the yellow tome was an existence he couldn't see through at all. He had no choice but to guard against it. And the only method he knew to restrain it was its soul-storing pages. So this is the core. Even reduced to a single page, the yellow tome trembled with awe as it entered the chamber. Hey, aren't you supposed to be the repair expert? Why are you reacting the same way I did when I first came in? Lin Jun couldn't help but say, because this really is my first time inside a dungeon core. Though I was born with repair knowledge, I've never had a chance to use it before. The page fluttered with a strange excitement. Fine. So, where do we start? Lin Jun urged. That crystal. The yellow tome answered without hesitation. A Pudgy carefully held the book near the crystalline steel, swirling with nebula-like motes. Then, a strange sight. Countless motes inside the crystal seemed summoned, streaming out in threads, circling the yellow tome and forming a radiant halo. The book floated of its own accord, weightless, its single page swaying rhythmically in the starlight. Lin Jun thought, if it still had its full pages flipping wildly with these special effects, it would actually look pretty impressive. Boss, do you remember I once said the dungeon collapses from insufficient computing power? The words written now carried a calm, almost solemn tone. Obviously, I harassed the war puppets just to drain its processing. Do you know, then, the true source of that computing power? Lin Jun tilted his cap. The core itself generates it? Of course not. The core is just a controller. The yellow tome's words darkened. Souls. The souls of intelligent beings who die inside the dungeon. Before returning to the world's origin, the dungeon's rules briefly capture and absorb them. Their final flicker before dissolution fuels the dungeon's immense computational strength. Lin Jun stayed silent. The chamber's only sound was the low hum of its energy conduits. Boss, have you realized? Do you know what you look like to me? Even as Lin Jun said nothing, the book pressed on. You are a greedy devourer. The words slashed across the page. You use the mycelium carpet to decompose corpses, consuming their soul force entirely, erasing even the traces of their existence. Then you discard the stripped, pure essence directly back to the world. They never pass through the dungeon's rules, never fuel its power at all. You are the true culprit behind this dungeon's destruction. The air froze. The speech Pudgy's mushroom cap stopped swaying. You choose to say this now. Lin Jun's voice was low and terrible, which means I deliberately never told you. The Pudgy's tentacles shot forth like arrows, but just before touching the book, they struck an invisible wall, an absolutely solid air barrier. Access denied. The icy system message appeared. Even the hero title was useless. Boom! A fat Pudgy triggered self-detonation. The blast shook the chamber. Yet when the smoke cleared, the wall was unscathed, still protecting the yellow tome. The core chamber itself remained spotless, cold, and silently running. The book ignored the failed attacks, floating serenely in its halo as it continued its proclamation. Repairing the dungeon is simple. Feed its souls. Controlling it is normally nearly impossible. But now, different. In its weakened state, flooding it with a torrent of souls, all mine to command, will seize full authority with ease. All thanks to you. Oh, boss, did I ever mention? My cover is the perfect soul vault. At that, a deluge of twisted, howling souls erupted from the book's cover. They spiraled madly through the chamber, screaming, then merged into a single gray-black torrent, crashing into the crystalline steel. Darkness seeped in like ink in water, spreading corruption through the once clear crystal. Ha 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 ha! The lone page flapped in smug delight. Do you see? You lost because you knew nothing. Distrusted me? So what? Who else could you rely on? The gulf of knowledge doomed you from the start. Boss. TCH. TSK, little Pudgy. If you kneel now, maybe I'll graciously leave the 5th floor as your eternal nest. Quit your act. Lin Jun had already tried explosions and artillery to no avail. The barrier made the yellow tome untouchable. Tricked. The whole amethyst dungeon was about to be stolen, and Lin Jun's teeth ground in fury. But bad as it was, he had contingency plans for betrayal. At once, his body on the 6th floor dissolved into a clone, consumed by the mycelium network. Sin of greed activated. Skill stolen. Clone LV1. Lin Jun's true body shifted to the fortress dungeon, hidden beneath a knight Pudgy's cap. He immediately split another clone, hiding it elsewhere. At the core, the Pudgys ceased attacking pointlessly. Fine, you win this round. We'll see. Little Pudgy. The yellow tome's words curved with mockery. You don't actually think I'll let you leave, do you? The next instant, a soul-level suction erupted from the tainted crystal. No physical damage touched the Pudgys, yet their life fire was ripped away. Caps toppled, bodies slumped lifelessly. The suction spread through the whole dungeon. Even though Lin Jun cut off all fungal connections outside the fortress, the force had already latched onto his soul. TSK, what a pity. You rejected my mercy. Now become the sacrifice for my absolute dominion over this dungeon. Ha 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 ha. The single remaining page spasmed as mad ha characters cascaded endlessly, drowning the parchment in lunatic laughter. You told my pages? You sat on me with a Pudgy's butt? You locked me inside that exploding black room. So how does it feel now? The words on the yellow tome's page were laced with smugness. The feeling of your soul being pulled and stripped. Unique, isn't it? To control thousands of subbodies, your soul essence must be enormous, perfect for savoring slowly, bit by bit, until it dissolves to the marrow. The sacred codex vented its pent-up malice with venomous words while driving the souls it had hoarded for centuries, surging against the crystal steel, staining it darker and darker. Soon, more than half the monument had been swallowed by gray-black corruption, and still it spread. It's here. Authority. I can feel it. The halo of motes spun violently, humming. At that same instant, a colossal bolt of lightning split the fifth-floor battlefield below. The thunderstrike scorched the ground into a blackened ravine, annihilating monsters in its sweep, strawmen, chitin worms, phosphorescent moths, venomous lizards, all vaporized to ash before they could scream. Entertaining. After that brief play, the codex steadied itself, savoring its triumph. Now for the real business. It turned toward the final sealed metal gate in the core chamber. Wielding its newly won authority, it tried to open it. The door didn't budge. Snapping back, the codex inspected the crystal and saw it, the single glowing cyan speck within the darkened monument, glaringly bright. What? After so many souls, how was there still something left? Souls. Linden had never truly seen them, only hints when tearing the book's pages. He deduced his greed devoured souls for skill proficiency, but their true form and place in the world had always been beyond him. Until now, for the first time, he felt it, his soul being grasped. Not a spatial link, not the network of fungus. This was deeper, more primal. Even after severing all fungal connections, the pull clung directly to his essence. And through this connection, Linden could finally perceive his soul. It was like a viscous, formless fluid, being drawn, sucked relentlessly into the vacuum of the core. Pudges collapsed one by one, marionettes cut from their strings. The collapse felt even worse than his worst-case plans. But was it his imagination? The vacuum hose pulling him in seemed too small? Not a vacuum at all. More like sipping at a two-tone slime through a straw. And once pulled, his soul tethered faintly with the dungeon itself. So, that was the trick. Controlled souls, flushing the core, seizing authority. Fine then. Since he couldn't resist, Linden leaned into it, deliberately pushing more of himself through. The cyan spot in the crystal suddenly spread. Impossible. The codex panicked, trying to smother it with more souls, but its reserves were already spent. No, whose soul could be this vast? The cyan spread swiftly, pressing the gray-black to the margins, crushing it into a corner. A single corrupted soul shrieked as it was squeezed out of the monument. And like a dam bursting, the rest followed, gushing out into the air, only to dim and dissipate into nothing. No, my souls. 3 centuries of souls gone. The page flapped helplessly, powerless to stop the torrent. Before long, the entire monument glowed pure cyan, crystalline and flawless. And it didn't stop. The cyan tendrils crept from the steel, latching onto the yellow tome's cover. It tried to sever the bond, but now it too knew Linden's realization. Once seized on the soul level, no barrier could matter. Wait, boss, we could talk this out. The frantic words scrawled across the page. Don't come in any further. Poo-pee-you. A cowhorse pudgy swaggered into the chamber, carrying a speech pudgy on its back. Linden had generated them nearby after reattaching his mycelium carpet. They stopped beneath the floating yellow tome. By now, cyan markings covered its cover. The halo of motes faded, its power gone. The codex sank slowly. The pudgy caught it gently, fungal tendrils brushing its charred skin like dusting off a relic. Little pudgy, the speech pudgy rasped, its voice dry and hoarse, echoing through the chamber. That was a term of respect, deliberately hiding the truth. I admit I worded things poorly, but I never meant deception. Remarkable indeed, our noble codex, enduring humiliation all this time. Mercy, spare me. I still have vital intel. News of great importance. ZZZZT. An arc of lightning cracked from nowhere, striking its cover dead on. AF. The page smoked, curling at the edges. Mayor, I have... Even the words failed. No worries. The Pudgy croaked calmly, almost soothing. The cowhorse Pudgy's tendrils gently smoothed the scorched page. You have all the time in the world to tell me slowly. Title obtained. Administrator of Dungeon Number 13, granted highest authority over this dungeon.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.